It's going to start in a few, but you can go ahead and begin the call.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and join this line in and get the recording scripted.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants will be on a listen-only mode. During today's Q&A session, if you'd like to ask a question, please press star one. Today's call is also being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Thank you.
morning. If we can get everybody to go ahead and take your seats. Running a little bit behind, we'd like to start our opening remarks. All right, well, good morning to everyone, and welcome to the fall edition of the meeting of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. As always, we are very delighted to have you join us on this committee, and we look forward to very productive discussion over the next 2 days. We know this is a big demand on your time, and we're really appreciative of the service of your coming in to DC twice a year. I'm Nancy Bates. I'm the designated federal official of the National Advisory Committee, and as such, I am required to preside over the committee meetings as specified by FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Before we begin, members would please note the sheet at your seat outlining the emergency exits and the safety procedures. I'd also like to please note that the proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on a webcast via the Census Ustream channel. Please be advised that should you have any side conversations during the day, they will be heard. Every time you are ready to speak, we ask that you turn on your microphone and clearly state your name for the record, since we are recording these proceedings. All the meeting materials are posted on the Census Advisory Committee website, the census.gov website, for public online viewing, and a limited number are printed on the tables outside the auditorium for those members of the audience if you want to pick them up. So I'd like to go ahead and start with the introduction of the head table before proceeding into today's agenda. So on my right is Enrique Lamas, and he is the Associate Director for Demographic Programs and also performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the Deputy Director. I love that title. To my left is the NAC Chair, Didas Katagi, and to Didas's left is the Committee Vice Chair, Carol Gore. Next to Carol, we have Al Fontenot, who is the Associate Director for the 2020 Census. Don't think Tim has made it in yet, but next to Al is David Zaya, the Chief Administrative Officer. On the other side of Enrique, we have Stephen Buckner, who is the Acting Associate Director for Communications. And next to Stephen, we have John Aboud, who's the Associate Director for Research and Methodology and Chief Scientist at the Census Bureau. And sitting next to John, we have Nick Orsini, Assistant Director for Economic Programs. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, Kevin Smith. sorry. Okay. We welcome all members of the public and staff who are participating in person and via webcast. We also want to recognize anyone from the Department of Commerce, congressional staff, and regional staff that may be attending. We ask that members of the media please be sure to sign in at the registration desk. At this time, Crystal Lloyd from the Telecommunications Office is going to provide a preview of your iPads for members and how to navigate it.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Crystal Lloyd from the Office of Telecommunications, and I just wanted to provide you a brief demonstration on how to use your iPads for today and tomorrow. The iPad should currently be set to the home screen. If they are not, just simply press the circular button, which is on the right-hand middle side of the device, and you should see 3 applications like you see on the screens around you. The very first application is the Moz 360 application. This application will allow you to view all of the presentations and the documents that you'll need for the meeting. So if you go under the corporate distributed documents, you'll see under the NAC folder all of the documentation that you need. You'd select the presentation that you wanted to see. If you wanted to expand the view, there is an X in the middle of the screen. You just simply tap the X and it expands the respective view. You can tap on Docs and it'll take you back to where you need to go. If you press the home screen again, the home circular button to go back to the home screen, the second application is our Notes application. This application is going to be used to create recommendations and email them to the chair. To start a recommendation, you're going to tap the square with the pencil in the top right-hand corner. It allows you to start a new note. Once you've typed your note, you want to hit the square and the arrow at the top to share it. When you hit share, you'll tap Mail, and just simply start typing to Chair NAC, and it should automatically come up at gmail.com, and it will allow you to send your notes directly to the chair. Please put your name in the subject line so the chair will know who is sending the recommendations. If we go back to the home screen, the last application is Safari. This application will allow you to surf the web for anything that you may need help looking up. You also have one handout in front of you. It's our tablet overview. This overview will show you the applications and all of their functions, as well as provide you with the guest wireless credentials if you need to access our wireless. You also will have the same instructions that I just reviewed on how to email your notes to the chair. If you have any questions throughout the conference, you can reach out to myself or Jamal, my coworker here, and we're here to help. Thank you, and you guys have a great meeting.
Thank you very much, Crystal. So quickly, let me go through today's agenda. We really have a packed agenda for the next 2 days, if you've taken a sneak peek. It reflects a broad range of topics and includes topics that the NAC has recommended that we talk about. It was also developed in response to our need to share and introduce critical research and program developments requiring your attention. For those of you who were working yesterday, you know that we've already hit the ground running with having 2 meetings of our subgroups, on the undercount of young children and the 2020 communication subgroup that will be reporting out later. Each session allots time for a presentation followed by committee member discussions. During these time, we encourage you to jot down notes and send them to the Gmail account, the NAC Chair Gmail account, and that is noted on your paper in front of you, what that account is. Please be sure and indicate the topic that you're recommending and commenting on, and include your name when you send those emails. So first on today's agenda, our committee chair, Ditas Katagi, and vice chair will bring opening remarks, and also we'll do a quick introduction of existing NAC members. Following Ditas, Enrique will provide executive remarks with updates on the latest Census Bureau programs, activities, as well as budget outlook. Next, Al will present an update on the 2020 census. And after our break at 10:20, we'll reconvene at 10:30, when Marianne Chapin will share an update on the upcoming 2018 end-to-end test in Providence. And then Tom Muley will discuss non-response follow-up, administrative records research and planning. And after that, members will reserve comments and discussion to the end of that segment. At 11:40, we'll take a group photo, and we'll instruct you where to go. Then we'll have a working lunch. So you'll grab your lunch, and at 12, we'll head back to our seats. And at that time, we'll hear about NAC's feedback on the American Indian Alaska Native Survey for Coding Classification of Tribal Identities, with Yuan Shin facilitating that discussion. After that, Ian Hall will present information about address canvassing in the 2018 end-to-end test, followed again by committee discussion. We'll then have a break at 1:45. After that, Mike Myers is going to present on respondent confidentiality concerns and those possible effects on response rates and data quality for the upcoming 2020 census. And Arturo Vargas has agreed to be our discussant for that. Next, we'll have Maria Almedo Malagan and Kendall Johnson present on the 2020 Census Operations Integrated Communications Plan, again followed by committee discussion. And then lastly, Carol Gore will moderate the NAC discussion and the formulation of recommendations, and then we'll adjourn at 5:30. I also mentioned that we have a dinner arranged at a restaurant close to the hotel. We'll give you more information about that, but those reservations for 7 o'clock tonight. Just a couple of procedure things before we start. Again, I'd like to remind you that if you want to make a comment, state your name and speak directly into the microphone so that we can capture your comments, as well as for the record, as also for the benefit of meeting attendees watching via webcast. As a reminder to the audience, during any of the question and answer sessions occurring later today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or make remarks of the Census Bureau panelists and presenters. We will have an opportunity for public comment tomorrow, exactly at 11 a.m. If anyone intends to give public comment, we ask that you leave your name at the registration desk. And if your comments are going to exceed more than 2 minutes, then we ask that you submit them in writing for the record. So just a few housekeeping things. During the afternoon break, committee members, we would ask that you stop by the registration desk, retrieve your travel reimbursement package. Due to committee guidelines governing our meetings and conferences, the refreshments are for committee members only. For those committee members needing a ride, the shuttle bus to the hotel will leave the Census Bureau 15 minutes after the meeting is adjourned, and it will pick you up the same place that it dropped you off, near the metro entrance at gate number 7. If you're not going to be taking the shuttle, please inform the registration desk, and if you need a taxi, we can arrange for that too. Just stop by the registration desk. So finally, restrooms are located behind the back wall near the elevators. And with that, we will start day 1, and I'll turn it over to our chair, Adidas Katagi, to make opening remarks.
Thank you, Nancy, and the rest of the census staff. I'm honored to be here. I can't believe it's fall already of 2017. We'll also go around the table for introductions, but before we do that, I wanted to just make some brief remarks and just sort of put it out there. We know, and we're all aware of budget constraints that are out there. So I'm just putting that out there right now. And we all respect the work that is being done here. I have the utmost respect for the work that the Census Bureau does. I wouldn't be here for my 3rd decennial. I wouldn't be sitting here on the NAC if I didn't. And I just want to say that no one here around the table is blaming anyone for what's going on. I mean, we know that a lot of it's out of our control. Tough choices are going to be needed to be made. But we're all professional. We have similar goals to get a complete and accurate count of our entire nation. So we have a lot of presentations to hear, but I also want to make sure we understand that these next 2 days are the opportunity for the NAC members, remember we're the National Advisory Committee, to provide advice and ask questions about, what the plan is, how we got to decisions, how do we make those tough choices that are having to be made, not by anyone's, fault here in this building, but because of budget. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone here in the building and people watching know that, we have confidence that we're going to get this done, and we're here to advise, we're here to ask those questions. We're not here to blame anyone, right? We're here to be heard, and we're here to hear you as well, and we want to have just a robust and equal exchange of ideas. Sometimes we're going to ask for clarification. We want to understand logic behind decisions, or even what is the methodology behind, how you guys chose to take that path. Also understand that some of those questions might be a little too complex for here, but we'd love to have those questions written down and answered at a later time. So it's the NAC's job and the Bureau's job to put all the Bureau's job to listen, but to put all the recommendations out there, regardless of budget constraints, because I think we have some great energy here. We have a lot of people with super experience in getting our hardest to count people counted. And even if the Census Bureau can't do these types of things because of budget, there's other people who are listening. I myself, people who are from states, we want to make sure our states are counted. And so we want to make sure we get those ideas, and we want to share them with other folks throughout the nation. I myself, I'm from California, and I will be leading my 3rd decennial census outreach for the governor of California. So we have a lot of lessons learned. We know it's a new, we're looking at a digital census, but there's some things that we can do that maybe other states like Alaska could take advantage of, about how we're reaching out to our communities now in 2018, when maybe you may not have partnership specialists ready, but you know what, we're ready at the state to understand our state because we're there, and to get that lay of the land so that when the Census Bureau gets the resources, that they can come in and say, wow, Alaska's got it going on, California's got it going on, they're ready to go, they're ready to be counted. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there that we're going to, provide ideas and share, and we're going to ask tough questions. But I think we all agree that the Bureau is doing everything they can to achieve the mission, and that we all understand the limits. So anyways, I'm going to get off my little soapbox, and let's do some introductions. It's going to be, I'm looking forward to a lively information exchange. As I mentioned, I'm Adidas Katagi. I'm honored to serve as chair, and this will be my 3rd decennial census. I'm determined in my sort of non-NAC life, but I guess part of my NAC life, to get a complete and accurate count of all Californians. And I am here to say that I hope that we can have a complete and accurate count of, everyone resides in our nation. Thank you. I think we'll go towards Alice Sue and go around the table.
I'm Ali Sue Shua Glusberg from Research Support Services.
And I'm Megan Mori from the National LGBTQ Task Force.
Arturo Vargas with the Naleo Educational Fund.
Geraldine Daniel, an early childhood consultant.
Yolanda Marlowe from the National Consortium on Racial and Ethnic Fairness in the Courts.
Good morning, Hassan Jabber, the Arab Community Center for Economic and Social Services in Detroit, Michigan.
Good morning, Thomas Sines with MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund.
Hi, I'm Stuart Michaels from NORC at the University of Chicago.
Hi, I'm Randy Aki from UCLA, Department of Public Policy and American Indian Studies.
Hi, Kathleen Mullen-Harris, Department of Sociology and Carolina Population Center at the University of North Carolina.
Terry Almenis, Asian Americans Advancing Justice at AJC, and John Yang will be here later this morning.
Good morning, I'm Indradeep from Duke University.
Talafalava, Jake Fitzsimanu with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Network.
James Tucker, I'm pro bono counsel to the Native American Rights Fund and the Native American Voting Rights Coalition.
I'm Julie Dowling. I'm a professor in the Department of Latino Studies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where I do work on racial classification issues for Latinos, multiracial groups, and other things that I find of interest.
Good morning, Lily Welty Tamai from UCLA Asian American Studies Department.
Good morning, I'm Carol Gore. I'm a Forever Alaskan of Aleut descent. My day job, I'm with Cook Inlet Housing, which is an Indian housing entity out of Anchorage, Alaska, and it's my pleasure to help support DEDIS and the committee here. I do want to add just a couple of brief comments. We're all here to represent our various constituents and our stakeholders and our communities, and I want to tell you right from the start how much your engagement matters on this committee, how much it matters for us to get our recommendations on the table. Census is counting on us to be engaged here at this table and to represent our communities and make sure that we're not just asking questions, but putting ideas on the table that can be part of a solution for getting the right census count. So I want to advocate right up front for the work that we're going to do toward the end of this day, to the extent that you can submit your recommendations early and get them into a working group and we can capture them, the deeper our work can be when we actually sit down and begin to discuss what we want to put forward to the Census Bureau. So thank you in advance for your engagement. I appreciate being here, and we're going to have a great day.
Thank you, DEDIS and Carol. Before I turn it over to Enrique, I'd also like to note that Tim Olson snuck in, Associate Director for Field. Better late than never, Tim. All right, turning it over to Enrique Lamas, who's going to bring some executive remarks and member recognition.
Okay, good morning. I want to welcome you on the behalf of the Census Bureau to these National Advisory Committee meetings. It is great for us as a Census Bureau to have you devote your time not only representing your views, but also those of the groups that you are affiliated with. So to me personally, it was a great thing to listen to all of the groups that you represent as you introduced yourself as you went around the table. So I want to thank you for your time. I know that you're volunteering your time and efforts, and we look forward to a good discussion. Ron Jarman and myself have these wonderful titles of the non-exclusive duties and functions of the acting director and the deputy director. Those are legalese for acting director and acting deputy director. I wanted to go over a couple of changes that have taken place in terms of the staff that we have at the Census Bureau. Ron couldn't be here today because he is attending a meeting in Chicago. He stopped in earlier to try to say hello as much as he could. but he's attending a meeting of the Association of Public Policy Analysis and Management on the evidence-based policy within federal agencies. It's a group that was started by the Ryan Murray bill to look at how administrative records can be used in policy making. So it was an important meeting. He would have liked to have been here, but I'm sure he'll get other opportunities to discuss things with you. John Thompson, retired on June 30th. He devoted a lot of his time prior to that as a staff member here, and he is going to be missed as a director. He was a very big advocate of doing the census in a new way, and I think his legacy actually will live on. So as we go forward, I think Ron and I are in a position where we can keep the things going forward. You know that Nancy Potok went to be the chief statisticians. John is now the director of COPAFS, which I don't remember what it stands for, Committee on Statistics or something like that, Federal Statistics. Right, it's a long title. But those are big assets to the Census Bureau as we go forward. I think it was a good thing for the Census Bureau that the Secretary of Commerce named career people to these two positions so that we could stabilize the leadership at the Census Bureau in terms of both internal and hopefully external views of the Bureau. In addition to that, we have other changes that we have made. We've also been lucky that we have excellent staff that have stepped into the roles that we were in. So Carol had a day job, I heard in her introduction. So I had a day job as the Associate Director for Demographic Programs, and John is the Associate Director for Economic Programs. But we have staff that have stepped up into those positions. We also have staff that have stepped up into the other positions that we have come from. So we are in good shape in those things. Now, as we go forward into the 2020 census and we get into the operational aspects of it, we have also made some other management changes at the Census Bureau. The first is that Lisa Blumerman is stepping into a new role within the agency. Lisa worked extremely hard with her staff over the last 4 years in putting forth the innovative ideas and the new ways of conducting a census that are required as the electronic and social media change in this country. So Lisa is going to be moving into a position that will lead the work with administrative records here at the Census Bureau, not only within the decennial program, so she's still involved with the 2020, but also as we think about the 2030 census and as we think about all of the other household surveys that we do. How we engage with the administrative records work is going to be critical for the Bureau as we go forward, and her strengths as a demographer, as a person that has had administrative records experience, and as a researcher really put her in a perfect position for that kind of work. Albert Fontenot, Al, is the new Associate Director for Decennial Programs. Al was the regional director in Chicago for several years. Prior to that, he worked in the Los Angeles regional office. He has an extensive experience in the private sector where he was CEO of a major company. So he comes with great experience both in the private sector and in the Census Bureau. He was actually the assistant director for the 2020 program prior to his new position. To also help with the 2020 program as we get into the operational phases, we have brought in Jim Treat into the assistant director for the 2020 census. Jim, I think this will be his 4th census in the operational side. He was critical for the 2010 census as we went into the field, the operations. He has a great program management background, looking at risk, performance, change control, and the integration of all the systems. So he's perfect for a situation where we're about to go into all of our fielding of 2020. So he's going to be doing the assistant director position. At the Department of Commerce, Karen Dunn Kelly is the new Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. Karen comes to the Department of Commerce from the private sector, where she was a manager of large investment funds, has a great background in terms of management, and she has been extremely supportive of the Census Bureau since she's gotten there. I think it was in the August timeframe. So she has been involved in daily discussions with us, trying to get up to speed, and also in bringing to bear her points of view in terms of how we can manage the work at the Census Bureau in an efficient manner. And I should say that we are getting great support from the Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross, who has been involved with long discussions about the funding, and that I want to talk a little bit about. So I think Ditas mentioned the funding of the Census Bureau, and then let me talk a little bit about our budget. Since last spring, when the Secretary came in, one of the first things that he did was that he wanted to go into what he called a deep dive into the decennial budget. And he promised the members on the Hill, both on the House side and on the Senate side, that he would come back after he did that work to brief them on what he thought of the Census Bureau budget. We have spent countless hours with him, where he is very astute in terms of prying at the parameters that drive the cost on a decennial, and questioning the kind of the sensitivity of the impact of changing some of those parameters on the total cost of the program. He has been very involved in the discussions, as Karen Dunn Kelly has been involved. He put together a group from the Department of Commerce that was independent cost estimators, that had Department of Commerce as well as Office of Management and Budget staff on it. He has brought in 2 former Census Bureau employees as consultants, and he has brought in 2 consultants from IBM that had great experience on IT and in program management. And I think that the way he has approached it is to kind of triangulate all of the information between all of these different groups. So he has a Census Bureau program office estimate. He has an independent cost estimate. He's got his consultants' points of view. And then he's thinking about all of those pieces as well as the contractor pieces. That led to a new life cycle cost estimate for the decennial of $15.6 billion, which was about a $3.3 billion increase in the life cycle cost. It also broke down by fiscal years, that life cycle cost, and for FY18, it brought in an additional $187 million. He then went to the Hill and briefed the staffers and the Congress about it on individual meetings, and he has testified twice, one in front of the House Oversight and once in front of the Senate Oversight Committees. As I think it was Tuesday this week that he did the Senate. And he has been a great supporter of the Census Bureau in what Ditas was talking about, which was getting a complete and accurate count. He has personally said to all of us that when he goes on the Hill, they do not talk to him about the budget. They talk to him about getting a complete and accurate count, and that's on both sides of the aisle. So he has taken that to heart and has brought it forward to us. In that $15.6 billion estimate, there is a contingency fund that will be managed at the secretarial level, which is about $1.2 billion, which is on top of other specific contingencies that are for the response rate not being what it should be, the management ratio not being what it should be, for additional outreach efforts. And then he added a 10% contingency fund for 19 through 21. And that is how committed he is to getting a complete and accurate count, because he doesn't know what will happen, but something will happen as you're in the heat of a decennial, and we know that also. So he just wanted, as a good businessman that he is, he brought that kind of point of view where we're more of the bureaucratic way of functioning. He's bringing in a very different way of functioning. So we have been very impressed with him. I know that staff have been involved in these meetings in great detail, both on the IT side, the budget side, and the program management side. We have been involved in all of that work directly with him, and there are times when I feel we are testifying in front of Congress when we get his questions digging in at all of our work. So it's been a healthy exchange, and he's gotten very involved in all of the details, as has Karen Dunn-Kelly and as have the other staff members at the Department of Commerce. So I've been very impressed with the support that we've gotten. I think that's what I wanted to cover in my remarks. I want to also say that the decennial, the 2020 census is actually underway. We have the LUCA program that's underway. We have the end-to-end test, which is how we are going to assure that our systems talk to each other, and it's the handoff of information and making sure that the internet self-response, the address canvassing, the non-response follow-up work, the paper data capture, that all of those systems work well together. Beyond the 18, what we're going to focus on are kind of the things that worry me, which are how scalable are our systems, so that when we have an advertising program that hits the TV, how things will work there when we get a peak in response at a very specific point in time. And then the other thing that worries me is cybersecurity, where you have not that our systems aren't going to be as secure as they possibly can be, working with all of the other federal agencies that have 3 letters in their names, but to make sure that our systems are secure in terms of penetration testing, and as well as other attempts that could be made by other forces. But you know, something that happens in another federal agency or something that happens in the private sector that shakes the trust of the public to send in their data, I think that's where the partnerships that we need to talk to you, we need to talk to your groups, we need to talk to the government agencies at various levels, the local, the state, to make sure that they can talk to their folks about things. So I wanted to take one other opportunity, which was the other thing that will certainly happen is that there will be weather and that there will be fires or some other natural disaster that takes place. And we have been working very hard with FEMA on getting information that we collect both on the economic side and the demographic side put together in a set of tools that can help in disaster recoveries, both for the nation, but also prepares us for what will potentially happen. And I wanted to give Chip Walker maybe 5 minutes, 3 minutes of time so that he can show you a little bit of the work that he has been doing with other federal agencies and with stakeholders in the private and public sector that puts together our data into these tools. So I'm going to let Chip talk for a few minutes, and then I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chip Walker, and I am the co-lead, along with David Zaya, our Chief Administrative Officer of the Census Bureau's Emergency Preparedness and Response Team. And before I get into that, I just wanted to say that in the mid-2000s, I was appointed to serve on what then was called the Racial and Ethnic Advisory Committee, so I have a deep appreciation for the important work that this group does. 6 or 7 years ago, the Emergency Preparedness and Response Team was formed to help the Census Bureau respond to disasters, whether they, whatever the cause may be. Obviously, we were very fortunate that we had just a few disasters over a long period of time, and obviously this year has made up for all of that, and then some. It's taxed all the federal agencies, it's taxed FEMA, but it's also brought us a closer bond and a closer relationship in understanding how the Census Bureau can help out FEMA and other federal agencies. The Census Bureau is highly involved in disaster recovery and even disaster response to a certain extent. We are members of a White House coordination committee called the Subcommittee on Disaster Reduction. We sit on 5 FEMA committees, including economic recovery, health and social services recovery, community planning and capacity building, modeling and data working group, and we've done such a good job that FEMA's asked us to co-chair a data analytics working group along with FEMA. And that's a credit to all the people here at Census that work very hard in the importance of the data that we collect. What I want to show you is what we do sort of when we know that there's a disaster coming. The first thing we do, hurricanes are fairly easy. They're a notice event, so you know that a hurricane's coming. And rather than wait for the phones to ring, we start to prepare information ahead of time and make it available to the public or to federal agencies or the Red Cross. We usually put it front and center on the Census Bureau's homepage. You'll see it here. We've added the wildfires from California. This is the Hurricane Nate page that we built, and we break it down by county. At first, we start to add demographic and economic information based on the declarations of the governor. The governor is usually ahead of what FEMA declares a disaster area, but we don't want to wait for that. Our information is important to everybody. And then what you'll see is we try to use 2 tools that are, one is an automated tool, it's called On the Map for Emergency Management, and this is what the homepage of that tool looks like. So this is a current live view of all the current disasters that are impacting our country right now as we speak. You'll see up here, you're already starting to have some major snow events, how impactful these will be up here. These are areas of the country that are very used to this type of snow. But if you turn on this map and you look at it in January, snow events that are affecting different parts of the country, they may not be able to recover as well. You'll see over here the California wildfires. These orange areas are areas that have been declared disaster areas by FEMA. Now, no one from Census is going and updating this map on a daily basis. We have automated feeds to the various federal agencies that are supplying this information, so this tool updates itself several times a day. You can click on any of these particular disaster areas and it'll start to show you some of the demographic and the economic information that we have available. The economic information comes from a number of different programs from the Economic Directorate here. We are one of the preeminent collectors of business data in the federal community. Everyone knows about the demographic data that census collects, but we do an economic census, for example, every 5 years, as well as dozens and dozens of other collection activities around businesses. So this is one of our most modern tools that we use. Another tool that we use is called Census Business Builder. And Census Business Builder has 2 editions. One allows you to research opening a business, but the one we use for emergency management is called the Regional Analyst Edition. And what it does is it allows you to build your own region and then look at a report that shows you the demographic and economic information. So I'll just pull up one report here. Now, this again is combining ACS information from the 5-year, as well as 5 or 6 surveys coming from the Economic Directorate. So we can see in this particular county in Alabama that was affected by Hurricane Nate, we show you these demographic characteristics. We show you these socioeconomic characteristics, these housing characteristics, and then we get into the business data. Right now, we can look at a number of different 2-digit NAICS sectors. Right now, this is 00, so it's covering all sectors except for the agriculture sectors. We don't cover those. So you can see the number of employer establishments, the total number of employees, the total annual payroll. You can look at the revenues. Revenues we don't have for sector 00. You'd have to have a specific sector. We look at the non-employers. A lot of people don't understand, well, I shouldn't say they don't understand, but they don't realize how important the non-employer economy is to their overall economy health. For someone from California, the first part of the economy to recover from the recession were the non-employers. Many of those people who were laid off, particularly in the tech fields, they did get hired back, but they got hired back as independent contractors. So if you're not looking at that part of your economy, you're missing out on a big segment. So this is some of the information that FEMA uses when they are starting to look at the economic recovery of a particular area. We think about rebuilding the houses and we think about rebuilding the roads and things like that, but it's super important to rebuild the businesses. People need to go to work, they need to start to make income, and if you don't understand the impact on your businesses and what industries you may need to focus on first, then you only have half of the puzzle. The Regional Analyst Edition is really easy. You would just start here. You just enter a county or that you are thinking about starting your region, and then it's such a simple tool. You just edit your region and you just pick something that you want to add to your region and you just add that, and you can see that your region will start to build. You could build a region with 25 cities, 25 counties, whatever it is, and then you're going to create a regional report that aggregates all that data, or you can look at each individual piece that makes up your region. So these are some of the easy tools that we use to not only help, and these are available to the public on census.gov, anyone can use them, but we make them, we go an extra effort when there's a disaster to make sure that FEMA and other emergency responders and recovery efforts understand how to use these tools as well. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Anybody have any questions? Oh, sorry, Lily.
Just briefly, why was agriculture not included in the mapping?
So I'm going to put on my Andy Haight hat. Those people who know Andy knows that he's the encyclopedia of the Census Bureau. But the Census Bureau used to conduct the agricultural census, but it hasn't done that since the late 90s. So, so another federal agency conducts that census, USDA. And so that's why we don't have that data. Now, this tool, we have the ability to pull in data from other sources, and we have built that into the tool to allow you to pull in data from the Agriculture Department. However, that's only at the state level. We're working on getting it on a lower level so that it would be able to, you'd be able to look at it like on the county level, for example.
Hassan.
Yes, Enrique, thank you for the presentation, and I know you and the whole team are doing an extraordinary job at these times. Would you say that budget now will enable the census to deliver on all programs.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question real well. Would the budget allow
Would-
us to deliver on all programs?
All programs and
By all programs, you're assuming more than 2020? Or the 2020 programs?
the 2020 programs.
Yeah, the $187 million allows us to conduct all of the work that we're doing for the end-to-end test and to fully fund the contracts that we have going between the 18 end-to-end test and the 2020 census. In particular, the technical integrator contract is where we have folks that, a contractor, it's actually a group of contractors, looks at all of the systems that we have in the 2020 and makes sure that the one system talks to the other as they hand off data from one to the other, that takes place, but that they do it from beginning to end. So they not only do it pairwise, but they do a holistic approach to it. That contract, under the $800 million that was initially proposed, would not have been fully funded. And then the other one would have been the Census Questionnaire Assistance Program, which is the telephone piece of it. Also would not have been fully funded. So with the $187 million, we are very comfortable that the 800 plus the 187 is $987 million in FY18. Will get us through the 18 end-to-end test and will fund us to start the work after so April 1st of 2018 is the reference date, but it really goes through July. That after July, we can focus on the tweaks that we have to do for the 2020. So we're very comfortable with that.
Arturo Alisu and then Terry.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Enrique, going back to the question that was just asked about the budget, so with like the end-to-end test, that still will only be held at one site, only in Providence, Rhode Island. Are there any plans to try to even have any focused mini tests or mini dress rehearsals in the kind of environments that were canceled, whether it's rural environments such as what you were planning to do in West Virginia or in Pierce County, Washington, or even in Puerto Rico? You know, the Puerto Rico test that had been planned for 2017 was canceled. I know there was at that time even some talk of restoring that as part of the end-to-end. So given where you are with resources and the dress rehearsal phase, any plans for doing that?
So the way we view the end-to-end test is really not so much about a comprehensive test of a peak test of the workload, but it's really about how the systems integrate with each other and work with each other. So the Providence, Rhode Island is about 650,000 persons. It's about 225 to 250,000 households. It has group quarters, about 200 group quarters across both colleges in terms of dorms, as well as local prisons, as well as Army installations. And it's a fairly diverse population with a significant Hispanic as well as other nationalities involved in the population. We think that does give us a very good test of the end of the operations in the decennial. The test that we did for address canvassing in Bluefield, in Beckley, West Virginia, and in Pierce County, Washington, were really about functions that dealt with the disconnected state of being able to conduct it with a laptop when you're not hooked up to the internet or anything like that in Bluefield, West Virginia. We will also test those functions in Pierce County by turning off the internet on the handhelds. So I think that we are in pretty good shape in terms of those areas. The question about Puerto Rico is a good one because we are concerned with, for example, the American Community Survey is not going to be collecting data there now and probably for another couple months. So how does the infrastructure develop in Puerto Rico? What are the addresses in Puerto Rico that have worked or not worked? We have also incorporated a lot of work into our update leave operations in the decennial. So as a hurricane or a flood or a mudslide or anything like that that takes place, when we had Rita and Katrina, the hurricanes that hit New Orleans in 2005, by the time we got to 2010, there were still addresses that were standing there. Some were not, but some were standing, but the inside of them were really, the walls were taken down. They had a lot of mold inside those units. So what we did was did an update of addresses to make sure where there was a vacant, where there was a household that was destroyed or not. And then we left questionnaires to make sure that if anybody was living there that we could handle all that. So the Puerto Rico one is the one that really is a good question. We are going to do additional work with Puerto Rico on it. It's probably going to be in the late 18 timeframe, and we have to do the address canvassing in Puerto Rico at that point in time. So that's the real question in my back of my mind.
Enrique, related to the question that Arturo posed, the 2017 test had to be scaled down because of budget. Is the current plan for the 2018 end-to-end test what it was going to be earlier in the decade, or was it scaled down?
Well, the original test was going to include both Bluefield, West Virginia, or Beckley, West Virginia, and Washington. Those will not be in, but we think that the Providence, Rhode Island will be the sufficient test for all of the systems going forward. So we're comfortable with that part of it. The other part of it is the American Indian reservations. And what we're going to do there is take a look at what other tests we may have to do, as well as Puerto Rico, to make sure that we cover those areas properly. But the 17 really had the American Indian, and then the 18 had the other two locations.
Terry and then James.
Thank you. Terry Menace, Asian American Advancing Justice, AJC. Two questions. One, the first one is around the revised life cycle cost. As I understand it, the Secretary testified that the revised life cycle costs were revised in part due to assuming a lower self-response rate than originally intended. And I was curious to know how that breaks down by internet response, by telephone response, and by paper. And one of the reasons I'm interested is because I think there will be some budget implications, particularly, or decision implications with respect to, for example, partnership or communications. You know, do we put as much money towards an internet self-response if people are not responding that much? Should we be diverting it to other methods? So that would be really helpful. That's the first question. The second question was around the additional $187 million and the impact it does or doesn't have on the communications plan. As I understood originally, there was a delay or a pause on the communications plan, both in general as well as for the end-to-end test in 2018. So curious to know how the $187 million does or does not impact those decisions. Thank you.
Okay, so these are the types of questions that the Secretary got into in the life cycle costs. So In the 2010 census, I believe that our self-response rate was 63%. Going into the 2020, our results based on the tests that we did in 14, 15, 16, and 17 led us to believe that the response rate for 2020 that we were predicting in our life cycle costs that we released in October of 2015 was going to be 60.5%. The Secretary's group that the Department of Commerce put together with OMB, their independent cost estimate said, well, as you drop the response rate by 1%, we expect the cost to go up between $45 and $55 million per 1 percentage point that the self-response rate drops. So they assumed a 58% response rate. When we got in to the discussions with the Secretary, he focused on all of the parameters that the life cycle cost really depends on. And he said, well, what if the response rate goes below 58%? And what we did was that we added a contingency for the self-response rate that if it were to drop to 55%, we would have incorporated into the life cycle cost a certain amount of dollars. I don't remember what that was offhand. So I think we're fairly comfortable that we have a sensitivity test, if you will, in our life cycle cost that incorporates the self-response rate dipping for whatever reason, whether it's a cybersecurity event or anything related to confidence in the response. What the second part of that question was, what about if people don't answer by paper, can you pick it up by internet? Or if they don't answer by internet, can you pick it up by paper or the other one? So every household in the country will get a paper questionnaire. I think that that's right, Burton.
I think the way we talk about it is that we'll determine, we have data that indicates the number of households or the percentage of households that are unlikely to respond via the internet or don't have good internet connectivity. Those households, that's about 20% of the country, will get a paper questionnaire on the first mailing. After 4 mailings, any non-responding household, any household that hasn't yet responded to the census across the entire country will get a paper questionnaire at that point.
So, but I think your question is, what if something happens with the internet, can the other modes of data collection pick up? And what we believe is that by every household in the country getting a paper questionnaire and then having a robust census questionnaire assistance or a telephone center contractor that can scale up to additional sites on demand will be a way that we can have different modes of data collection if one were to be affected. So that's kind of the key to it.
And that is very helpful. Just quickly, does that 55% though goes across the response rate across all those modes, right? So I guess my question is, can you break out, we expect this percentage to respond by internet and so forth?
I'll let my technical expert talk about it. Burton is both over a lot of the communications related to the decennial as well as the cost modeling.
Yeah, generally, and I don't have the numbers for you, but the proportion of response across internet, paper, and telephone is the same at 55 as it is at 65. We can get you the specific numbers later on. Is Mike Bentley here? Mike, if you could just forward those at some point. Or do you have them? Yeah, come on up.
See, this was when Ditas talked about getting the tough questions. This is how we work. We get the right person to the mic.
Hi, everyone. Mike Bentley. So our formal projection is 60.5% at the start of non-response follow-up. and that breaks down as 45% of households would respond online through our internet instrument. A little over 4%, 4.3% would call our census questionnaire assistants and provide their info over the phone, and about 11.2% would return a paper questionnaire.
That was for the 60.5% response
Correct.
rate? Okay, so there isn't a updated version for the 55%?
Yeah,
Well, I think-
it would roughly be
Be
about the same
Okay.
proportionally, yes.
But I think part of your question was if one doesn't meet that, can the other two handle it? And we believe that it can. And in addition to that, there's that contingency fund so that if self-response is not there, we can then dip into that to make sure that we hire enough people.
And then I did have the second question just around the 187 and communications and whether or not.
Oh, communications, I'm sorry.
Hopefully that'll go faster.
Yes, so what we have in the communications contract is that we have the advertising piece at $500 million. That is significantly more than the $350 million that was spent in 2010. If you grow the 2010 numbers up to 2020, that would be about $420 million. So it's significantly more than that for advertising. For the partnership program, it's an additional $248 million. And we believe that that will give us about 1,000 partnership specialists at the Census Bureau, through the regions and at the National Partnership Program. That is about 25% more than what we had in 2010. Now that's at the base program of going into 2010. What happened after the 2010 program was that we got additional stimulus money that came out of the stimulus program as we were headed into the recession around 2010. And that brought in partnership specialists, which were, or assistants, which were not the same thing as the partner specialist. So I think we're pretty comfortable with that. Right now, we have 43 partnerships specialists in place throughout the regions. At the same time, in 2010, we did not have any at this point in time. So I think we're in pretty good shape. In 2018 funding, we have some money in for the partnership, and we have a Y&R contract, an advertising contract that is funded, and we think it's at a reasonable rate for 2018.
So I just had a follow-up question for Burton, is that you talked about how you determine, I'd like actually more information, maybe a later time, about the methodology for determining who that first 20% tranche is that actually gets a paper form. Because I know you mentioned internet connectivity, and in California we have lots of access to it, but not necessarily adoption of it. So I mean, a lot of people go to their coffee shop to have access to it, so we want to make sure
We can get you more information on how we arrive at that.
Thank you.
And I think it's developed from the 5-year ACS data that goes into it. Right, Tori? A combination.
Thank you. James.
You touched on briefly the cancellation of the 2 tribal land surveys from this year, which I believe were going to be in the Colville Reservation and Standing Rock. And I wanted to alert you to something that came up. Our coalition is conducting field hearings in Indian Country. And at the first field hearing, we identified in North and South Dakota that in their efforts to try to integrate the reservations and people living on the reservations into the 911 system, they have continued to have problems matching up something that would be, a palatable address that they can actually use for 911 purposes. And so obviously our concern is that absent having something like the Tribal Land Survey that deals with non-traditional mailing addresses, we're dealing with large populations where they simply don't have, the address may be something like it's, between mile marker 123 and 124 next to, the big rock. It can be something like that. And so I guess what we're wondering is, do you have any plans to make a request for supplemental appropriations in the future to try to add something back in like the tribal land survey to deal with these non-traditional mailing addresses?
So we will do a lot of partnership work. I know that Tim Olson just went out up to Alaska and met with Carol and folks up there, and we would be happy to do outreach to you all in seeing what types of information you have about the addresses. Deidre, do you have anything on? So Deidre is the chief of our geography division and has done a lot of work on addresses both on tribal areas and regular or non-tribal areas.
Good morning. For the past 5 years, we've been working with tribal, state, and local governments to collect their address list wherever possible. We've collected over 104 million addresses from our partners across the country. We understand that in tribal areas, many of the addresses are non-traditional or don't exist at all. When that's the case, we're indicating as such on the map. We're partnering with those governments to help decide which type of address canvassing is best in office or in field, and then which type of enumeration is best. And I'm happy to talk with you further offline. Okay.
Just one related point also is that there are continue to be some concerns about the fact that we're dealing with a large population that has very limited broadband accessibility. Literally, it's about 10% on all tribal lands. So I guess what efforts are going to be undertaken to supplement whatever follow-up may be done? Also addressing, of course, the fact that we have populations that don't even have access in many cases to telephones.
So what we will be doing is that we will be working with the local governments to make sure that we have the right people to get on tribal lands and to work with the tribal governments. And then we will be able to work on a disconnected state. So all of our handhelds and all of our laptops will be able to work whether they're connected to the internet or not. We'll collect the data, then we will then be able to upload the data up to headquarters once we get internet coverage at another location. And
one of the types of enumeration that we do is called update enumerate, and also we have update leave. That is when a census taker actually visits the location with the form, and in update enumerate takes the enumeration right then and there. So whether the resident has access to telephone or broadband, we're still able to get them. A lot of the areas that are within Indian country in past censuses were enumerated using that exact enumeration technique. That's still planned for 2020.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Okay, now we are going to hear from Al Fontenot, who's going to present an update on the 2020 census.
Good morning. It is really a pleasure to be here this morning, and I'd like to thank all of the individual members of the advisory committee and the overall advisory committee for the efforts and work that you do to help us improve our processes and improve our ability to make sure we count everyone in the country where they are and count them once. And we don't miss any population bases. We want to thank you for helping us to get there. I would like to begin by providing a little more detailed update on where we are in terms of the 2020 program funding. As you're probably aware, the government is currently operating under a continuing resolution through December 8th, 2017. What that really means in general is that spending is capped at 2017 funding levels. However, the 2020 census program received an anomaly provision in the continuing resolution which allows the program to spend at a faster rate during the CR than the 2017 rate of operation. This anomaly was granted to enable the program to stay on course for the 2018 end-to-end test peak operations and to make key purchases of hardware and equipment to enable us to build out the 2020 census field infrastructure. To be really clear on that anomaly, it doesn't provide the program with additional funding, nor does it provide any assurances of future additional funding increases in the 2018 appropriations. So while we absolutely will take advantage of this unique provision to ensure that we remain on the critical path to the 2020 census, we will still remain judicious in our spending in the first quarter. As Enrique mentioned in his opening remarks, in May, when Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross testified before Congress, he indicated that he would put together a task force consisting of staff from the Office of the Secretary, from the Office of Management and Budget, and outside consultants with a great deal of census experience to assess the status of the costs to develop the operations and to execute the 2020 census. The Secretary's team developed an independent cost estimate and assisted the Census Bureau with updating our life cycle cost estimate and the requirements for the year 2018. Working closely with this team, Census staff developed a plan to allow the 2020 census program to remain on its critical path and to strengthen project management and project control. That plan does not add scope or new projects to the program, but what it does is enable us to ensure that we're able to execute to the path that will get us to 2020 in an efficient way. Working closely with this team, we were able to look at the $187 million in the request and look at the areas of our program that they reviewed that required additional funding above the President's $800 million requests and apply that funding there. For example, it allowed us to invest in an appropriate level of program management for a program that has huge scope and immense complexity, which is our 2020 census, with the innovation areas that we're moving into. It's foundational to the success of all of the other components of our program that we have strong project management. We sat down and looked at the findings from the experts, and those findings said we needed to implement sufficient tools and augment staff in the project management area. This will allow us to invest in efforts required to re-engineer our address canvassing operation. The year before we start address canvassing in the field for 2020, we start address canvassing in August of 2019. It will allow us to complete all the work needed in our census questionnaire assistance area. So that is one of the areas that will allow people who have questions, who don't understand how to respond on our internet self-response tool, or who don't understand how to fill out a paper form, or just want to fill out their form over the telephone. It will allow us to have full capacity to roll out and meet that requirement and meet that need. We'll be able to fund a number of increases required to fund replanning some of our field operations that have moved from electronic to paper in our planning process over the last year, such as group quarters, update enumerate, update leave, and non-response follow-up. So we've been required to replan those as we decided to use legacy tools and paper to continue those at this time. Group quarters, UE and UL are in that process, and they are using tried and true methods, so we have high confidence that these operations will yield high quality results. We're also requesting funds in this fiscal year to fund a contracted effort to support fingerprinting of our temporary employees. If any of you recall, in 2010, this was done at the local level on ink and paper and was a huge cost operation, extremely inefficient operation, and we used up almost all the ink and paper and oil to get it off to just fingerprint all of the applicants for 2010. However, we're looking at an electronic fingerprinting with a contractor who will be able to support us in that area. The other area that we're looking at is our IT development and systems to support an electronic hiring model. We have what we're calling C-Sharps, which is the Census Hiring Assessment Program, which is an automatic computer-based way that people can apply for jobs within the census and process their application and their assessment test to get temporary census jobs. Now, that does not exclude people who can't use the internet. We still will have the capability with our partnership teams and our recruiting teams to go out and allow people to take a paper assessment and allow people to apply on paper. But we're using the best of both worlds, and so this is funding some of that early development, early activities. We also are replanning the post-enumeration survey. That's essentially the building block of the independent estimate that we do from the ground up. It's a series of surveys and re-interviews that gives us a good assessment on how well we did in the enumeration of the nation. And finally, as Enrique mentioned in the Q&A, we are making sure that the technical integration contract and other operations at that level with our contracts are funded and fully baselined so that we have the funding necessary to support all development, integration, and scalability for the 2020 census, and to deploy those activities required to support the 18 end-to-end test in the short term. We are 880 days from Census Day 2020, and we're on track for a successful census. I'd like to spend the next few minutes with some big picture updates of where we are. At a high level, this slide presents a summary picture of the activities we've planned to get us to the 2018 end-to-end census test and then on to the 2020 census. This afternoon, you're going to hear more detail on the 2018 end-to-end census test, our research and planning on administrative records, the Census Bureau and the United States Postal Service partnership, a presentation on our integrated communication plan. But in the next few slides, I want to highlight just a few items related to the overall program. This slide represents the status of major contracts for the 2020 census. Those highlighted in green are contracts that are awarded. Those are in beige are contracts that we are still in the process of working with potential contractors to get those awards placed. So just to talk about those that are not awarded, fingerprint and badging will be a single contract that will take us through the 2020 field operations, and we plan to award that sometime in November 2017. The 2020 census print and mail contract, that will provide the majority of the printing and mailing services for the 2018 end-to-end census test and the 2020 census. Self-response, update leave, non-response follow-up operations will obtain printed materials via this contract. We are planning to award this very soon. We're working through the procurement process. This is one that is actually procured through GPO, the government, I used to call it the Government Printing Office. It's now called the Government Publication Office, but they will be the primary awarder, and there will be an announcement coming out shortly from the Census Bureau combined with GPO on that contract award. The field IT deployment contract will be a single contract for providing IT equipment, logistics, maintenance, and support for our regional census centers, our area census offices, our remote workers, our island area offices, and our paper data capture centers. We plan to award that contract sometime between May and June of 2018. And lastly, the Decennial Service Center toward the bottom of your screen. We're investigating a different acquisition strategy on how to best provide 2020 census help desk services. So that's in process right now of management reviewing several alternatives that we have to do that in three ways. One way is having some in-house people at our National Processing Center be part of that solution. And the other way is two of our existing contractors who are doing work with us will assume portions of that contract. So we plan to make decisions and put a decision memo out on that within the next 2 months. I'm sure you've seen this slide before. This is our 2018 end-to-end census test, and there was significant discussion on this during the Q&A period. But I do want to just go through a little more detail on it. The 2018 end-to-end census test address canvassing portion was conducted in our 3 sites, Bluefield, Beckley, Oak Hill, West Virginia, Providence County, Rhode Island, and Pierce County, Washington. Collectively, our experience in these 3 diverse sites will help us gain invaluable experience in conducting the challenging process of building out our address list across wide areas of physical geography, housing structures, and residence types. We've now conducted the field data collection for the in-field address canvassing portion, and our analysis of that data is currently underway. We are proceeding with the remaining operations in scope for the 2018 end-to-end test in Providence County, Rhode Island. Peak operations will begin March 2018. The plan is consistent with the 2018 President's budget. Enrique referred to the Providence applicability to a nationwide test in his answers to the Q&A. It's an ideal community to simulate a microcosm of the 2020 census experience, as its demographics mirror those of the nation. The county has a population of over 600,000 with more than 250,000 housing units. It includes historically hard-to-count populations, has a large Hispanic presence, and has multiple languages spoken within the county. Providence County was the single site that provided a thorough ability to test all of our systems and operations planned for the 2018 end-to-end test. And as such, we remain confident that the 2018 end-to-end test is sufficiently robust to test our systems and the operations that we need to test for 2020. For the 2018 end-to-end census test, our final major field test before the 2020 census, we've made the decisions that will prioritize the readiness and testing of our integrated system of systems in the field in a census-like environment. The lessons we learned from how these systems interact with each other, how they interact with the 24 different operations we are testing, and where relevant with the field staff and residents in the test site will be invaluable in finalizing our operational plan and putting the finishing refinements on the systems in advance of the 2020 census. You'll hear more about our plans for the 2018 end-to-end tests this afternoon from Ian and Mary Ann. This slide is probably familiar to you also. We've shown it before. It's a graphic that depicts, in this case, the 24 operations that are in scope for the 2018 end-to-end test represented in dark and light purple, while the 11 operations that are out of scope for this test are in beige or tan brown. You'll also notice the highlighted operations with the orange rings. Those are 5 operations that have not been included in a major test to date, and the 18 end-to-end test is the first time they will be tested in the field. This includes update leave, group quarters, data products and dissemination, redistricting data, and archiving operations. I'd also like to point out the 3 operations in light purple that are support operations for this test: the content and forms design, the language services, and the integrated partnerships and communication operations. They are not focus operations during this test, but there will be elements of each of those operations that will provide support for the core operations in the test. There are operations that are out of scope for this test, and they are highly specialized operations such as island area censuses, naturally, enumeration of transitory locations, and federally affiliated American Count overseas counts. Other out-of-scope operations include LUCA, which has already begun on a nationwide basis, so it's not being tested, and I will talk a little bit more about LUCA in a few moments. It also count review and count question resolution will not be involved in the 18 end-to-end test. I know you can't read that slide, but let me just talk that slide to you. We've released an operational plan for the 2020 census for the first time in October 2015, 3 years earlier than last decade. The 2020 Census Operational Plan describes the vision and design of the 2020 census. It's intended for use by managers, staff, contractors working on the 2020 census, as well as other internal and external stakeholders. It provides the foundation of the census, and it provides us with a roadmap toward our successful execution of the program. Since the first release in 2015, we have reviewed and updated the plan on an annual basis to reflect decisions and updates. Major program changes that occur between the iterations of the operation plan are generally released through our public decision memorandum series or through discussions in our quarterly program management review. Version 2 was released in October 2016 to reflect decisions and updates, but the overall design in the 4 innovation areas did not change, and there were very few major design changes to report at that time. Today, we are discussing version 3 of the operation plan, which was released to the public on Friday at our program management review. This version is currently posted on the internet and is available for dissemination. It is particularly important because this version reflects the design of the 2020 census consistent with how we will be conducting the 2018 end-to-end test. For the operations not in scope for the test, it's a key update less than 3 years prior to the census. While there were not many significant changes between versions 1 and 2, there were some notable changes to the design in the past year that are captured in the plan. We'll go over the major changes and the accomplishments as well as the current design of the operations of the 2020 census in some of the upcoming slides. Let me talk for a moment about LUCA. I referenced it earlier. LUCA is the only opportunity offered to tribal, state, and local governments to review and comment on the U.S. Census Bureau's residential address list for their jurisdiction prior to the 2020 census. The Census Bureau relies on a complete and accurate address list to reach every living quarter and every associated population for inclusion in the census. In July 2017, we mailed invitation packages to the highest elected officials of all tribal, state, and local governments. In addition to the invitation packages, we sent a courtesy copy letter to over 46,000 contacts, letting them know that their highest elected official had received the invitation package. In September 2017, we mailed a reminder invitation letter and registration package to all highest elected officials that did not respond to the first invitation mailing. To date, over 6,100 governments have registered to participate, including 12 state-level governments. 5,929 have responded, indicating they will not participate. Top reasons given are they have insufficient staff. Number 2, another level of government is participating that covers my area. And I want to speak to that for a few moments. One of the things we emphasized this round of LUCA was some of the larger governments, county governments, state governments, work with their local governments and include the data from those local governments in their LUCA submission. So in some cases, we get submissions from the overarching governmental unit and sometimes from governmental units within that. But the count includes some of the larger governmental units that also are reporting for their subordinate governments. The third reason, they have no time or they're too busy to participate. Now, the 10 largest governments by population to register are listed in the table, and you can see it on the right side: New York, Ohio, state governments, California, Georgia. We have major state governments participating. Right now, 60% of both the population of the United States and the housing units covered by at least one of our LUCA participants. The registration period ends December 15th, so we have a little time, a little over a month, to get governments to complete and register. However, just as a note, for those involved in areas impacted by natural disasters such as the hurricanes and fires, we're extending registration deadline into January 2018. In September, we mailed reminder letters to all the highest elected officials that did not respond to the first invitation mailing. And unlike the previous mailing that contained registration, this was a one-page letter reminding them that they still had an opportunity to participate in LUCA. In February 2018, we'll begin to mail the LUCA review materials out to the registered participants. This mailing will continue into April of 2018. and participants will have 120 calendar days to review, update, and return their materials to the Census Bureau from the time that they received them. In June through August, they will receive their detailed feedback materials, letting them know if we accepted their address changes and updates. And then participants can appeal LUCA feedback results through the LUCA Appeals Office. This slide represents our timeline of key activities, and it's there just as a reminder that we are still maintaining an active schedule of our activities, and it is the governance that drives hitting the dates that we have coming up to complete the census. If you look at it, we're at the lower middle part of the Conduct 2018 end-to-end census test, August 28, 17, when we started address canvassing, through August 20th, 2018, when we complete our infill non-response follow-up. In the middle of that time period, we'll be delivering the 2020 census questions to Congress by March 31st, 2018. We sent the subjects to Congress by March 31st, 2017, and the questions will go to Congress in this coming March. And Census Day will be coming up, April 1st, 2020. That's the overview I wanted to provide. Our staff will be providing much more detailed overviews as we go into the rest of the presentation over the next 2 days. But at this point, I would like to open the floor for any questions that you may have.
All right. I actually had a few questions. Thank you for talking about LUCA. That's really what we got coming up. December 15th, it's due. I understand you have extended the deadline for Florida, Houston. And if you haven't yet, I would like you to consider Northern California, who has been impacted by the fires. I know those communities have lost 5 to 6% of their actual housing stock and over 10,000, buildings. So if you haven't done that already, make a ploy to help NorCal out, give them a little extra time. We're working very hard there to make sure everybody signs up. I had 2 other questions that you can answer at another time, but group quarters definition, we'd love to have a more final definition of that, because I noticed it wasn't covered in your chart about wasn't going to be tested. And then the final question I have is, noticed a few weeks ago that AT&T contested the awarding of the CDWG contract for the enumerators mobile devices, and seeing that I think you're supposed to use those in the end-to-end. What's the status of that? So.
Okay, let me start. I'm going to refer to Deirdre on the question of including Northern California areas that were affected by fire, but I believe very firmly that we are planning to do that. Number one. Number two, the group quarters is being tested in the 18 end-to-end test. It is being tested there, and the group quarters in that area ranges across the board because they have universities, they have prisons, they have skilled nursing facilities. They have the full range of group quarters there, and that will be in the 18 end-to-end test.
Well, I think our question is for our demographics folks. We're putting together what group quarters we know of, but we need a better definition. Is it, if you think about foster homes, is it more than 5, less than 5? Is it,
Let us work to get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. And the third question was on the AT&T protest for our devices as service contract. As you are aware, that protest was upheld, and the Census Bureau is currently looking at our options to respond to the decision to uphold the protest. However, we had a contingency program in place to be able to provide devices for the end-to-end test, and that contingency program is not quite at the trigger point where we have to deploy it yet. We may have another solution working before that happens, but if we have to deploy it, we have a solution from the GSA schedule to acquire devices necessary for the end-to-end test. And so we were prepared in case the contract was delayed in any way. Any other details on the other thing is somewhat acquisition sensitive, but yes.
That's great. I'm going to go with Jerlene, and then Arturo, Megan, and then James.
Okay, my question is, you talked about Providence County, Rhode Island as being a great incubator, if you will, for covering so many pieces that reflect or mirror the country. And so my question is, using Providence County, Rhode Island, how will does Providence County cover or exemplify the issues around the undercount of young children, and how exactly will that work? Now, whether you can do that now or we'll hear it later, but that is a question I have. How is that reflected in Providence, Rhode Island?
I would start off and say that Providence has the same challenges of undercounted young children that we find we have throughout the country. But I'm going to ask Burton to come up. He just gave a talk on the Hill on the issue of undercount of young children, and he can address that very specifically for us.
Yeah, I think that it is a significant problem, and I think Bill O'Hare I saw him earlier. Bill O'Hare has done some remarkable research on this to help us look at it from a number of different angles, and the severity is severe. It's severe. It's a problem. There are several things we're doing in the 2020 census that we're actively working on to address this. One of them, and we've been talking with our communications contractors already about weaving into all of our communications messaging, all of our communications materials, the importance of recognizing that any children in the home, young children in the home, need to be included in the count. This was not as heavily emphasized in 2010, and I think we need to do a much better job. I think we need to train our partners to ensure that they are helping people understand the importance of including children in the count. And I think that, a couple of operational things we're doing that will help include, we're refining the coverage probes, and we're hopeful that in an internet response, the coverage probes will be more effective in getting people to think about, triggering people to think about who they have to include, and particularly with an emphasis on young children. Our training materials, our training modules, which are largely online now, they're not the verbatim training materials we've done in the past, include specific modules on the importance of of helping people understand that they need to include children in their household when the NERFU enumerators are interviewing those households. I think things of this nature will help us address this issue, but it's a challenge, and we acknowledge that. We have also a specific subcommittee that's focused on the coverage of young children, and they're actively working on this issue, have been for some time now. That's co-chaired by Gina Waleko and Scott Konicki, and I know that you were talking, one of the NAC subgroups was talking to them yesterday. So I think that there are some things we can do to help address this. I'm very hopeful that through communications and partnership, we can specifically address this.
Arturo?
Thank you. Thank you all for the update on 2020. I have 3 questions with regard to both the 2020 and the end-to-end test. On the end-to-end test, looking at the chart, the placemat that you referred to it, I recall earlier understanding that the communications program was going to be canceled for the end-to-end test because of the lack of funding. I see it here on the placemat that now it's listed as required to support the test. So I'd like to know what is the extent of the partnership and communications component for the end-to-end test. I also understand that another element of the end-to-end test that was canceled was any kind of coverage measurement or post-enumeration survey. Will there be any evaluation then of the end-to-end test to understand how well the enumeration was conducted? And then last time we met, we were informed that the residence rule, in terms of, for example, where incarcerated individuals were to be counted, had not yet been made, that final decision. Here we are in November 2017, wondering what the status of that decision is.
Thank you, Arturo, for your questions. I will start with the end-to-end test. The communications program is listed as a supporting element for the test. There will not be advertising in the test. There will not be a full partnership rollout, but there is some support involving the partnership teams in our recruiting efforts in that area. So as an operation, it's doing some supporting activities, even though it's not in full operational mode. There is no advertising and full campaign related to the 2018 test. So that maybe explains the confusion. I hope that does.
Well, no, I'm not confused about it.
No, I know.
I guess I'm really worried about the fact that there is no advertising campaign.
Well, I'll tell you why. We're not testing our capabilities to get people to respond in Providence. What we're really testing is when they respond, do the systems work? Do all of our systems work and connect to each other when people respond? It's not a test of our advertising campaign or our media, which would be what would be required if we were testing it there. We're really using it to test whether the systems integrate properly, whether they work properly, whether people are able to use them who respond, whether they're able to use our internet self-response instrument effectively, whether our CQA operation works effectively when people call in and ask the question. We will just be launching our CBAMS evaluation to get us information to form the patterns of public views of the census, public views of government, areas we need to be focusing our advertising and media campaign. We will be launching that shortly in 2018. And just as a comparison, we ran that in July and August of 2010. Of 2008 for 2010, we did our CBAM study at that particular time. So we're aligned with the timing on doing the research in advance of the advertising campaign. So that's not an area that we're testing. So does that make sense?
It makes sense. Doesn't allay my concerns.
Understood. The second question you asked, no, PES is not involved in the 2018 test, but there is quality assurance activities going on for enumeration during the 2018 test, which gives us some indication of the quality of the work of the people in the field. There is also quality assessment going on of the internet self-response to ensure we have accurate responses. But there is not, PES as an operation is not being deployed in 18 for the end-to-end test. And I'm going to defer the residence rule question to Enrique.
So as you well know that we had mentioned that we've gotten over 78,000 or so comments to the Federal Register notice. We had planned to issue a Federal Register notice. Well, we did issue a Federal Register notice on the proposed 2020 residence rules, and that's the one that generated the 78,000 comments. All but about 100 of those were related to the prisoners issue. So part of our proposed 2020 residence rule residence criteria for 2020 is that we would count them at the prison, but that we would offer a product that would allow states to run redistricting based on if they gave us a data set as to where the prisoners were prior to incarceration, that we would be able to put them to that block if it met our address criteria. We are still offering that. We have not made a final decision yet on the residence rules. My guess is that it will probably be, I don't think it will be before December. It will probably be early 18. But it will definitely be before we put the questions that we have to deliver to Congress on March 30th of 2018. So we're still working on that one. And let me, I think both the Jarlene's question and your question about Providence, Al is right. I don't think we're looking at the end results in terms of the end-to-end test giving us the data evaluation. I think that we have run all of those evaluations over time in prior tests as we developed the design. What the end-to-end is intended to do is to look at how we're interfacing and integrating all of our systems to make sure that once we get an internet self-response that we're not sending an interviewer out there. How is the operational control system working? How is the optimizer working? All of those things that, that we need to deal with in terms of our systems is what the end-to-end test is really all about. So, and I think Stephen wanted to talk a little bit about the advertising.
Yeah, and this, we'll probably get into this during the communication, so I'll try to keep it short. But I think to alleviate some of the concern, the technology and the ability to optimize communication campaigns today is far superior than what we had just in 2010 in terms of being able to adapt and learn, to be able to look at what we project versus what's actually happening, and be able to respond to those changes. So the optimization side of the advertising and the on-the-ground communications activities is really exciting in the sense that we will be able to see in real time how things are performing, and if an ad or a message or an audience perhaps receives something differently than we intended, we could very easily pull and implement something a lot faster than we could in 2010. So for instance, a television commercial in 2010, it would take 3 or 4 days to pull it from the cycle. But with a lot of the digital communications today, that's a matter of minutes. So we can actually do some sort of controlled things about which message, which ad is actually working better, pull the one that's not, and reinforce the one that is making an impact. So there's a lot of improvements in that optimization that I think is really exciting that we will be able to explore in real time during the campaign rather than having to worry about trying to do some of the things within the actual test itself.
So there is going to be advertising?
Not for the 18 test.
But you're talking, what you just talked about was about 2020.
For the 2020, correct, right.
I'll wait till the end-to-end test discussion to ask more questions.
So Macon and then Randy, Interdeep, and then James. And then
I am
Julie.
actually going to continue on a similar question to Arturo's, but if you could just give me a little more detail so I can understand it better. So I'm hearing you say that the 2018 test is to test the processes, and one of the really cool things I thought about the IPC plan that we went through yesterday and we had a chance to read was all of the rapid response ability that we hope to see in the communications work. A lot of that has to do with what blocks are responding and then how communications is shifted to a different block to really get to the people who aren't responding. And that seems like a process, like a system to me that needs testing, right? If there's not, I understand that the messages aren't particularly where we want them to be and that CBAMS is not complete, but that process piece of how we are looking at where responses are and therefore where messages get shifted and how that function works seems like a systems piece that's more appropriate for the 2018 end-to-end test than, I totally hear what y'all are saying about the messages not being sort of ready yet. So I'm wondering if you could talk to me about how you're thinking about integrating, or at least making sure that process works of figuring out where the response rates are and how that money would get shifted to different communities.
So I can take a stab at this and defer to Sennial to jump in if they want to. So again, I think Al made a very key point in the sense that the goal of the 18 test is not actually to maximize response as much as to get enough responses to test how all the systems are integrating. From a communication standpoint, we hired a very experienced team through Y&R that has a lot of experience in this, working on behalf of other clients that bring a lot of these optimizations using real-time data to get the intended result. And a lot of this in the media buying processes is is so honed that it's not something we need to test. We're going to trust Team Y&R and working with our decennial and field directorates to get the inputs that we need to be able to inform those decisions. And in fact, a lot of it is done through these purchasing areas that will actually look at real-time just optimization over and over again based on the propensity models that Nancy Bates, the Decennial RAD team with Gina, that they'll actually put together that we can then continually to revise. So a lot of it is computational in terms of making sure it's delivering the intended results. I certainly understand what you're talking about. I'm just saying that at this time in need, in terms of the budget and where we're at, we feel pretty confident from a communications standpoint we can deliver on top of the operational systems like we have in 2010 and in 2000 with a very effective communications program.
I think maybe I wasn't clear, because it's the inputs that I'm curious about, is whether or not you're testing, so the idea of the comms plan is they get inputs from the census saying this block group has responded to a level that we feel like it's okay for you to withdraw, the primary communications and put that funding or that communications elsewhere. Are you testing that system of what inputs you're going to give to the IPC team
Right.
based on how many responses
And I
you've
think you're
gotten
probably
from that
talking about some of the working group discussions yesterday, because I did hear that too. And I don't think
Sure.
we're at a point yet to be able to say that. Our goal is to count every single person. And the communications program, the advertising, the partnership, we're going to go very hard to reach that goal so that if we could reduce the non-response to zero, we would do it, right? So that's our goal. That's what we're trying to do. The more we shrink that audience, the easier it is on our field counterparts and the more accurate the count. So while there was some discussion in terms of if a block group is going above a certain rate based on the propensity models, I don't want the misinterpretation of that saying we would stop doing something in that area, because that's not actually, I think, where we'll go, right? So we want everybody to respond. What we're trying to suggest, if an area is falling behind our models, how can we turn up the volume in that area maybe to get above, not necessarily take away from areas that are proceeding, because it could be that maybe they're going to continue to exceed at that higher level, which then also shrinks the non-response. So we're going to have a lot of discussions, I think, with the committee as we sort of iron these processes out. But with us being in this research phase of just making sure we understand the mindsets, once we get that foundational research done, then we'll be able to shift into probably some of those discussions.
So Megan, I hear what you're saying. Let us take a look at it and think about how we might think about those inputs at this point. Appreciate it.
Hi, thanks. I also want to talk about the end-to-end census test. And there are the areas that are, the brown areas that are not included in the test. I was just wondering, when will those be tested? Or are those slated at some point to be tested? For instance, the enumeration at transitory locations, island area censuses. It seems like, given that the interest in conducting this is seeing the integration of the various points along the way, that some of these hardship places, islands, Puerto Rico, for instance, but transitory locations and/or possibly other rural communities might actually be somewhat insightful, right, as opposed to a relatively urban East Coast compact county. So I was just wondering, will these other brown components actually be tested at some later date, or not at all?
First thing I'd like to say on that is the tools and systems that are being utilized in Providence are identical to the ones that would be used in island areas, or they're basically doing a paper enumeration to a large extent. So we have practice experience doing that. The transitory locations is primarily an enumeration operation where the tools we know, we understand. So the elements that we're testing in the test don't really have to be tested at that time. If your question is, can we test our ability to effectively collect information in those areas, I think we had a lot of lessons learned from our attempts to do this in 2010. And in the application of the plan for the operations, we're looking at applying those lessons learned from the 2010 enumeration of transitory locations and that type of utilization. We don't have a census test plan per se to test that using 2020 systems.
Okay. All right, we'll go with Interdeep, John, James, Julie.
Good morning.
Then
and
Carol.
Thanks. This is a follow-up to Jerry's question, and it was some time ago. So what I was wondering about is, are there any measures or benchmarks in place to examine the outcome of the undercount of children? So as we are doing this testing, and when we go into the real-life mode, would we know how well we are performing? Are there any benchmarks from previous counts or previous surveys such that it'll provide an opportunity to optimize the initiatives to get a better outcome?
I'm going to reach out to Burton, if you can.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I was answering an email, can you please repeat the question for me? I want to make sure I directly address it. I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. So what I was wondering is that since, and this is about the undercount of children.
Right, no, I knew that, but.
Right, so are there any measures or any benchmarks that will allow us to sort of examine and to evaluate how well we are doing through all the initiatives that you're hoping to put in place?
I believe so. I mean, I think it's probably better if I get back to you on that, but I think that we'll be looking, for example, at the coverage probe and how well it works in the ATN end-to-end test. I think I can say that. Some of the things I talked about, though, particularly with respect to communications and partnership, are going to be something that we'll not be doing until 2020. So what we can get from the 18 test on some of the places that we're making inroads, I think, is somewhat limited where the count of young children is concerned. But we'll certainly look at that and figure out what we can do to get a better understanding.
Maybe perhaps I was also referring to all of the data that we have and all of the information that we have, both qualitative and quantitative, that perhaps might inform engaging.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what our subgroup is doing. That's what people like Scott Kanicki and Gina Waleko are doing. If Scott is here, he might, maybe he's not. I know he was at the working group yesterday. Gina was too. But that's a specific focus of their work. So, I mean, that's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
Burton, before you leave, I know that, just to her question, in the working groups in the past, they've looked at, the post-enumeration survey. Will you be working, since you're just doing one county, with the county information, because they actually track births, which might be helpful with understanding where those young children are?
It's a good suggestion. I'll talk to the team and we'll look into that for sure.
Thank you. John?
Sure, thank you. Two questions. One is on the Providence end-to-end test, what languages will be supported and how will they be supported? The second question is, if this is really sort of a systems integration test, as I'm understanding it, then I'm also curious as to sort of what are we thinking about with respect to rural areas and island areas, because as I think about it, broadband service, internet service is going to feel very, very different, and how the systems actually will integrate may be very, very different in those locations as opposed to Providence, where obviously it's an urban area.
Okay, first, Jenny Kim, if you will like to respond on the languages.
Respect to the language support, the internet instrument will be available in English and in Spanish. In the paper questionnaire, also in English and Spanish. We will be expanding on the language support for the census questionnaire assistance. The languages are English, Spanish, Chinese, both Mandarin and Cantonese, Vietnamese, Korean, Russian, Arabic, and Tagalog.
And the second question, if you would repeat for us, please, I'm sorry.
Sure. It's now that I'm understanding that end-to-end test is focusing more on just to make sure that the systems integrate and the systems work well together. And recognizing that we're going to be doing a lot of this through technology, how systems will integrate and interface with each other in an urban area might feel very, very different than in rural areas or in island areas. So I'm wondering what consideration is given to that, and as we think about how we roll it out for actual 2020.
We actually had a good experience looking at that in our test in in the address canvassing portion of the test where systems communication integration with non-broadband or non-internet access in the West Virginia area and areas that just were totally no electronic communications within the West Virginia area gave us experience at looking at our disconnected mode for collecting data where we do not have to be actively connected to be able to connect data, since for the non-response part of the operation where we have our own people on the ground doing collection. So we know how we're going to manage that. You're absolutely correct, though. What that experience may be for the user who wants to come in on our internet self-response mode in an area that does not have broadband may be a very different experience. We can do small-scale testing on that broadband versus non-broadband connectivity. It doesn't require a full census rollout test, and we plan to look at that through balance of 18 and into 19.
And maybe as a follow-up to a question for Jenny is, I'm assuming these languages are based on demographics as we know it in Providence, correct? In terms of language support or language assistance.
So we did match it with the needs of Providence, but as well as because we are scaling up for 2020, we also looked at the national level, and we are preparing for the languages that we would support for 2020.
So James, Julie, and then Carol.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the update, and I have a question about Luca. I'm curious, is it possible for us to get a breakdown of the percentage of tribal governments that responded and then the percentage of those that agreed to register? And then secondly, is it possible for us to actually get a list of those who responded and agreed to register so that we can perhaps work with some of our partnering organizations to do follow-up?
I'm going to ask Deirdre to come up, who's our Chief of Geography, and discuss that.
The answer to every one of those questions is yes, and I would encourage you to take a look. You can just Google 2020 Census Luca, and there's an entire web page filled with information about the local update of census addresses. As you scroll down the page, you'll see a Luca registration map, and that'll take you to the map that shows which entities have responded to date, those 6,200 that Al mentioned earlier. When you first look at the map, you're going to see a lot of yellow. That symbolizes state participation. As you drill down, you'll see blue. That's county participation. You really need to scroll, like zoom into the map in order to see that lower level governmental participation. And in some instances, the tribes will be at those little red dots. And I can help you with that at the break.
Yeah, that would be great. And I think what would really be helpful is if we could actually get a list so that we could work particularly with the National Congress of American Indians to do follow-up with those that haven't responded.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Julie, and then Carol.
My question is also about the 2018 end-to-end tests in Providence. It's got a lot of diversity that I think will be really great for this. The one thing that it has few of those is Mexicans. And so that was a thought that I had about the location. And just looking up some of the demographics, at least in the last census, only 1% of the Latino population in Providence was Mexican compared to over 2/3 of Latinos in the U.S. And Puerto Ricans are about 9% or so in there. They're 7%. So most of the other, there's a nice list of people living there in terms of Latinos, right? So they've got Dominicans, they've got Bolivians, they've got Guatemalans, et cetera, so you've got a lot of diversity there, but the group that's the most prevalent is fairly underrepresented in terms of the Latino population. So if there's anything you all were doing in terms of looking into that as ways that you'll guess how that might impact your testing. Also, since a large number of the undocumented community in the U.S., Mexican is the largest group among that. Like how many undocumented, I was trying to find it online, how many undocumented individuals are in Providence? This is one of my largest fears, right, is that the people's response rates are going to be affected by fear, right, considering our current government situation. So just thinking about that and how you all have thought through sort of the Latino population in Providence and some of that with this test.
Thank you, Julie, for your question. We'll have to sit down and discuss that as a group and then get back to you with some responses. However, I would like to stay the focus that our data collection is not the primary objective of our 18 end-to-end tests. So the ability to collect data from any particular category of people isn't the focus of that test. It's more collecting data to test whether the system can accurately collect the data. I think the strategies to reach undocumented have to become part of our partnership and our outreach strategies that we develop and move forward with in the 2020 census, since we're not doing partnership and outreach development in 18. I'd like to also add a little bit to what Stephen said. In addition to, we presently have 43 partnership people on board right now, and in 2007, we were at 0 at this point in time. And they're establishing the foundations of our partnership program out in the field. In addition to that, we have 25 data dissemination specialists on staff who perform somewhat similar functions, but they primarily work with local governments, local community organizations, state data centers, local data consumers to help disseminate census data, help show them how to effectively access census data for their communities. So there's really, over 70 people out in the field performing the activities that our partnership people performed against 0 in 2007. So we are at a start ahead of where we were for the last census in terms of developing the basis for that program. And we will have 1,000, what I would call senior level partnership specialists when we kick off 2020. And right now, we already have 1,000 partner organizations signed up. So the work those people are doing are developing partners. So we will be looking at that more as a part of our partnership and outreach program than as a part of our test. Is that?
We'll share the microphone. Okay. Actually, my question is really a follow-on to James' good question about LUCA. You mentioned when, in your response rate from local governments, that a number of them were responding, they didn't either have the capacity, the staff, or the time to respond. And my question is, what happens to those communities that don't have the resources? Does Census have resources, or are there other places they can go? We can direct some of our local governments to get those resources they need. Thank you.
It's a very good question, Carol. I'm going to ask Georgia to respond.
Thanks for your question. I love talking about this. So for the past 5 years, we've been working on what we call the Geographic Support System program. And during that program, we've reached out to our tribal, state, and local governments and asked them, do you have address and spatial or map data that you can share with the Census Bureau? We've had very good participation in that program. Over 1,200 governments have responded, representing over 38,000 governmental units in the United States. That's over 83% of the population and housing units as represented in the 2010 census. We've completed a full pass of the nation for the Geographic Support System program as of the end of fiscal year 2017. And so what happens with that program next? We want to continue working with our partners. What we're doing is looking at the map of those that have participated over the past 5 years and where do we have holes? Or where do we know there's been drastic changes to the addresses in those areas? We've created a priority list. We're also comparing that list to the registrants for the local update of census addresses. If someone registers for LUCA, we remove those from our geographic support system goals for FY18. There's been a lot of change in our list over the past few weeks as more and more people have registered. This is all to say that we've never been this advanced going into a decennial census in terms of building our address list and maps. We have a lot more data than we ever had before, and we have a lot stronger relationships with our partners because we've been working with them for 5 years. And so we have on our internet site both the map that shows the governments that have participated to date where we've acquired files, and we have the LUCA map. If you'd like to see those, if you'd like to work with us, we'd welcome that, and we can, in addition to you, reach out to those entities. I hope that helps.
So Deirdre, just so with Luca, you're updating the master address file, and it'll be both used for mail out, but it'll also be used for update enumerate and update leave?
So wherever we have an address in our database that we can mail to, we will more likely than not include those in our mail out, mail back universe. And then the remainder will be sent for update enumerate. At this point, much of the country, even more than 2010, is going to be mail out, mail back.
Thank you. We have two more questions. We do need to take a break, and we're behind, but is this related to, okay, how about you, Tom?
So my question relates to the end-to-end, so perhaps it could wait, but I want to put it out there if I could. It doesn't have to be answered now. So Al, I appreciate all of the answers that point out to us that the point of the end-to-end is to test systems, integration, and functionality. But implicit in the answers to these questions about specific populations not represented in Providence, about not having an advertising campaign tied to the end-to-end, there's implicitly a conclusion that I want to make explicit if possible. The implicit conclusion is that there's nothing about those unrepresented populations, including those who would respond to an advertising campaign, but they would not otherwise respond to a census questionnaire. But I take it the Bureau has concluded that there is nothing characteristic of those populations that would have an appreciable impact on system functionality at all. I'm not an expert, but I'm throwing out there that it's at least possible that those who would be attracted by an advertising campaign might have less internet sophistication than others. And if you have more respondents without internet sophistication submitting garbage responses or whatever it may be, you're not doing a stress test of your system's functionality then by not reaching out to those communities. I just want to make sure that that's an explicit analysis and conclusion that the Bureau has made rather than it simply being implicit, because what I've heard in the answers is an implicit conclusion that that's the case. But I want to make sure that you really have decided that the stress test that you're giving through the end-to-end is as comprehensive as it needs to be. So I hope that's clear, and I don't need an answer now because I know we have a later discussion about end-to-end.
Thank you. Your question is very clear, and we will hold the answer for the later discussion on end-to-end.
All right, as Ditas mentioned, we are running late, so let's take a really quick break. Let's try to make it 5 minutes and come back and resume. If I say 5 minutes, people will take 10, you know how it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your seats again. Again, we're running well behind, so we need to try to make up some time if we can. Our next speakers are going to be Mary Ann Chapin and Tom Muley are going to give updates on the 2010 non-response follow-up, as well as administrative records, research, and planning. They have volunteered to be as succinct as possible, but obviously we will have time for committee questions after they conclude. So I'll turn it over to Mary Ann and to Tom.
So good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today to talk about our operational implementation of the non-response follow-up operation in the 2018 end-to-end census test. Really happy to be here. So I'm going to try to get through the next few slides pretty quickly, again, in the effort of trying to be succinct. You've heard a lot about the 2018 end-to-end census test and the sites. So all I was going to do on this slide was really emphasize that now that we're moving into the peak data collection operations, we are going to conduct those only in the Providence, Rhode Island site. The peak data collection operations that are in scope for 2018 include our self-response components, update leave, group quarters, and non-response follow-up. And we'll be talking specifically about non-response follow-up. Depicted on this slide are the key milestones for the end-to-end census test. I think Al maybe have covered some of these. I'll just say very specifically, our self-response components will be available from March 16th of 2018 through August 31st of 2018. Non-response follow-up will be conducted from May 9th of 2018 through July 31st of 2018. The non-response follow-up workload is very much impacted by our self-response rate. So we did want to share some information with you about the self-response mail contact strategy for the 18 end-to-end census test. So much like the 2017 census test, there will be two panels, Internet First and Internet Choice. Of the 271,000 housing units in the self-response sample, about 68% of the housing units will be in the Internet First panel, and about 32% of the housing units will be in the Internet Choice panel. This is a reflection of the unique needs of the community. Our expectation for the 2020 census is closer to an 80-20 split between Internet First and Internet Choice. The Internet First panel received a letter encouraging respondents to go online and fill out their response as their first contact. New for 2018, the Internet First panel features a staggered mailing across 3 cohorts. This is done to minimize the spikes in the call volume to our census questionnaire assistance solution. It also helps our printer accomplish the challenging work associated with the conditional mailings, mailings 3, 4, and 5, where they'll be getting the address files very close to when we expect to have to put the pieces of mail, we expect them to be delivered. After the first 2 contacts, which are delivered to the entire panel, households that have yet to respond will receive up to the 3 more reminders, with the 4th mailing containing a paper questionnaire. For the Internet Choice panel, this features the first contact, including the paper questionnaire. A reminder letter is sent a few days later to the entire panel, and then we also follow with up to 3 more reminders, with again the 4th mailing, including another paper questionnaire. So now we'll move on to some of the specifics associated with non-response follow-up. With this slide, we're illustrating the various operational components that contribute to the non-response follow-up workload. Just a first note about coloring. The light blue text and lines represent sources contributing addresses to the non-response follow-up workload. Red text and lines represent cases completed without contact attempts, and the purple text and lines are completed cases where we do make contact attempts. The largest contributor to the non-response follow-up workload are the addresses which have had these multiple attempts to self-respond but have not yet responded. These addresses come from both our self-response type of enumeration area as well as our update leave type of enumeration area. I'm going to skip the discussion on the ad rec. Tom's going to cover that in his. So I'll jump down to the bottom left corner, which talks about our selected non-response follow-up interview cases. You'll see 2 lines going into the workload. Some cases will go directly, after we've selected our re-interview, some of those cases go directly to field data collection. That occurs when we do not have a respondent-provided telephone number, so our only opportunity is to re-interview by going back to the field. We also have cases where we do have a respondent-provided telephone number, and those cases will go to our telephone data collection using our Census Questionnaire Assistance solution. We also have the potential to recycle cases from the telephone re-interview attempts to the field if we're unsuccessful in reaching the cases by phone. If we move over to the right-hand side of the chart, you will see a couple of lines at the top denoted in purple. We do have, with the 2018 end-to-end census test solution, the ability to remove late self-responses that we receive. So at any point during the operation, if we do receive a response, whether by internet, phone, or paper, that we had previously included in the workload, we can now status those appropriately and stop any contact attempts on those cases. And we also obviously will have many, or most of all, hopefully, of the cases completed ultimately through our data collection efforts. There are a number of categories of cases that do contribute additional workload for non-response follow-up. Those are noted in teal. First, response validation. This is a sample of cases where we have identified the need to go back out and try to collect data in person in an effort to validate the self-response information we have received for specific cases. As I said, it is just a sample of cases. We also have a bucket called reverse check-ins. These are specific to paper responses that we receive that we don't include in the non-response follow-up workload because we have indication that the response is coming back. But when we get the response back and we do data capture, the form may be blank or otherwise insufficient. And in those cases, we will put those back into the non-response follow-up workload for contact attempts. We're also adding to the 2018 end-to-end test for the first time the field verification cases. These result from, are a product of our non-ID processing, where we do need to make some additional effort to go out and validate these, and I'll talk about field verification in an upcoming slide. We also have cases that are coming from 2 other operations, the spring processing of the United States Postal Service delivery sequence file and addresses from our ungeocoding resolution process. These are addresses that come to us sort of late in the cycle after we've made the initial enumeration universe cut, but that they do meet our filter requirements, and as a result, we do want to give them an opportunity to be included in the universe. Oops, sorry. When considering all of these various factors, just to give you perspective on what we expect the non-response follow-up workload to be in the 2018 end-to-end test, we are estimating approximately 151,000 cases. We're expecting to deploy 45 census field supervisors and approximately 1,100 enumerators in Providence. You've seen this slide many times. I think this is our slide representing our innovation area around re-engineering field operations. I'll just stress with this that in non-response follow-up, enumerators will be using handheld devices for the collection of data. They'll use that same device for reporting their time and expense and reporting their work availability in terms of being able to accept non-response follow-up cases. The supporting operational components such as recruiting, training, payroll will be automated, which will reduce the amount of time and staff required for those activities. And in the Providence Area Census Office, we will rely on automation to manage the work, to enable more efficient case assignment, and for the generation of the optimal routing, travel routes. Okay. Very specific to enumerator training, our approach for enumerator training remains for the most part as we have implemented it in our past tests, but this is a significant departure from what we've done in the 2010 census, where we implemented basically a 100% verbatim training. Enumerator training now involves using a blended approach to online and classroom training, and some of the benefits of this online training include that it's self-paced. It is truly a standardized delivery, which eliminates the impact of an individual instructor's interpretation of the training and potential deficiencies in the delivery of the content. It does incorporate the use of interactive training, and we can easily incorporate edits, which in a paper world, we had to send out errata sheets, which is a much less efficient way to communicate the changes. Our enumerator training also includes facilitated classroom, instruction that is augmented by hands-on practice using the smartphones. We use scenario-based videos, demonstrations, and simulations. And we do have automated knowledge skills and skills assessments, which help us to identify enumerators who may be having some challenges with the training and specific problems that we may have in specific subject matter areas with the training. We also will have electronic manuals and job aids that'll be accessible online and that the enumerator can access via their device in terms of specific content. Okay. With the 2018 end-to-end census test, as mentioned earlier, we will be incorporating several new sources of addresses that will add to the NRFU workload. The field data collection contact strategy is really driven by why an address is included in the workload. Tom's going to go over in his talk with you about our administrative records and how that impacts NRFU. Just at a very high level, our ADREC processing results in one of 4 outcomes that are assigned to cases: administrative records vacant, administrative records delete, administrative records occupied, and cases that are no determination or that will receive our full contact strategy. The full contact strategies receive a maximum of 6 contact attempts. The cases in the NRFU workload that are receiving the full contact strategies have the potential to become proxy eligible. Cases can become proxy eligible after 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach someone at the non-responding address. They can also occur when an enumerator observes a unit as being vacant or not a housing unit, or when a supervisor deems that a case should be proxy eligible or proxy required. The contact strategy for manager visits, I'll touch on in another slide, and field verification cases will receive 1 contact attempt. The response validation recollect cases that I mentioned a minute ago will receive a maximum of 3 contact attempts. Tom's going to cover this basically in his slide, so I'm going to move on. Okay. Manager visits. Manager visits were tested for the first time in the 2016 census test. The goal and purpose of the manager visits is the resolution of the occupancy status for non-responding units at multi-unit structures. Non-responding addresses that a manager can confirm were or are vacant enable us to resolve cases much more efficiently and reduce the need for repeated enumeration attempts to resolve those non-responding cases. The process involves grouping of all the units or all the non-responding addresses within a multi-unit together. It involves enumerators making attempts to contact the building or facility manager. It involves a manager being able to provide us a status of each of those non-responding addresses, whether it's occupied, whether it's vacant, or whether that address doesn't even exist within the multi. The addresses identified by a manager as vacant or non-existent are statused as such and then are not subject to any further contact attempts by enumerators. Addresses identified by the manager as occupied or for which they can't make a determination will be assigned for contact attempts with the enumerator to collect the response data. We have made some minor adjustments to our approach for manager visits over what we had implemented in the 2016 census test. Specifically, we have increased by 2 the number of units at a basic street address that will trigger the eligibility for a manager visit. And we will implement a maximum of 2 manager visit attempts before assigning the non-responding addresses for enumeration attempts. As I just mentioned, we will implement for the first time field verification as one of the types of assignments that will go to the field as part of non-response follow-up. These are a result of our non-ID processing. Field verification cases are addresses that we didn't have previously on our frame, but as a result of the non-ID response and efforts to match to our master address file, we were able to geocode them, meaning we were able to assign them to a tract and block. Many or most of these non-ID responses will be confirmed through either the automated or clerical processes, but some will have to go to the field for us to determine the final status. So when this happens, the enumerator will receive this case, they will go out and they will try to locate the address, confirm the address, and confirm the location. As they confirm the location, GPS coordinates will be captured, and those coordinates will be passed back to headquarters for subsequent processing. The field verification cases are subject to only one contact attempt to try to locate and resolve the case, and they do not involve contact with the respondents, since we already have the census response case or data for that case because it came in as a non-ID. For proxy enumeration, in the 2016 census test, we did experience some challenges with our proxy enumeration. Proxy enumeration occurs when attempts to contact the household member to determine the occupancy status and to collect the census enumeration have been unsuccessful, and when we can find a person with sufficient knowledge to provide the census enumeration for that address. Can't stress the importance of proxy enumeration enough. In the 2010 census, for the occupied housing units in the non-response follow-up workload, a proxy was the respondent 24% of the time. By comparison, in the 2016 census test, our proxy enumeration rate was less than 10%, which contributed to the high rate of cases in the 16 census test that reached our maximum contact attempt and were still unresolved at the conclusion of the test. When cases become proxy eligible depends on the situation that the enumerator encounters. Cases become proxy eligible upon the third unsuccessful attempt at what is believed to be an occupied address. They become proxy eligible immediately for in-mover situations when we've had someone move into an address after census day, and immediately for addresses determined to be vacant, non-existent, non-residential. Our 2016 census test experiences did point to some challenges with the proxy responses and the need for additional enumerator training to emphasize the importance of our proxy procedures. So for the 2018 end-to-end census test, we are enhancing the training on proxy concepts, and we have made modifications to the enumeration application to capture the occupancy status of the housing unit and the housing unit population in the case of the occupied units earlier in the proxy interview. In the 16 census test, we started by trying to follow a similar path to the household enumeration, and often if they didn't know the names of the people that were living at that address, it would end the proxy interview, and we lost out on an opportunity to collect some very key data about that address. Non-response follow-up quality control. With the NRFU operational design, we are attempting to infuse quality throughout the operation. As I mentioned earlier, we are doing skills assessments of the enumerators as they're conducting their training, and this is assisting us in identifying enumerators who may be experiencing some challenges, who may require some additional training, or it may actually point to key topics that we need to provide additional training on for all of our field staff. In addition, all cases will be subject to automated edits that are within our data collection application and operational control system alerts that could identify enumerators who are not following our procedures. A sample of the non-response follow-up cases, up to 10% in the case of the 2018 end-to-end census test, will be selected for the NRFU quality control re-interview. The cases will be selected by a system referred to as our Sampling, Matching, Review, and Coding System, or SMARCS. For the selected cases where the respondent provided telephone number, as I mentioned before, these cases will be sent to a telephone re-interview using our Census Questionnaire Assistance solution. If CQA is unsuccessful after 3 contact days, we will redirect those cases to the field for additional contact attempts. Cases without a respondent-provided telephone number will go directly to the field, where we will make up to 3 contact attempts to complete the re-interview. An important characteristic of our NRFU re-interview is that one field staff conducts both the production and our NRFU re-interview, with the condition that an enumerator can never QC or check their own work. Finally, I'll mention just a few enhancements associated with our field operational control system. The information on this slide focuses on additional alerts that we would like to include in the scope for 2018. What is shown here is not an exhaustive list of all of the alerts that will be generated by the field operational control system, and it is also not an exhaustive list of all the enhancements that we're making relative to the field operational control system. So I'm just going to highlight a few. Proxy attempts. This alert identifies when 2 or more cases became proxy eligible, but the enumerator did not make any proxy attempts on those cases. That enables us to reach out to the enumerator and talk about the situation and hopefully reinforce the proxy rules. Reopening cases. This identifies when an enumerator opens 2 or more inactive cases but didn't complete any of those cases. We do have the capability now to address the situation that sometimes occurs when an enumerator has attempted contact at an address and has moved down the street and they see someone come home. We wanted them to have the ability to go back and open the case and conduct that interview while they had someone there. But we also want to be careful about that being misused. So we do have an alert that would identify if they're reopening cases, but they're actually not completing the enumeration. And then working before assigned hours, this identifies enumerators who may be beginning work 30 or more minutes before their assigned start time. This could identify situations where enumerators are working in hours that were not deemed to be the most optimal in terms of a successful enumeration. So I'm going to close with that, and let me just say that what I presented today really is just some highlights of some of the operational design for non-response follow-up. There is much more that could be shared about non-response follow-up that we did not cover. So with that, I think, do I turn it directly over to Tom, Nancy?
Does anyone have questions on this particular before you get, okay, let's do that so we don't lose it because the admin record is a little bit different. Hassan?
Marianne, I'm curious, the training that you do, is it only English in English, or do you use other than English languages?
So our enumeration application is in English and Spanish.
Okay.
But those are the only 2 languages that we'll have at this point. And
just also quickly, how do you measure the effectiveness of the training?
so we do use the skills assessment to understand how well the enumerators have grasped the concepts that we are training them on. We also are using the opportunity to be in the classroom environment and do paired practice exercises to reinforce the concepts that we are attempting to train on and to address any questions or concerns that arise as a matter of those courses. We're trying to train on, I'll say, not the easy path types of situations, but trying to focus those paired practice exercises on the more challenging situations that enumerators may encounter.
Kathleen?
Thanks. I'm just curious, who are typically the proxies? And I wasn't sure if I got how many contacts, how many times does the enumerator go to the household?
So first I'll answer the proxy question. Proxies can be given by neighbors, government office workers such as postal carriers, tax assessors, real estate agents, utility workers, landlords or property managers, healthcare providers, people that would have knowledge of that address. Does that help with the proxies? In terms of the number of times that an enumerator could go to a non-responding address, if the case is in the full contact strategy, we'll do a maximum of 6 contact attempts.
Not families within the household?
If there is somebody there that is knowledgeable about the people that are there, yes, they can provide the response.
So I just had a thank you for the clarification that the maximum attempts is like 6, because you had mentioned that in 2016, you guys, about 10%, you had exceeded the maximum attempts. Okay, so thank you. And then it may not answer right now, but I mean, is there a certain methodology that you use for determining how many enumerators you're going to hire? Because you have to obviously do that in advance. And is that the same methodology that will be used for 2020, or is that something you guys can share?
So we take into account the projected non-response follow-up workload the duration of the operation, assumptions about the number of hours an average person could work. There are a lot of factors that go into that, and the assumptions about how many cases we complete on the first, on the second, on the third, and the subsequent attempts to understand sort of the maximum sort of level of effort, if you will, associated with conducting non-response follow-up, and all of that ultimately goes into the calculation of the number of enumerators that we ultimately need.
So is it thought that we had heard earlier that there's going to be 50% less enumerators for 2020. Is that urban myth, or is that something that, we're readjusting because we're thinking the response, self-response rate's going to be lower?
Well, certainly the number of enumerators that we will need for non-response follow-up will be impacted by our ultimate self-response rate. I believe we're getting to the point where we'll be reissuing or issuing the next iteration of the life cycle cost estimate, where we will be able to see some of the updated numbers that result from that.
Great, thanks. Megan?
Just a super simple question is, I'm super interested in more information about proxy responses. Is there a resource we could go to look for more information? And I think you referenced the proxy rules. Are those rules I could read?
Yeah, we can certainly get you information about proxies in terms of, we could send the information about who's eligible for proxy. The rules are things like, when it's a vacant and when things like that trigger. We could definitely share that with you.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Just one more question. You described the internet first and the internet choice before and is the internet choice, does that include how are they chosen? Are those the 20% that you also determine have little access to internet?
So the data that we use are the 2011 through 2015 5-year tract level data. At least 20% of the housing units in a tract have one or more people, at least 15 years or older, who speak Spanish in the home, and they do not speak English well. I'm just looking to see if there is any clarification that's bilingual, I'm sorry. So Mike Bentley is going to come to the table to provide the correct response.
Hi, so the roughly 20% is the number that we're budgeting for the 2020 census that would be an internet choice. Based on our research in the 2018, the number is a little bit different. It's roughly about 32% of the 2018 test will receive internet choice, and that determination is made on a combination of factors. Historical response rates, including from the American Community Survey, including levels of internet reporting in the ACS, as well as data on internet access at census tract level provided from the Federal Communications Commission, I think I got that right, the FCC, as well as other demographic data, including data on age at low levels of geography.
So just to follow up, it's 20% planned for 2020, but it's higher for the end-to-end
Right.
because of the location.
Right.
With Providence, you expect more to be less. Okay.
Yeah, each geographic area is different demographics. It's going to be lower than 20 in some areas in 2020.
So that's just an average, like you're saying 32% for this, but other areas?
That's right.
All right. Okay. I think we can move on to Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Tom Muley with the Decennial Statistical Studies Division, has been leading the research of using administrative records and third-party data in our non-response follow operation, and I'm happy to give you an update today. There we go. So I do have with condensing my presentation, there is a paper which was also made available, so there may be parts that I do not cover, but you do have an administrative records resource that you can look at if you do want to get information about those. So with kind of starting off, At least a general background of what are we doing when our administrative records determinations. So when we determine that an address is administrative records occupied, I'd like to point out some key parts from that. We proceed to roster individuals from federal sources that we have access to. So in our past tests, we have been able to roster people from recent IRS tax returns or 1099, your dividends, your W-2 statements, being able to allocate that. Are you participating in Medicare, Indian Health Services? We do not roster people from third-party sources. We do use third-party information to corroborate information, but we do not roster from third-party sources. We check if multiple sources indicate that the family lives there. We use our statistical models to evaluate the rosters, and we are making a decision for 101 Main Street, can we reduce the contacts? So then also for our vacant and our non-existent addresses, they do not meet our definition of being a housing unit. At least some of the example sources that we use there. The most important source of information that we use from the United States Postal Service, we take advantage of when the carrier is delivering the letters that Marianne was just talking about. We request to them that they identify if it's undeliverable as addressed, and we also go a step further to ask them to assign the reasons why that could not be done. So some examples of those is vacant, no such number, no such street. So we're able to utilize that information to allow us to be associated with an address being vacant or it's not a housing unit. We have worked in the past series of months with the United States Postal Service to be able to see one of the things we're looking to do in our 2018 test is can the carriers be shown training about what types of codes are we looking to have them assign to addresses. So that is one thing we are trying to do for the upcoming test. We do look at our federal sources and also the third-party sources to see can we see signs of life at those addresses. So those are kind of the information we end up using there. For the recent research results, I'm going to kind of skip this part. You can look at the paper. We can ask, I'll highlight some additional parts later. But I'm going to focus more on what are we doing for the 2018 test? What is the change in strategies that we have done? So we have our non-response follow-up housing units. What are we doing for the ones that are occupied? I want to kind of highlight what are we doing for those? Administrative records vacant and the non-existent, what's happening for those? All the remaining ones, they're going to get the full contact strategy that Marianne was talking about, the 6 visits with starting proxy on the 3rd. So administrative record occupied housing units. So we've built a roster. How are we attempting to contact? So I want to kind of show the overall approach of how we are, since the Census Bureau, especially for the internet, the Internet First panel, what are we doing there? So along the top row, we are sending the 5 mailings that Marianne referenced. So they will get the initial letter. They will get the reminder letter. They will get the reminder postcard. They will get the questionnaire, and they will get the not too late postcard. So they will receive all of those 5 mailings during the March to April period. When non-response follow-up does occur, we will do 1 visit by the enumerator to them. So they will go, the enumerator will knock on the door. They will try to resolve the case at the doorstep, or they may end up determining the address is vacant. Then we will proceed, the enumerator will leave a notice of visit on the door, the yellow tag. It may not be that big, but for demonstration purposes, put that there, is that it gives if the person is not home with the notice of visit, it does allow them to say, okay, we can go online, we can dial the TQA number, or we can get our paper questionnaire. We've seen them do this in their past tests. They have this option as well. And another thing which we did in 2016, after this visit, about 1 week later, we will send them another postcard, which has a reminder that says, while an enumerator may not come and visit you, you have an additional chance to be able to respond to do the options that I met. So we are doing multiple ways of trying to get the households to respond. If any of these responses do come in, we will use these over the administrative record roster, which we determined. So vacant and our non-existence, what are we doing here? Because one of the things we just saw in the test is that one of the results in our 2016 test is that for our administrative records vacant cases, they were occupied 21% of the time. That was a concern for us. We were able to look and say, we're looking at change of address information. We could see differences where it looks like they may have moved in and moved out before Census Day, and maybe shouldn't have been count there. But still, with having a large percentage, we said, okay, what can we do to potentially guard against undercoverage? So we have our determination around Census Day from our initial processing on the left there. To do that, we need to have a UAA from either the second or the third mailing in our 2018 test, right around Census Day. So the change that we ended up doing is we're doing this additional postcard. We sent this out in 2016. So when we do this postcard about 6 weeks later in the middle of May, we're going to track what's the UAA results of that. If it comes back that the postman 6 weeks later along the top could not deliver the questionnaire, we have 2 indications from the postal carrier about 6 weeks apart that they couldn't deliver the mail, so we'll make the case either vacant or not a housing unit. If we do end up seeing that it is deliverable, we did not get the UAA information, well, they will have gotten that postcard, so they will have that self-response option to do the go online, get out their cell phone, get out their hand, if they have a landline phone, or get our paper questionnaire and send that back. Or if they don't self-respond, they are going to go into our fieldwork universe and get the contact, get the knock on the door from our enumerators. So this was a change in our contact strategy. We're seeing that result in 2016. How can we end up using this to be able to say, okay, in case of an extra assurance, if we think the address is vacant or non-existent, that we're confident in it. So I also want to talk a little bit about some of the files that we're researching, because it's definitely something that came up with working with some of the past working groups. So one of the files which we're looking at is our Census Bureau KidLink file, and there's a lot of discussion earlier today about what we're doing for children. So this is a file which is made by our Center for Administrative Records Research and Applications. They're able to make it. It's different than the official Social Security file, which is provided to IRS. We don't have authorization for that file, but we do have the Social Security applications for the children. That's provided to the Bureau. So we have the child, we have their Social Security number, and through our encrypting process, we can turn that into our protected identification key. For the mothers and the fathers, we did have their name information. So we are very thankful to CARA because they were able to take that name information and see, okay, could they assign the protected identification to the parents? What we're able to see is that 91% of the time, we can assign a protected identification key to either both or one of the parents. So based on that, we're looking to see how can we utilize this information. So the key piece which we're looking at is being able to see when we were building our rosters, if we ended up seeing that we listed a parent from a 1099 filing, you also be able to include the children of that parent into that household for us to determine, do we want to potentially reduce contacts? And plus also be able to identify, since with the core sources we're using, this is another source of children which may not have been present on those other core sources that we're using. We are also continuing to research and be able to see how can we use state program data. We are trying to acquire Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP data, WIC data, TANF, and also with Alaska. Alaska's provided their Alaska Permanent Dividend Fund information. So we're looking to be able to see how can we utilize this information as well, especially with these sources here, being able to target hard to count populations. We might be able to get another data source. So this is something which we are actively researching. We are looking to be able to see, okay, can we add this to our core sources as we build a roster? That is one avenue that which we are researching. But then also, we are also looking to be able to see if it can potentially be used as a business rule to identify addresses at which we want to conduct a complete set of NRFU enumerations. While we may have SNAP data for a household, if it's not complete enough, are those addresses where we want to be doing full contacts and not necessarily. So is there a way of using state data in that manner? And with this state data, we're also looking to be able to see, can it help us out with our characteristics? If a person is missing characteristics, how can we potentially utilize that? And with the characteristics, with segueing on to that, we are looking to see how with our characteristics, I did initially mention for our administrative records occupied cases, we have built a roster. If we do not get a self-response, we need to fill out the short form characteristics for that household. So we've been researching that. And also in the course of doing that work, we also look to be able to say if we have a self-response, which are some type of response for the household, and we're missing age, or we're missing sex, or race, or Hispanic origin. For those persons, can we be able to potentially utilize administrative records in there? So we're looking at this in to go over some of these. With age and sex, we are looking to be able to see if we can utilize our past Title 13 responses, what information they provided to the past census, to the American Community Survey. If not, we are looking to utilize the Social Security, the census numerative file, being able to get that information from there. We've seen very high match rates for that. With race and Hispanic origin, we are looking to be able to see what administrative records information that can we utilize. Before the first thing which we're always looking at is past census information. Have we collected that information in the past that we're able to utilize again? So that's the first thing which we are looking to do. But we also looked at other ones as well. From the numinant, there is country of origin. So if we can link the response or to that information, can we take advantage? Okay, the person was born in Mexico, be able to assign Mexican. The person was born in Lebanese, for support the 2018 sets, could that person potentially be assigned as Middle East or North Africa? So we're looking to be able to utilize that information about the country of origin of the person. We are also, as I mentioned, the state program data. We are researching to be able to see that information that the states that have provided to us, does it have race and Hispanic origin that we could utilize that may not have been available on other federal sources. And we are also working with our CARA, being able to see, they've done work looking at other federal sources to be able to see, is there a best race and Hispanic origin, which may be available from other federal sources. For relationship to householder, that we're working with that group was identified the KidLink file that I mentioned with having references of the child to their parents. They're looking to research how can that be utilized with assigning relationship if it's not available or for our administrative records cases. And then with tenure information, we're looking to use information from rental assistance from the housing and urban development programs, and then also with tax and deed information. So we've been able to utilize those as well. So that's at least a brief overview of some of the things, but can definitely provide more information as needed. Thank you very much.
So I believe we can have questions, but Alice Sue is the discussant on this, and so we'd like to have her present.
Thank you very much to both presenters. I wanted to start by just pointing out some ideas about the NERFU operations presentation. I think that there are definitely some strengths to showcase in the planned approaches. With regard to training, the use of technology allows for self-paced, individualized learning, and there's definitely a lot of experience in doing this these days in the survey industry. That's it's known that to be effective. Productivity monitoring. I think some of us may remember having seen a demo in prior NAC meetings of how the field interviewer's path, for instance, can be monitored, how the system can verify that the interviewer is at the address that they report being at or that they're completing a form for. Then regarding the visits, the supervisory levels and the number of visits that get done to households or to addresses rather. There are adjustments that are being done based on findings from 2016 regarding the number of visits to a manager before the individual units are assigned for follow-up. These are all strong, good things that should be helping. One important thing to keep in mind is that the flow of cases back and forth that we just heard described, that I think is going to be a very important thing to see how it works in the 2018 end-to-end census. It's pretty staggering to just the number of cases that will move back and forth constantly from CQ8 to field and back, and that really needs to be well tested. It's not trivial. I wasn't sure if everyone in the committee remembers what the non-ID refers to, so I thought, to mention that when someone responds to the census very much the way that it used to be on paper with the Be Counted form, without having an ID for the house, for the address that they're responding for, that ID comes in the invitation letter, and you use it to get online. So when you don't have that ID, you can still respond online, but it's a non-ID case. The new address needs verification to make sure that it is correct before it can get added to the master file. Another really pretty crucial aspect, I think, of NERFU operations this time is going to be staffing and the right staffing. We know that a lot of people who worked as decennial interviewers are field interviewers in survey research the rest of the decade, but many are not. Very, very many are not. They only do this every 10 years. Some of the aspects that they really liked about the job are some of the same aspects that are taking people to work for Uber these days, or Lyft. The freedom, the independence, that a lot of that is going away with the way that field interviewers are going to be monitored. And it will be interesting to track how, to what extent some people who had worked in prior decades and sign up and go through training stick with it through the NERFU effort. I think that will be an important thing to learn. On agency records, I think there's a very thoughtful, stepwise approach to incorporate information from agency record at different points in the process with careful selection of data sources and, of course, testing through the decade to assess strengths and weaknesses, of the use of each one. I was very pleased to see, as I read the background paper on the administrative records research and planning, that some of the decisions that Census has made are consistent with recommendations from TUNAC working groups, the one from Julie Dowling and the one led by Barry, respectively. So that was very encouraging about our ability to have some input. I wonder, whether through the KidLink and the different efforts to count the children, it will be possible to at least, if not reduce the undercount, at least not increase it. It's also interesting to see that there's, there were a couple of slides that were skipped, but there's special focus on areas of higher clustering of Hispanic and African American populations. Oops, I forgot. Okay. Oops. Okay. So here's the questions that I thought about. With the members of this NAC, I'm never worried that we need to come up with initial questions to spur the discussion. It's hard to even get to do the discussant notes. Nonetheless, here are some questions. On the first question, typically in survey research, we emphasize verifying completed interviews. But we know that vacant or non-existent addresses can also be misreported, both as error and as a quick way to reduce your caseload if you're an interviewer. So that's a question. How will the NERFU field-reported vacants and non-existent addresses be quality controlled? And then also, what were the challenges in obtaining proxy responses that are mentioned in the presentation, and how will the new training address those? And then I'm just going to continue and give also the questions for agency records. KidLink assumes that young children are living with their parents because the connection is made with the parents. We know in some communities there are high rates, of households with children that are living with grandparents or other relatives, and how can that be factored in? How do you envision the use of ex-agency records to help or with the undercount? And are there other groups, what other groups of hard to enumerate in addition to children, Hispanics, Black African American populations, to what extent agency records or agency records use can help with that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'll go first. The first question is, how will NRFU field reported vacants and non-existent addresses be quality controlled? So in part, we need to talk a little bit about kind of the business rules associated with addresses that are field reported vacant and non-existent. So if in the case where an enumerator identifies a non-responding address as vacant or non-existent, as I said, they immediately become proxy eligible. If that enumerator can find a proxy to confirm the status of that address, the case is done, and that case will be eligible for selection for re-interview. There are situations, however, where that's not always the case. So our business rules are also that if an enumerator identifies an address as vacant or delete by observation only, meaning they could not find someone to confirm that, the case then is subject to an additional contact attempt, where our rules are to assign that to a different person, for that person to go out and to assess the status of that address. In the case where both the first enumerator and the second enumerator confirm the status to be vacant or non-existent, those cases are not subject to re-interview. We consider the two confirmations sufficient enough to deal with those. And there are probably other little nuances associated with some of our business rules. For example, if we have a self-reported vacant and the enumerator identifies it as vacant, we've still got that sort of double confirmation that the address is vacant, and some other little nuances like that. The second question, or what are the challenges in obtaining proxy responses, or what were the challenges in obtaining proxy responses in 2016, and how will the new training address those? Our challenges with the proxies in 2016 is we didn't emphasize it enough. I don't think the enumerators really got the importance of attempting the proxy responses. So what we've done, it's a number of things actually, not just enhancements to the training, but that is a critical piece where we are focusing and emphasizing aspects of our training on proxy responses, who can provide a proxy response, why are they important, what are the process and procedures associated with conducting a proxy enumeration. As I said, we also made some changes to the actual proxy flow within the instrument so that we're collecting critical information as quickly as possible to get the status of the address and the housing unit, or the POP count in the case that that address is believed to be occupied. And then we'll go on to collect as much information as we can about those occupied addresses from the proxy respondent. We have also incorporated the operational alert that would indicate to us when an enumerator is or has cases that have become proxy eligible, but no information about attempts to complete a proxy have occurred, so that we can be more on top of and reaching out to enumerators where we see this happening. And so I mentioned the training. I think that's it, those three things. Okay.
Yep. I can Yeah, for the question for administrator, with the KidLink is just only one of the sources we're using. Grandchildren, we are using tax returns, so if grandchildren are the dependents of the grandparents, we will be able to roster them in that way. So that's one thing we take into account of having that information. But we also look at this as the additional mailings, leaving the notices of visits. These households, they do have the opportunity to be able to respond and to be able to let us know that, those childs are there. So we're doing these additional contacts as well. With kind of the undercount of children, we're looking to be able, it's kind of similar. With these addresses, we have information. The additional mailings can allow them to potentially respond, but when we actually are going out to knock on doors, can we be able to do those in other areas where we'll be able to get interviews with the householder instead of potentially having to rely on a proxy? So can the overall result and be potentially at least addressing the undercount of young children? And I just use those for the examples in the paper and the discussions. Those are two examples. We've seen the kind of similar issues that I've seen with renter populations, areas with high vacancies, poverty, all those similar ones. We've seen instances where those areas which are harder to count, especially with higher concentrations, we generally end up doing lesser determinations of administrative record vacants and less determinations of administrative records occupied and reducing contacts. So those are ones which we similar to those which we see kind of those issues with. So thank you.
I mainly have just a comment that I want to go on the record for. There's a lot of talk about and I couldn't figure out where else to put it on the agenda. You talk about rapid response, and obviously rapid response from people sending stuff in immediately feeds into your system. And I know they probably haven't built this, but I want to go on the record of, because we're not testing the advertising, that as people are responding, and we're going to see Rome tomorrow in LRS, there is some thought, like we did in 2010, to allow local cities, states to have the response rate, hopefully down to census block level, which obviously you guys are getting it as well. But I want to just make sure if you're testing systems that tube, that pipe that goes out, if you're going to put it on the website, is available for localities and states to be able to use that. Because I think Arturo would agree, we don't want anybody knocking on, our people probably don't want people knocking on the doors. So we want to do, the community, the work that we need to do to make sure that people aren't responding or responding self-responding. So I just want to make sure that tube is working to make sure that the communities, the states, the locals, the nonprofits can get that data so that you have less of a workload. And we would love it for it to be on the Rome, the LRS. I've heard it's going to be, two separate. So we're going to have to overlay it and do more work, but it makes sense to have the Rome, which we're going to look at tomorrow, which is the planning database and has all the demographic, with the response, so we know who the people are that in those areas that may not be responding. So that's just my one comment. So John and then Kathleen.
What percentage of occupied households do you think will be covered by administrative records? Do you think will be counted by administrative records?
For our occupied side, we were looking at least for the non-response follow-up universe. I mean, in 2010, that was about 50 million addresses. We've generally seen about 15% of that around we would potentially be able to identify based on administrative records. They'd be eligible for the reduced contacts. And then it then depends on the self-responses. In our tests, we have seen anywhere from about 35 to 40%. We've gotten some resolution or self-response. So if we were doing a full enumeration, it only would have been about 60% of that 15%.
If I could just follow up, and I think you might have covered this to a certain extent, but just if you could walk me through sort of at what point you rely on an administrative record as opposed to making that extra push to get an actual self-response or an actual response. Because I guess my concern is to what extent do we just kind of fall back too easily on an administrative record, so to speak, to be very candid about it.
Okay, so with our processing, we do our processing, so before the start of the non-response follow-up operation, we identify the administrative record occupied households, which we built the rosters for, the administrative record vacants, and the administrative records elite. So that's known ahead of time going into the operation. In the middle of the operation, we do get another refresh of the 1040 tax returns. So we have done another update. That update's been pretty small because IRS has been really good about everybody like me who files around April 15th. We've been able to get those in early May and be able to include them in our test workload. So we try to get that information as early as possible for the non-response follow-up workloads.
I wondered, do you have a plan to validate the proxy reports? And I'm curious about the enumerators for the end-to-end study, the 1,100. Where do they live? Are they across the nation, or are they mostly in the Providence area?
So the enumerators that will live in the Providence test site. And then proxy responses are also eligible for selection in the NERFU re-interview. When those are selected, we do attempt to recontact the proxy, the person that provided the proxy response, to validate the information that was provided.
They're recontacted to validate?
They can be selected as part of our re-interview, yes.
Okay.
So Stuart and then Tom.
Hi, this was just one point of clarification. On the administrative record use for some of the imputation of the basic stuff, I just don't understand what the Title 13 responses refers to and how that's used.
All right, so Title 13, it's a broad definition. So if it was a 2010 census response, if it was a response to the American Community Survey, so any one of taking advantage of both of those. So any data that the Census Bureau has already collected. So we were being broad, and especially for race and Hispanic origin, that's what we're looking to utilize first, just like we did in 2010.
So I have two questions, and they don't have to be answered now. But my first question is about characteristic imputation as well, which is, does the Bureau have policies, practices, are those determined permanently, as it were, for 2020, where the characteristics that you're getting may be in a format that is not entirely consistent with the questions that are going to be asked in 2020? So, you know, I'm getting at, what do you do if there's a unified race Hispanic origin question when you are looking at data that had two responses necessarily, where a person might only give one if it was a unified question? So what stage of development is that in? And my second question has to do with proxies, mostly about sort of volunteer proxies. I'm going to very quickly tell a story that I'm going to refer to as a friend. Let me just say I know this person very, 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 very well, just to not get myself in trouble. But when you guys did the test in Los Angeles, my friend happened to have two different houses in the area that was being tested. So my friend actually lives at one house with his elderly mother and owns the other house, which is unoccupied, right? So my friend filled out online the form for his mother's household. Then he received the invitation for the vacant household, but my friend could not figure out how online to indicate that he was the owner of this home and that in fact it was vacant in the questionnaire that was presented online. So I guess that is a form of a sort of volunteer proxy who gets the invitation or questionnaire and wants to respond, this is a vacant house. How is that sort of handled?
I was just seeing if Alexa was still back there.
Well, I can start with the characteristic imputation question. Andy Keller of our division has been doing a lot of work with population division and our housing unit divisions to kind of address those questions, especially the 2018 question that we have is a combined question, has Middle Eastern and North Africa. So extensive research has been done to look to say with the information that we have available and those questions in that question in 2018, how can we best utilize the information that we have available for those responses?
I would just love to know more. I mean, specifically, if someone on our two-question regime said yes to Hispanic origin, and for race answered either other or white, how would that person be? Are they going to be counted as biracial, or are they going to be counted as?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Or should I say almost lunchtime? Hi, this is Roberto Ramirez. I work in Population Division. Excellent question. So part of the research that we're working with Tom Muley and his team is to look at the responses that individuals gave us in previous census and the American Community Survey, for example. So the plan right now is to collect everything that they provided us in those previous collections that we did before. So for example, someone said they were Hispanic and white, we're going to grab that, collect that for the 2020 census. This is part of the testing that we're doing right now for the administrative records collection. Nicholas is actually going to come here and talk to you a little bit about the plans for the combined question, perhaps, with the Office of Management and Budget, and the decisions that it's undergoing right now. So,
So Tom, to address your question, we don't have decisions yet, so part of what we're doing in 2018, as Tom here mentioned, is testing a combined question operationally to see that it works. We know that we've tested in the past and utilized the separate questions. We can certainly do that. Once we have decisions from OMB later this year, as we expect, that will help us decide what we're doing for 2020. So the 18 test is still work for us to understand how we can utilize this information, what it might mean. But eventually, when we get to the point that we have a 2020 decision for content, that's when we'll make final decisions about what to do with the data that's available.
And then there will be some indication or final decision about characteristic imputation on race and Hispanic origin is X or.
Right. That information can certainly be shared and should be shared because that's what we need to decide on and make sure it makes sense. Yeah. Thanks for your question.
And in response to your other question about the two addresses of your friend, if you're agreeable, I think I will need to get back to you. I would like to consult with the people that are much more knowledgeable on the flow of the internet self-response application. I just do not think I could answer adequately.
Sure, I mean, and my broader concern is just, is there a way if somebody, for a volunteer proxy, to report voluntarily data to you, and how do you follow up on that if there is such a way?
So there is an opportunity for people to self-report vacants, and we will at least attempt to validate those during non-response follow-up, where we could send a self-reported vacant to the field. If the enumerator identifies that as vacant at that time, that will conclude the attempts that would be made on that self-reported vacant, and the status will be vacant. If, however, the enumerator determines that the address is not vacant, they will be subject to additional contact attempts to try to find someone at home and collect the census response data.
Okay, I'm going to take two more questions and we're going to break for lunch. Arturo, did you have a question? And then Randy.
Thank you. This is a broader question about the use of administrative records for 2020 census. Given that the 2018 census, test will be the final test before the decennial, and you will be testing to see how effective some of these administrative records are. One of the concerns that this committee raised early on when the Census Bureau started down the road of using administrative records more robustly to complete an enumeration of a non-responsive household is the quality of these administrative records. Like, for example, the Title 13 sources you cited, not everybody participates in the American Community Survey, and the previous census is 10 years old, and that household may have changed completely, or there may have been births or deaths that would not have been picked up in a Title 13 source. Some of these other sources may not include, all the children who, given that one of our priorities for the census is the enumeration of very young children, some of these other administrative records may not be complete with regard to recent births. Given that the 2018 end-to-end test will not have an evaluation, how are you going to determine which of these sources of administrative records are of sufficient quality to use in the 2020 census? And when will those decisions be made?
So with the question with evaluating the quality of responses and the completeness of the records that we do have available. So we are looking to, one of the things with the administrative records part, in 2018, we will repeat, we will do a sample of cases where even based on our occupied, vacant, or non-existent determinations, they will go out to the field, so we will have one more chance to do the comparison of what the results were, the field work to the data that we collected. So that's another one which we will we will do again to be able to look at, and we will be able to assess what is going on there and how does the case go. With coming to we doing things between now and September of 2018 to be able to make our final determinations of which sources we want to use. One unfortunate thing we have is that for the state of Rhode Island, they are not one of our partners with the SNAP partnership. So this data source that we do have, unfortunately, we are not able to test that out in a census environment. We are aware of these limitations that you bring up. That's one of the things which we are encouraging households, that they can respond as much as possible. We are what information, what sources can we be able to get to be able to complete the roster, so the ones that we do use, that we do reduce contacts for, we have the most confidence in, but it definitely is not a replacement of trying to knock on the doors.
So this goes to the previous conversation we had about the lack of an advertising campaign in the end-to-end test. How is the Bureau going to encourage mass participation in Rhode Island without an advertising campaign?
I guess this is me. So as we've done in all of the census tests, we did do a communications test in the 2015 where we did do some digital advertising. We definitely learned some different things where people did get questionnaires, but didn't actually respond via the code that they had. They actually came in from a digital ad, so we did have some learnings from there. But we haven't done one since, and I take that and understand what you're saying on that. But with each of the subsequent tests, whether it be 16 or 17, where we did have a small partnership footprint where we were doing outreach and promotion, we also had our headquarters staff providing high-level awareness, working with local officials from a congressional and intergovernmental standpoint, as well as through media relations. So we did quite a few little press releases and things like that to get the local conversation going. We even did some social media stuff. So while it's not full-blown, we do try to provide some overall assistance with creating the awareness. It is not the same level of intensity. It's hard to get people fired up over a test compared to the big show, but certainly we try to do things that we can just to create that overall awareness. But to your point, it's not the census, it's not the census environment. We're not the biggest advertiser in market like we will be in 2020. So based on the resources, based on the priorities, we try to create that awareness and sort of halo effect, but really a lot of the local leaders have taken it upon themselves to also generate that excitement.
Right, and some of those local leaders are members of my organization, and they're signaling their concern about the lack of this advertising campaign. And in fact, previous end-to-end tests, when they were previously referred to as dress rehearsals, actually had advertising campaigns, full-blown PSAs with local leaders taping television spots, encouraging people in the public to participate in this dress rehearsal census. The concern I have is that we're trying to push people to respond in a new mode online, and that we're not testing then what are going to be the effective messages and messengers to motivate that behavior by the public to actually fill out a form on a laptop, on a smartphone, on a tablet, something that they have not done before in a decennial census. So absent a robust advertising campaign and communications campaign, I think that really is going to introduce even a greater challenge in making sure that we are able to carry out 2020 in an effective way.
I have a quick question for Tom. Administrative records are used in two places, I think, in terms of identifying vacant units, perhaps, and then also to fill out when there are non-responses, right? And I guess my only real question is, at which point does imputation come in at all, if at all? Does imputation sort of down in terms of priority, in terms of, does administrative records information, sort of imputation of, using age and sex and race and Hispanic, does that take priority over imputation, or are they equal, or how does that function?
Well, there's several usages of administrative records. I was only touching on a couple of them, which during the non-response follow-up operation, but we are also looking to be able, during the non-ID processing, can we be able to assign ID so we don't need to do follow-up? There's several ones where the imputation, the characteristic imputation is at the end of the process. So we are working with population division and our housing units divisions so that that same time that that process ended up happening, roughly in 2010, the plans are roughly for that to happen in similar times in 2020. So how can when that process is going on and filling in those missing characteristics, can administrative records, where appropriate, be utilized there?
Okay, last question before lunch, Lily.
So I had a question with the housing units and then thinking about administrative records. And so given the current situation with people moving to maybe to housing units, so they're technically not homeless, they're just not in a permanent housing, like motorhome, a vehicle, campgrounds, monthly and weekly motels, and places like monthly and weekly motels that have a actual address that they occupy and people stay for quite a long periods of time. The question I have is, how do we find those folks? And sometimes my guess is a lot of those folks may or may not be filing income taxes because they're for regular employment, and then some may even be paid in cash. And so how do we try to figure out those people that are hard to count, because those are the people that we want to count?
Exactly. So those are instances based on the limitations you just ended up saying, are the addresses where we do not want to be reducing contacts. We do not have the information available to us. And we also take into account in making our determinations. The American Community Survey can provide us block group estimates of mobility, poverty, vacancy. There are other concentration of renters. And those are other things which you take into account. If those things are going along the lines of what you're mentioning, those are addresses we necessarily do not want to be reducing contacts for, and we want to be doing the full enumerations that Marianne was talking about.
Okay, we have
All right. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ali Sue. It was a really, really good, robust discussion. So a couple of things are going to happen. One is we're going to take a group photo. But before we do that, I need to get a show of hands of who's planning to go to dinner tonight at Restaurant La Perla, which is really close to your hotel, I understand. So can you raise your hand and keep your hands up so I guess Tara and folks can get a count? You're going, right?
I didn't know we.
We're going to be there. All right. All right. So now, if everybody can gather, I think, go out this door, and we're going to go in front of this display to get the photo, and then no break for the weary. We're going to come back here and do a working lunch. So grab your lunch, and we actually have an agenda item during lunch. All right, folks. Thanks very much for coming back for our working lunch. At this point, we're going to hear the next feedback on the American Indian Alaska Native Survey for coding classification of tribal identities with Hyun Shin.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for making time for me during your lunch. I know you guys have a very packed two-day schedule, so making a little bit of time for me during your working lunch is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. So the tribal letter that actually we have on the screen now and was provided to the NAC members about a month ago is so that we are able to get some feedback on our coding and classification list for American Indian Alaska Native tribal identities. And so this letter is designed to elicit feedback from tribal leaders, tribal administrators, and anyone about tribal names, about conventions, how tribal members may identify themselves and their respective tribes. And we also know that a similar letter actually was sent before Census 2000 and also before the 2010 census letter. And the census. And this letter is really all about just the coding and classification work that we're doing. The Population Division has been working on updating the coding and classification list for all race and ethnicity groups, and this work started back in 2014. But for tribal identities, we knew that we have this the special government-to-government relationship with tribal leaders, and we also wanted to wait until we did the consultations, so the official tribal consultations that the Census Bureau conducted with tribal leaders back in 2015 and 2016. And so now we're really sort of on the cusp of making sure that we are able to get the most up-to-date information, because we know tribal names can change. We know that affiliations can change. We know that some tribes can consolidate or perhaps even separate. And so we want to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information for tribes. So we have so regardless of what question may or may not be on the 2020 census, this is the question. The American Indian Alaska Native population has that dedicated write-in space so that each member and tribal citizen is able to write in their information. So this is the coding and classification system that we're going to be using regardless, and this is what we have for our current question as well for the American Community Survey. So this discussion today has been about is about the letter that we want to send out to tribal leaders. And also, we have been talking about this for a couple of years now. So not only at our tribal consultations, but we've also been discussing it with National Congress of American Indians. We've been discussing it with our any other tribal meetings that we've been having. So for instance, we had a data workshop here at the Census Bureau at the end of last month. We've discussed it there, been discussing it, for instance, at the Tribal Interior Budget Council meetings, lots of different meetings that we've been attending. We just want to get the word out. We want the widest outreach, to make sure that we are able to get all of the feedbacks to help us with our coding for American Indian Alaska Natives. And so, not to belabor the point, but everyone has had a copy of the letter. It is up there. And so at this point, I think I'll just open it up to anybody who has any feedback that they would like to provide.
I just had a quick question. Just looking through the list, for example, looking at the tribes in Nevada, I noticed, for example, that the Duck Valley Shoshone Paiute are not listed anywhere. Is that just simply because they haven't responded yet? And if that's the case, what can we do in terms of reaching out to them to get them to respond?
That's a great question. So the code list that we provided to you actually is our one code and one name label combined. So in the particular tribe that you're describing, if they may be under another tribe, for instance, or if they're their own tribal information and then that's somehow missing, yes, absolutely, you can definitely reach out to me. We have a dedicated email and phone number, dedicated to give us that feedback. As far as outreach is concerned, if you have those this one-on-one relationship and would like to provide that information, that would be great. We do work very closely with our Office of Congressional Intergovernmental Affairs, Tribal Affairs Coordinator, Dee Alexander, on making sure that we do have that outreach as well. So absolutely. And so the other thing that we are going to be sending out with the letter as well is the, the code list is there, but for each individual tribe, we also want to be able to give some of the things that we have on what we call our classified index, which is actually much, much longer than the code list that we gave you, because we know that there are acronyms, for instance. We know that there are smaller conventional names that are given to tribes that we want to make sure that so if a respondent puts in, for instance, Chippewa, but they indicate that Chippewa is it's not Montana Chippewa tribe, or sorry, Minnesota Chippewa tribe. So we want to make sure that we are able to gather any and all ways that tribal members will identify their tribes and be able to code and classify it accurately.
And so I guess I had kind of one follow-up question and one comment. The follow-up question is, what is the timeline for getting this completed? And then the comment is, one of the things I would suggest is that in addition to NCAI, we work with a lot of the regional tribal organizations, like, for example, the Intertribal Council of Arizona, the Nevada Intertribal Council. They're much more likely to have like a day-to-day contact with the tribal leaders, and to the extent that you haven't gotten a response, working through those regional organizations, they're much more likely to be able to help you make that connection and get the response.
Yeah, that would be greatly appreciated. The other part that we're doing as well, we have our tribal liaisons from the Census Bureau who are working directly with tribes as well. This is within our field division. And so our tribal liaisons who have that tribal relationship and are going and meeting with tribes now, that's how we're also trying to spread the information as well, and so that they are able to let the tribes themselves know, and not just the tribal leaders, but tribal administrators, their enrollment officers, perhaps, like anybody who can provide us that information, we'd be more than grateful. So it's not, while it's addressed to the tribal leader, we know that we want to have the broadest outreach, and if there are organizations that we should be including in our email outreach, that would be great.
And I guess there's one other thing I'm just curious about. When you prepared the list, to what extent, if any, did you consult with the list of the 567 tribes published in the Federal Register?
Absolutely. So for the 567 federally recognized tribes, we use the official names that are on the FRN for that particular tribe. But we also have a lot of outreach with the state tribes and with local tribes, and that we would need a little bit more feedback from the individual tribes, because they're the ones who can provide us that information. No one knows themselves better than themselves. But for the federally recognized tribes that are on the FRN, those are the names that we put on our coding and classification. And we know that some of those names are very, very long.
And I'm just curious, the question that I had asked, what is the timeline for getting
Oh,
this
yes,
completed?
sorry, the timeline.
Right.
So right now, we're hoping to send the letter out at the beginning of January, and that is to, from what I understand, there are some tribes that are having elections this fall. And so we want to be able to incorporate the new tribal leaders who may be getting into place after the new year. Once the letter is signed, so right now, in the draft of the letter that we have up, we put it in as March 31st, because we were hoping for a 90-day period for tribes and tribal leaders to be able to provide us comment. So depending on when it actually goes out, we're going to try to incorporate that to be as about 90 days.
Sorry, I'm going to work around my lunch. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity for all of us to have some input before this goes out. Your letter really asked three very specific questions. One is about the coding, the second is about tribal grouping, and the third one is whether or not the names have a reference to some geography rather than some ethnic or tribal reference. I'd like to, on behalf of Alaska, take the last one first, and then I have some questions about the first two. So just to confirm, all 229 tribes in Alaska have place-based names. They're all place-based because their tribal recognition came virtually 25 years after their Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. So I just want to make sure you understand that they truly are very long place-based names. I don't want to start with any assumptions, but I'd like to better understand and ask that maybe you modify the letter some to include some explanation of what is the purpose of the coding and what's the purpose of the groupings. I think that will make it easier for tribal leaders to respond to your questions. And I'd personally like to make sure I make no assumptions about how you intend or census intends for either users or census itself to use the coding and the groupings.
Thank you, Carol. Yes, we agree. We wanted to sort of balance the letter as well. And we are always able to put a lot of information in the letter itself. And so the purpose of the letter is so that we are able to accurately capture what tribal members are putting into the write-in line in the race question. And so if that, if it needs a little bit more explicit sort of directions on that at the beginning part of the letter, I'm absolutely willing to try to figure out, sort of the best way to sort of put that in as well. And the tribal groupings, and we did ask this question, we put this question in for this survey. It wasn't there in the tribal letter that we sent out before the 2010 census. And part of it is because the tribal groupings is a Census Bureau convention that we use in order for, to give more aggregate information. But we've heard during consultations, and we've heard from individuals and from other meetings as well, is that the tribal groupings it really is more of a Census Bureau convention and what other people may use it. But for the tribes themselves, they want their individual tribal information. And so are those tribal groupings useful? Are they useful as we move forward? They may have had a purpose and a use prior, but we want to hear specifically from the tribes to know whether or not that is still useful, in which case we can continue to do that and make sure that our tribal groupings are accurately collecting all the information from different tribes to put towards the tribal grouping, or if it really is not being used at all by the tribes, we would like to hear that as well, because maybe then we can put in our resources and the way we tabulate data slightly differently. And so that was the purpose of asking that specific question about tribal data or the tribal groupings, without getting too inundated in the letter itself. But your point is taken, Carol, thank you.
So if you don't mind if I do a little follow-up?
Of course.
So my assumption on the coding, and I guess I would ask whether or not this is accurate, that the goal of the census is to provide a maximum opportunity for tribes to find a way to self-identify themselves that also makes sure they are counted as AIAN.
Yes.
And I want to further say, I've made assumptions that that coding individually would not result in any federal dismissal of some self-identification, that coding would not represent some way to exclude an Alaska Native or Native American that would describe themselves in the manner that's on the list that gets approved.
Absolutely. The thing about the way the census has always traditionally collected information for American Indian Alaska Natives is what is provided to us is what we collect, is what we code and we tabulate. If any respondent indicates that they are AIAN or any individual tribes, because there are some who indicate that they are, check the box of saying American Indian Alaska Native, but don't provide tribal information. All of that is reflecting their self-identity of being American Indian Alaska Native, and the Census Bureau collects that and tabulates that, and there is no other influence in how somebody responds to the census or a census survey.
Thanks for that information. And just one last comment related to the grouping. So I want to give an Alaska-specific answer to that as it's articulated in the listing that's with the letter. So I say this every time, but Alaska is unique in that we do not have reservations that tend to aggregate people by a certain culture. So taking my own region, which is the Seri region, if we are listed under Athabascan, I would say our members identify as all of the above. We are Yupik, we are Aleut, we are Dena'ina, we are Tlingit. And so I will be asking other tribal leaders in Alaska whether or not this grouping is useful. My suspicion is the groupings are not going to be useful, but I wanted to make sure you understood that I think it might be useful to other tribes in the country because they have a different geography than Alaska. So I wanted to just sort of get that on the public record that for me it's a question that I don't have the answer, but I think it is an important component of the letter, but it may not be as relevant to Alaska Natives.
No, that's a very good point, and thank you for making that, Carol. And the good thing is that all of the answers that are provided in the census will be tabulated. So for instance, if somebody identifies multiple identities, not only, within, like, between races, so being multiracial, but also within your group. So for instance, and I know that in Alaska, and for a lot of the communities that we work with and we have outreach for, is that being Tlingit and Athabascan, and those are all, or if they actually wanted to write in the Cook Inlet, for instance, because that's their housing authority, that they have the ability to put in any and all information that they self-identify, and we will collect that and we will code it. And unlike in the past where we did have some limitations on space, for instance, and I think we presented this before as well to the NAC committee, is that we are allowing much more space-wise of people to put in their information. Part of the reason why in our internet self-response that we expanded it to 200 characters as opposed to 30 characters is because there's a lot of American Indian and Alaska Native tribes names that are longer than 30 characters. And if you have an affiliation with a couple of different tribes, it's just not able to. So that's why we are actively moving towards being able to collect as much information. And so that goes towards the overall count. So we have those who identify as being one race, but we also have people who identify as being multiple as well, and that counts towards either an alone pop or the alone in combination. And anything that is given to us that we are able to collect and code and tabulate will also be part of our dissemination.
So we actually have Desi on the phone.
Great.
And so if we could have her go ahead and ask a question. Desi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I have a question, and just perhaps for clarification, but so I've got a question regarding the aggregate tribal groupings, and I'm going to give a specific example, for example, Cheyenne. So that Cheyenne is a tribal grouping that is not a tribe and is actually pretty meaningless to tribes. So my question then to the Bureau is, do multiple subgroupings fall under different groups? So if you were to look at Cheyenne, for example, you've got Cheyenne, Northern Cheyenne, and Southern Cheyenne that come under Cheyenne, and then you have Cheyenne Arapaho. But actually, the Southern Cheyenne need to go under Cheyenne Arapaho. And so I guess I just have a broad question then as to if these groupings are meaningless to tribes, is that what tribes need to be writing in? And then secondly, these subgroupings, if they're falling under different groupings, what gets done at that point?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Desi, and thank you for joining the discussion today as well. That's exactly the reason why we're asking that question about the tribal groupings, because we do have a code that is dedicated to Cheyenne. So for instance, somebody can just write in that they're Cheyenne, and we need to be able to code that. However, if somebody is Cheyenne Arapaho, that also could be a code. So the way we have it is that certain tribes get their own code, for sure, and that's part of what we want the feedback from the tribal leaders is. So, right, if somebody writes in Northern Cheyenne, and and another person writes in Cheyenne, only Cheyenne and nothing else, or somebody writes in Cheyenne Arapaho, we want to be able to, collect that information and disseminate it out. However, we know that some of the tribes are really, really small, and and at the national level, from the decennial census, we're able to, provide counts, but there are some that are small, and if we don't do anything, we will collect that information as counting towards the American Indian Alaska Native population, but for smaller geographies, if it's too small to identify within a certain area, we want to be able to protect that as well. And so that is where some of the questions about how we are currently coding and classifying a lot of these tribes. Is it still salient? Is there something that we can improve upon? We want to try to improve upon it decade to decade, and that's the exercise that we're going through right now.
Excellent. So Alisu, then James, Yolande, and then Inderdeep.
Hi, I wanted to ask if the list that's used for coding, is that also what is used for the predictive typing for the tribes' names?
So currently, the only place we have the predictive text, and that we've done in the previous tests, is in the NRFU instrument. So that is to help enumerators get through a very long list of names in order to be able to calculate it. And also, enumerators may not know how to spell a lot of the tribal information, and not just tribes, but all other races and ethnicity data as well. And so yes, so what we used is the code list, and for a lot of for the 560 federally recognized tribes anyway, it is their official name that is put on there. And so, but it is only in the NRFU instrument that we have the predictive text.
Okay, and then will it be always with the first letters, or will it be if there's anything in between?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, and that's something that we have been sort of experimenting on. We had made it so that it is an alphabetical order, but we know, for instance, Native Village, there are lots and lots of Native Village, and so once you start typing in NAT, you're gonna get a list of 25 Native villages. And so the instructions that we have been putting into our interviewer manuals is that you should just continue to keep typing. So for instance, if they start typing in something and the predictive text doesn't come up, they should just continue to keep typing so that they can get to that. Now, so part of the issue that we had encountered with trying to get like a middle of the word, for instance, is, well, when you start typing in the middle of the word, it could also then expand that predictive text list. So it is sort of a limitation of what the NRFU does, but the NRFU instrument is specifically, and the predictive text, the reason we use it in there is to help the enumerator get the information from the respondent and try to find it. For self-response, the respondent is the most knowledgeable person about their own race and ethnicity and tribal information, and so they are able to write it, type it, do all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alisu.
I have one comment and then three very specific questions. I'm not going to use a story about, yes, I won't say friend, but I have three really specific questions. First of all, the comment is, one of the things I would encourage you to do, to consider doing for the cover letter is, it was very clear that through NCAI and other groups that they did not want to see a tribal enrollment question, and unfortunately some of the language in the cover letter itself suggests that you may be asking about tribal enrollment, even though that's not what you're really trying to do. So I would just try to make sure that that distinction is made clear in the letter, that this is just for purposes of self-identification, but the Bureau is not going to be asking individuals whether or not they're actually an enrolled member of the tribe that they may affiliate with. And then the three specific questions, and a couple of examples are actually from Alaska, so this will all sound familiar to Carol. One of the things that's very commonplace in Alaska Native villages is that you will have perhaps a husband who is from Hooper Bay, but he lives with his wife in Chivak. How does that individual identify himself in response?
My quick answer to that is however they want to self-identify their response to the race and ethnicity question. So if they identify as being, for that particular individual, if they identify being multiple identities, especially in Alaska, but, actually all throughout the US as well, that's their self-response, that's how they identify. We can't tell people what to write in. We want to ask the question and have people give us their information. So it really depends. So if this particular individual does identify as being, from multiple villages and, and live in a household with, another tribal member who may be from another, I would think that however the particular respondent feels about their race and ethnicity identity is what they should report.
Well, and I think part of the thing, what's going to be really, really important with that is the instructions that you provide to the enumerators, because I could definitely see that people could answer that different ways, that they would assume, okay, well, I'm from Hooper Bay, but I live in Cheevac now, so I put Cheevac down. So that's something I would really encourage you to do, just to make it explicit that it is up to the individual to self-identify, but they need to know what they're self-identifying, if it's the place of residence or if it's actually more their place of origin, even though you're not asking a tribal enrollment question, because we want to steer clear of that. So it makes it very difficult to get that information without suggesting that you're asking for enrollment.
And I don't want to belabor the point here because because we could go and talk about the race question and all of the testing that we've done over the last few years about instruction. So for instance, I will mention quickly in our national content tests and the focus groups and cognitive interviews that we did prior to the 2015 national content test, that actually was a suggestion of how the Census Bureau is best suited to be collecting data on race and ethnicity. All of that work happened there. This particular work for the coding and classification is regardless of what the question is. So this, because whatever people write in, and one of the things that we had discovered in our cognitive interviews and in our focus groups is we did have instructions that were different for American Indian, Alaska Native populations. It said print name of enrolled or affiliated tribe, principal tribe. One of the testings that we did, and the reason that was problematic, is it was, one, very different from how the data on race and ethnicity was collected for all of the other groups. It felt uneven. It felt, from the participants, that's the feedback that we got. And also, being affiliated or being enrolled or being tribe or village, all of those terms meant very different things, depending on whether or not you were in the Northwest, depending on whether or not you were in Alaska, or you are in the Southwest. And so for the race and ethnicity question, the way we are proposing to collect information for all race and ethnicities is, what is your race or ethnicity? And then print, and then it's print, for example, and then we give examples, and then we have the write-in line. And so that is to indicate to the respondent that what we're looking for is your particular identity for your race and ethnicity. But your point is well taken, that the instructions are very important.
And kind of a related issue that comes up very frequently in Alaska, especially with global warming, what's happening with a lot of the villages is that you actually will see a part of the population of a village, which is a federally recognized tribe, break off and form a new village. And so I guess what I'm wondering, I think this is right, because one of the villages that we had represented was Stuyokuk, and then they have New Stuyokuk. So I guess I'm wondering is, can they still identify themselves as being part of New Stuyokuk, even if it's not a federally recognized tribe, because that's the village that they associate themselves with?
Absolutely, and the reason that the letter is written, that we identify, obviously, or we understand the 567 federally recognized tribes, our coding and classification list and our classified index has dozens of state recognized tribes and thousands of non-recognized, or hundreds and hundreds of non-recognized tribes as well. And so, however, that's part of the reason why we do want to send this broad reach. This goes to tribal leaders, but it also goes to all of the contacts that we've made in the last decade, in a lot of the meetings that we've done, a lot of the outreach that we've done, so that anyone and everyone is able to provide us information. So for instance, earlier this year, we were part of the Northeast FANA. I can't remember exactly what the acronym stands for now, but these were for state tribes. These were state and local and non-recognized tribes in the Northeast region of the United States. So we have that contact information as well. We want all the tribes, state, non-recognized, local, to be able to provide us feedback, because it's not only about the 567 federally recognized tribes.
And then the final comment, this really, I say this with some reluctance as a lawyer, this really should be my final comment. I wanted to thank you for increasing the number of characters up to 200, because that was the biggest thing that we got feedback from our organization members, that how are they supposed to put these 50 letters into 12 boxes?
Right. And part of the coding and classification request that we're asking for is because we know that not all respondents are going to want to write out their entire tribal name. So if they do put, if there is a certain term or a colloquial way that they identify as well, make sure that we are coding and classifying them appropriately to the appropriate tribe. That's also part of what we would like the feedback on.
Yolande, Interdeep, and then Carol.
On the basis of what Carol stated about the Alaskan natives, would it be too much of a stretch to have two letters, one for the Alaskan group and another for, given more explanation that you mentioned? And I mean, basically it would be the same with some attention given to the different cultural differences in which they identify themselves.
That's a great suggestion, and that is something that we did discuss internally before we drafted up the letter. The one thing that we are trying to do is we're going to provide the code list that that everyone here on the committee received last month. But the other thing we want to do is for specific tribes that we do have these groupings, we want to be able to give them more information. So each of the for at least the 567 federally recognized tribes, including a lot of our Alaska Native tribal members as well, is that we want to be able to provide a very specific subset of our classified index to that group. But the way we wanted to put the letter out to represent all of the tribes is that we didn't want to send something specific, like an Alaska-specific letter, if they have a broader reach than beyond Alaska. We wanted to be able to, provide it for American Indian, Alaska Native population as a whole, so that they can give us and not limit it. I guess we wanted to not make a mistake on our end that we were sending, a very hopefully inclusive letter to everyone and are able to provide us feedback. But the fact that, you guys think that, I don't know if everyone on the NAC would feel that it would be beneficial to have a separate letter for Alaska Natives. I think we would want to definitely have some more consultations about the best way that we could do that.
Interdeep.
So I have a very simple question. So what was the universe in 2010 census? What did the universe look like as compared to the 567 tribal entities?
It was the same universe. It's not just the federally recognized tribes, because back in before 2010, it wasn't 567. But it also included state tribes and non-recognized tribes as well. It was the same broad reach of all tribe.
Okay, thanks.
Just very quickly, I wanted to make one more comment about the groupings. And I will admit I carry baggage from understanding how this data is used in federal formulas. So I wanted to make this statement on the record. This is, of course, subject to tribal leader input. But I do want to say I'm trying to look at the grouping as what is the benefit, not to census and not to users, but of having this as public information to those who might further analyze distributions of federal formula and what is the risk of that. So at least for Alaska, we'll be thinking through that when we look at the groupings. Really, really appreciate the opportunity to have input. It's beyond the census purview and really beyond my purview to understand the full impact of how the information is used, and that's why I framed my first question. I continue to think it would be helpful to have at least some stated goal in the letter that relates to maximizing the opportunity for self-identification and really the Census Bureau having a better understanding of how tribes, whether they be or Alaska Native and Native American Indians, how they identify and wish to be grouped. So I just wanted to make that statement on the letter there, on the record. There's just no black and white answer, and it's not just an Alaska Native versus American Indian. There are political considerations and there are funding considerations that I think really matter in the implementation of the census data. So it's really important that we have the opportunity to see this, and I want to thank you for giving us some time to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Excuse me, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Dizzy.
Hi, I have one more question. So this is a census convention, is what I'm hearing. And so I would like to know, what is it actually used for? Is this the basis for the top 10 largest tribes that are issued by the census? Or I guess I'd like to know, and I think tribes deserve to know as well, what are these census aggregate groupings used for? If I was a tribal leader, and I'll just use my tribe, the Northern Cheyenne, and I got this letter and I look at the grouping, well, there are 3 different subgroupings under Cheyenne. So I would take that to mean that I can't get data on just Northern Cheyenne, which is not true, right? Tribes can still get data on people who identify the federally recognized tribal name in the census.
Yes, that's an excellent question, and I think the short answer is we have certain data products that are produced from the census, and in 2010 we produce out a file, and so the several files, as you know. So the tribal groupings, from what I understand, the reason it's sort of a Census Bureau convention is because we wanted to be able to provide out data for American Indian, Alaska Native populations within Summary File 1, and that's what was produced out there was the tribal groupings. The detailed tribe information, so Northern Cheyenne or the individual, Cheyenne Arapaho, for instance, like those counts came out of Summary File 2 and the Special American Indian Alaska Native Summary File. Those came out afterwards. And so that's actually part of the reason why we're asking whether or not it is useful to the tribes. If the tribes aren't using it and if it is detrimental to the tribes, should the Census Bureau continue to create these tribal groupings? And from what I've heard anyway in the last several years is that it is not really useful to the tribes themselves. And if that is the way it's sort of, and opinions also sort of wane, and it also is different depending on whether I am, in the Northwest versus the Northeast versus the Southwest, versus, in Montana, for instance. And so, that's part of the reason why we do want to have that question in the census letter to tribal leaders, is to let us know, is this something that is useful for the tribes? Should we continue to do this? Because the way we would disseminate and tabulate data out from 2020 and beyond is different than the way we did it in 2000 and in 2010. We are still trying to work that out. But that's the purpose of the tribal grouping question. And so the question that you're asking, and actually the questions that all of the members here are asking, is the questions that we have been receiving for the past several years, and so we want to make it official in the tribal classification letter that we're sending out to all the tribes.
Thank you. So is this the basis of the top 10 largest tribes? Do you guys use these groupings when you issue that?
From the 2010?
Yes.
It was the population that was I don't think it was necessarily the top 10 tribes, because I think the tribal groupings that we have in our files that go out is beyond 10. I'll have to go back and take a look.
Do you use these groupings, though, when you're calculating the largest tribes in the U.S.? Because that then has major implications, because you're then combining lots of different tribal names into an aggregate group, right, that has implications.
The short answer is we provide information out on the tribal groupings, but we also provide information out on the detailed tribe as well. And so depending on which products we're talking about, in some of our data products, the largest tribal groupings were presented out, and that is, you're right, you're absolutely right. It is an aggregate of individual tribes that represent this tribal grouping, but from what I've heard is that perhaps that's not necessarily what is useful to tribes now.
Okay, so I guess my final recommendation would be that you specify in your letter what is the benefit to tribes. Tribes right now, and they have been, and this is, I think, I would be safe to have this blanket statement be that the undercount of tribes is a big deal right now. And so maybe, even just include in that letter, the benefit is to try to get an accurate count, right, of your citizens. I think it could be simplified. Reading that letter, I had a hard time picking through it. So I do think it needs to be very simple, and it needs to, have some very clear, what is the benefit to tribes? Why should you participate? And what kind of products do tribes get from this? What products would they like to get from the census? And I'll follow up separately, because I still am not clear in your response, Hyun.
Thank you, Desi.
Okay, James?
And I apologize, I'm breaking what I just said a moment ago, but this actually spurred two more comments that I have. One is that I think it's right. I think we all agree that oftentimes the terms that you're using for census don't have a lot of meaning to the tribes themselves. But the one thing I do want to point out, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, is that Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act has the reservation trigger. So what you do in classifying individuals carries legal consequences, and it's very important, again, that the definitions of how you're aggregating or not aggregating the Alaska Native American Indian communities has an impact, and it's important to make sure that it actually reflects statutory requirements for definition of a reservation or Alaska Native area. The second comment is actually something else that, as I was looking at the letter, it just reminded me of something else. It's really important in your letter. It's addressed to Dear Honorable Tribal Leader. Believe it or not, that's not specific enough, because I can tell you that we had letters like this going out in our Alaska litigation, and they were being responded to by the tribal administrators. The tribal administrators cannot speak for the tribe, only the tribal council can. So what I would suggest is making some kind of indication in the letter itself that you're asking the tribal government what they want to refer to themselves as, not a tribal leader, because you can end up getting very different responses. And again, if it's not coming from the tribal council or the tribal government, they have no authority to speak for the other individuals in that community.
And to follow up on that, James, so as far as the salutation is concerned, keeping it as Dear Honorable Tribal Leader, but somewhere in the letter itself indicating that the tribal council or an administrator who can represent the tribe is also able to provide the comments back to us about their coding and classification?
Well, I wouldn't say also. I would just make it explicit, perhaps even putting in bold, that you want to get the information from the tribal government, and you may even want to put a parenthetical afterwards saying, whoever is lawfully able to speak for the members of the tribe, just to make that explicit. Because, again, it seems like it would be clear from the face of the letter, but I can tell you that our experience in Alaska was very different, and we actually, in the course of litigation, ended up with responses that were sent back by a tribal administrator that in deposition, we would have a member of the tribal council saying that individual had no authority to speak for the tribe. So it's really important that we make that clear in the letter.
I think I will follow up with you on that, if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? All right.
All right, thank you very much. So next, we're going to hear from Ian Hull on the 2018 address canvassing, and followed by committee discussion.
All right, I got the head nod to begin. Good afternoon. My name is Ian Hull, and I work in the Decennial Census Management Division, and it is a pleasure to speak with you all this afternoon. During my presentation, I will first provide a brief update of the entire address canvassing program. I will then spend the majority of the time discussing the in-field testing that we just completed as part of the 2018 end-to-end census test. Developing a full and complete frame is critical to the overall success of the census. As a brief overview, the re-engineered address canvassing approach for the 2020 census is one of the key innovation areas. Address canvassing is comprised of both an in-office component and an in-field listing component. All blocks will be canvassed in 2020. However, due to the addition of our multi-year in-office address canvassing process, we expect to only need to canvass approximately 30% of the addresses in person this census, versus the nearly 100% canvassed in person during the 2010 census. The in-office address canvassing operation is a continuous process of monitoring the residential and non-residential landscape to measure, assess, and ensure completeness and accuracy of the math and associated attributes. While we have developed this robust in-office address canvassing process this decade, some areas of the country, including those with growth and decline in the number of housing units, or those areas where we do not have adequate source data or imagery, still require in-field address canvassing. The testing completed this summer in the 3 test sites centered around this in-field canvassing component. We last updated the National Advisory Committee on Address Canvassing about 1.5 years ago, so I wanted to take some time and provide some general updates and accomplishments. Interactive Review, the main component of in-office address canvassing, completed its first pass of the entire nation in June. Interactive Review is one component of in-office address canvassing. During Interactive Review, analysts use a variety of information to review, assess, and mark areas of change or deficiency in each block, or identify blocks as stable and complete. Execution started in September of 2015, and as I stated, we completed the first pass on June 8th of this summer, canvassing all 11.15 million blocks in the nation. But work has not stopped. Since then, we have been working to improve various efforts and aspects of in-office address canvassing. We have been working to develop triggers. Triggers will identify blocks that need to be reviewed again for change. For example, we may receive information from the delivery sequence file from the United States Postal Service indicating change. This change will trigger an originally passive block and send it back into interactive review. We will then determine if our systems, the MAF-Tiger systems, reflect the change and determine its updated passive or active state. At the same time, we may trigger active blocks back into interactive review when new information is received. This may also allow us to classify a block as passive that was originally classified as active. We will use multiple sources for our triggers, including partnership files, postal information, and new imagery. Thus far, 3.5 million blocks have been triggered and sent back to interactive review. We've also been working on the development and implementation of an ungeocoded resolution operation. Currently, there are 2.8 million ungeocoded records in the universe. These records failed geocoding. We must assign a census block. Without this census block information, these ungeocoded cases will be excluded from the frame. We officially started this operation in April of this year, and thus far we have successfully geocoded 384,000 addresses. Of the addresses that we have worked, we have been able to geocode 78% of the records, which is a great success, having an immediate effect on the increasing our frame's quality. We have also started an in-office address canvassing group quarters operation. This just began a little over a month ago towards the end of September. This operation includes both group quarters and transitory locations. There are approximately 215,000 in the universe of group quarters and transitory locations for this operation. Clerks at our National Processing Center are conducting research. They're looking to add, improve, and change elements for the identified transitory locations and group quarters, using internet research, imagery, and then eventually actually calling those units, confirming type, and contact. This operation, in essence, is helping to improve and streamline the group quarters validation process from the 2010 census. Our goal is to limit the in-field address canvassing needs for group quarters and transitory locations, and also helping our future transitory location and group quarter operations in 2020. It is important also to highlight one significant change to address canvassing. Active block resolution was suspended at the beginning of this calendar year. Active block resolution will no longer support our in-office address canvassing efforts for the 2020 census. ABR, or active block resolution, was one component of our in-office address canvassing process. It was a supplemental part. During ABR, staff attempted to resolve active blocks from interactive review. Using imagery, partnership data files, and third-party data, our clerks were able to update the MathTiger databases reflecting the changes from interactive review. ABR began in the summer of 2016. Based on initial evaluations, we determined the program needed further development. Based on where we stood in the decade and our current fiscal situation, we made the difficult decision to pause active block resolution. We are eager to work on improving active block resolution in the future and look forward to other ways to improve frame development as we look forward to 2030. As a quick snapshot, the following slide displays the current status of all of our blocks from interactive review or in-office address canvassing processes. At the time we completed the first pass of the nation in June, 71% of blocks were considered stable. As of October 24th, that number has increased to 75.32%, as reflected on this slide, a direct result of our continued in-office address canvassing efforts that I've previously discussed. We are pleased with our progress. Again, we anticipate approximately 30% of the addresses will be either on hold or active and thus sent to in-field address canvassing in the summer of 2019. I'd now like to shift focus and discuss the 2018 end-to-end census tests address canvassing operation. Prior census tests have focused on target research and evaluation. However, the 2018 end-to-end census test focused on the overall integration of systems and operational procedures. This was our final opportunity to test the listing capabilities and systems required for our in-field address canvassing. We have completed multiple tests over the decade, but this was a culmination of extensive work and refinement, and we are pleased at reaching this milestone. This test included a new independent quality control operation. Our past tests did not include this independent quality control functionality. We are eager to deploy this vigorous process to help ensure the overall listing quality. Our sampling system, also referred to as SMARCS, selected quality control cases. There were basically two types of blocks that were selected. First, blocks that exhibited specific targeted characteristics such as numerous deletes, were triggered into quality control. In addition, we had a random sample of blocks selected for quality control analysis. One sub-objective of this test was to evaluate the effectiveness and overall size of our sampling protocol. Unlike full relisting completed in the past, SMARC selected a random starting point and instructed the quality control lister to begin canvassing from that point. Based on immediate feedback, Lima, our listing tool, was able to determine overall quality of the production listing. This did not necessarily require the quality control lister to complete the entire block. Lima was able to determine a pass or fail outcome based on defined criteria. If passed, the quality control lister was instructed to continue to the next sampled block. Only if a block had failed that quality control analysis was the lister instructed to fully re-canvass that specific block. Finally, this test also helped us validate the process of determining which blocks need to be included in the in-field workload for 2020. In other words, are in-office address canvassing processes correctly identifying the blocks requiring the more intensive field canvassing process? From a methodology perspective, we conducted the address canvassing tests in 3 locations. We implemented the quality control program that I just described. The methodology used to determine the workload for the test mirrored the criteria that we will use in 2020. Predominantly, there are 2 types of blocks that are sent to in-field address canvassing. First are the blocks reviewed during our in-office address canvassing process determined to be active, such as those that have had new development. In addition, some blocks that we do not have adequate source data or imagery data and thus far are considered to be on hold will also be sent to in-field address canvassing. Oftentimes, we do not have the necessary information to make a determination on the block from the office. These blocks are also sent to in-field address canvassing. It is important to also note that we included blocks originally resolved in our active block resolution process in this test. As I stated earlier, the active block resolution process was suspended earlier this year and will no longer be used in support of the 2020 census. As a result, in order to mirror the blocks that we will send for the entire nation, blocks that were originally resolved were included in this test. This inclusion will help us prepare for what we expect to send in 2020. To deploy the test, we used an enhanced version of our listing and mapping application, also referred to as Lima. This is a census-developed application used in our current programs. Since January, our developers have added the quality control functionality that I discussed earlier. The test also served as our first opportunity to integrate with other 2020 systems, such as our e-case control systems and time and expense applications. We also deployed our automated training approach that will be used in 2020. This slide presents a high-level milestones of the operation. The operation began on schedule August 28th, with quality control activities commencing approximately 1 week later. The operation was short. It just lasted approximately 5.5 weeks. All field operations concluded at the beginning of October. The address canvassing test was completed in 3 locations: Pierce County, Washington, Providence County, Rhode Island, and the Bluefield-Beckley-Oak Hill area of West Virginia. Collectively, these 3 sites provided unique geographies and situations for our test. Specifically, in Providence County, Rhode Island, there is a high level of gentrification, which results in rapidly changing blocks. Additionally, there's a high presence of group quarters and split and hidden housing units, which can be among the more challenging types of units to canvass, both in office as well as in field. In Bluefield-Beckley-Oak Hill, West Virginia, there is a high proportion of very rural areas, including non-city style addresses, and a relatively large number of mobile homes. There are also mountainous areas which provided diverse terrain for addresses over which we had to conduct address canvassing, as well as testing address canvassing in a disconnected state. In Pierce County, Washington, there's been considerable change, particularly in the areas surrounding the military bases, expanding the situations where we can test address canvassing. Additionally, Pierce County has a highly diverse terrain, including waterways, coastlines, mountains, and forests. Testing in these 3 sites allowed us to gain key experience in managing across 3 sites simultaneously, and allowed the regions to gain key experience in our re-engineered address canvassing approach. This chart outlines the number of housing units in each of the 3 test sites and the original number of anticipated housing units that were canvassed by our in-field address canvassing listers. The total number of basic collection units or blocks worked during the operation are presented on this slide, along with the number of blocks sent for independent quality control review. The quality control component of the operation sampled 1,082 blocks into quality control review, representing approximately 13% of the production blocks worked. We will analyze the results from our sampling in the coming weeks to determine the overall effectiveness of our sampling protocol. To complete the operation, we deployed approximately 325 listers and 20 production supervisors. We deployed approximately 75 quality control listers and 8 quality control supervisors in support of our new quality control component. I'd now like to discuss some initial successes and lessons learned from the operation. We were able to integrate with the eCase system, our operational control system for the 2020 census. This was the first operation to integrate with the 2020 operational control system. We also successfully integrated with other decennial systems successfully, such as our payroll systems and our assignment optimization system. We also successfully implemented the independent quality control component. We were able to properly sample cases. We adjudicated production work in real time, receiving feedback when cases failed quality control. Again, we are eager to further evaluate this quality control process, specifically focusing on the sampling and the thresholds for determining pass and fail rates. We also successfully implemented and used field management alerts. These field management alerts are a major component of the re-engineered field operation. For address canvassing, there were 14 total alerts. 10 of them come from our operational control system and include things such as blocks that have not been worked within 3 days of their initial assignment, or those employees and listers that are not submitting timesheets. 4 of the alerts came from our optimizer, also referred to as Mojo. Some of these alerts might have been a potential for overcharge of miles based on their work, and either a high or low number of cases completed per hour compared to other employees in the site. We were also able to assign 7 large blocks during the first day of the operation. Assigning large blocks has been a stumbling point for us in the past. On to some lessons learned. And first, our online learning management system functioned properly. We recognize however, we do recognize that there are some areas that we can improve on training. We have received feedback and will work to improve training before 2020. Listing is a complicated process to teach, and we'll continue to explore ways to improve that training. We encountered connectivity problems in our West Virginia test site during the operation. The ability for some listers to complete the self-paced online training was hampered by these connectivity issues. We also received reports of imagery slowness on our devices in West Virginia, as well as some slow download times in portions of the test site. It's important to note that we specifically selected the West Virginia test site for this very reason, to test our connectivity issues. Oftentimes, rural areas will have these connectivity constraints, and these areas also have some of the largest geographic files that must be downloaded. We wanted to examine how our systems will function in areas with less connectivity. We will continue to examine our contingencies, including the options of allowing listers to have the training downloaded remotely onto their devices, and improving the delivery of geographic files during the operation. We also need to revisit some of the business rules surrounding our optimizer. The optimizer helps to assign cases. In some cases, the optimizer of assignments functioned extremely well. It was sending optimized cases based on employees' work availability. However, in some situations, cases far from where the staff lived were not being worked at the beginning of the operation. In other situations, listers were observed traveling long distances to complete work. Some of the blocks with large housing units were not being worked at the beginning of the operation. Many of these observed issues were exacerbated by the location of the staff that we had to hire in 2 of the test sites. Based on observations, feedback, and data from the operation, we are working to improve some of the parameters used by the optimizer. We will be refining the business rules for address canvassing assignment optimization. One of the critical requirements of our technology solutions is the ability to work in the disconnected state that's been mentioned a few times today. Our enumerators need to complete their work when not directly connected to our systems. This is critical considering the diverse geographies that we will work in 2020. The disconnected state worked. Lima functioned as designed during this test. However, we discovered some unintended problems. Listers may not transmit or connect for a long period of time, and during that time, assignments may change. We had some instances where more than one lister worked a specific block because of the lag caused by working in a disconnected state. These issues will require both an operational and system improvements, and we're already working to develop those solutions. All right. So that concludes my presentation. If there's questions, I don't know if there's a discussant.
Hassan, do you have a question? And then
I do, but first, if you could just help me understand better. Page 68, what's really, can you give more of definition of these codes, stable, passive, active, on hold, triggered?
I apologize. My slides are just numbered in my range. Could we go back? Oh, I have the ability. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. I'm with you now. So a basic definition of stable, of the statuses? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So during interactive review, our clerks at the National Processing Center are evaluating block by block and basically comparing the imagery that we have available to us, current imagery, to what we have listed in the MAF. So they will compare the two. And in situations where, let's just say in a small block, there are 3 housing units, and the clerk can see the 3 housing units, and our MAF correctly matches the existence of those 3 housing units, that block will be indicated as stable or passive. We have a strong belief that we do not need to canvass that block in the field because we have been able to successfully canvass it using our in-office address canvassing processes. Now, if there is information in the imagery that shows growth or decline and our master address file does not reflect that change, it'll be considered active. And those currently will be sent to in-field address canvassing. Those blocks that are not able to be determined as active or passive are considered on hold. A good example of that is if the current imagery has cloud cover, so we cannot make a determination. We are unsure of the status. Is it considered stable, or is there some type of change that we need to address? Triggered blocks is the process to ensure that changes are identified. And those are some of those situations where the delivery sequence file from the United States Postal Service might indicate that there's additional housing units in a specific block. So a block that had been considered stable, there might be growth since the first time we completed interactive review. As a result, we would say that that block is being triggered back into further review in order to ensure that the status is accurate.
Let me ask you this then. Now, for example, city like Detroit, we have this dynamic growth of population in downtown and midtown, and really dynamic loss of populations in neighborhoods. So how often do you update your information? What's the time lag in updating these type of information?
Well, the master address file is like continuously being updated. It is our internal database, and it is updated continuously. We receive multiple inputs that inform our in-office address canvassing on a on different schedules. So different files, different partnership files, different sources, the Postal Service sources are coming at different clips. And the imagery as well. Do you want like specific like timeframes? Is that what you're? So we can get to what the cadence is of the file deliveries. I do not have that at this time, but we can work to get that for you. Absolutely. Yeah. Actually, we can maybe get you an immediate answer.
Ian's correct in saying that the master address file is continuously undergoing updates. Twice per year, we use the Postal Service's delivery sequence file to update our master address file. On average, we add about 500,000 new records per year using the United States Postal Service file. In addition, I mentioned earlier that for the past 5 years, we've been working with tribal, state, and local governments. On average, we're updating about 15,000 census tracts worth of data through that program. Our unit of work in that program is the census tract. In addition, when we have files, other administrative record sources, we use those files to update the MAF. As we've been going through in-office address canvassing, we completed half of the nation through review in FY16, half of the nation through interactive review in FY17. And anytime any of these additional sources, like the delivery sequence file, a partner file, indicate some sort of change, and in Detroit, that could definitely be the case, we're using that as a signal or a trigger to go back and conduct interactive review again. Does that make sense? And I'm happy to report that Detroit has signed up for LUCA.
Great, thank you.
Megan?
This is great because I have a definition question too, and then maybe a follow-up question, which is, I feel like I haven't heard this phrase of transitory locations before. Can you just tell me what that is?
So transitory locations could include areas such as campgrounds, carnivals, hotels, things where there's a transitory nature to where people are living. It's included in our overall group quarters auspices of operations, but we are trying to identify those locations at this point and make sure that the master address file represents those as best as it can right now.
Awesome. And then historically, do you feel like, you know, I am someone who feels really strongly like we need to be including more transitory locations that are related to populations that are experiencing homelessness. But I also know from my experience and experience working with those communities that those are really super transitory locations. There's a tent city may pop up and law enforcement officials may come through and move the city along. It pops up, you know, a half mile down the road. That location's just not going to, anything that you come up with now is not going to be relevant in 2 years. And, you know, so I wonder historically how you deal with that sort of continuous movement of those transitory locations and what the value is of investing in looking at those now.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah. So some campgrounds are going to be fairly stable, and then other locations are not. And that's where we would understand that the work that we're doing right now is not a conclusive, like definitive source for all transitory locations. I'm not sure if Judy. Okay, what I can try to kind of explain, and we can get you a more detailed answer at a later date, because the transitory locations and kind of group quarters work is under a different area within my division. However, we work with partners that a huge part of it will be service-based enumeration, and transitory locations is working with community partners and identifying the locations. Some of these very transitory, such as things you're stating of like a tent city, working with the partners to identify closer to the time that we actually conduct the enumeration of the locations that we're going to have staff go do the immediate enumeration at that time. And that would be separate from the conclusive list of what we're developing right now from an address canvassing perspective.
Alice Sue, and then Arturo.
Thank you. On page 72, if we look at the ratio of blocks sampled for QC over the overall workload of blocks, it's about 12.5% more or less, which is pretty much in line with the 10 to 15% validation one would want for that. But my question was, is the sampling done by Lister or overall?
It is done overall. It is not done by Lister.
That's just based on experience, you might have the bad luck of not including some listers that could have created havoc in the little corners of the world.
Thank you.
Arturo and then Lily.
Could you describe the experience that you're having in this address canvassing new approach in identifying non-traditional living situations, like the proverbial garage that has been turned into a housing unit with no address, or a 4-unit apartment building that has been subdivided into 6 or 8 units illegally?
Yeah, I think that's a major challenge for us with developing an accurate frame, and we're working to address that. Hidden units have historically been difficult for us. One of the aspects of the 2018 end-to-end census test, the work that we just completed, training focused on hidden units and trying to get the listers. They are instructed to make contact at every possible housing unit, and not only to confirm that specific housing unit that they're at, but also to ask if there's additional units. Are there garage units? Is there a shed in the back that's being rented? To try to identify on the ground specific housing units. Our geography division is also taking an active approach in trying to identify different ways of identifying hidden units, because they, in essence, by definition, they are hidden from some of our practices. We've been working with the National Academy of Sciences. They have been providing us with feedback on how to try to improve the inclusion of these hidden units in our frame.
And so what success have you had in getting a better list?
I'd have to get back to you on specific counts of the identifying of hidden units. If we had an entire universe of it, it would be great. So I think I would need to get a detailed kind of evaluation of those that have been added thus far. I do not have that right now.
Sorry, Lily, please.
Where could we find the list of the transitory locations and group quarters that you already have so that we can, is that list available? Like for what you guys define as these transitory locations like carnivals, campgrounds, et cetera, like the list?
The list of them?
Or
I am not
the
aware if
definition of
that's
those? Definition or
a
list?
piece of information that we can release. I'd have to look into that for you.
The categories, yeah.
Oh, the categories. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying the actual list of them.
No, no,
Okay.
not the,
Yeah.
excuse me, the categories, yeah. A list of the, the list of the categories.
Yes,
of-
I can have the program manager that runs the transitory location and group quarters operation make sure that we get that specific definitions to, because I know there was a question earlier this morning about group quarters definition, so we can work to provide both of those.
That would be great, because I think a lot of us
Absolutely.
are piggybacking on that question, and then we'd be able to help to see
yeah.
what might be missing, so,
That'd be awesome.
thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda?
Yeah, to your knowledge, does that include returning citizens who are living in various communities, having been released from prison?
So for instance, like a halfway house or a group home type of situation, yes, those would be considered group quarters. We would identify them as group quarters and they would be enumerated during the group quarters enumeration operation. We are trying to identify those and make sure that our frame represents those right now. So that's part of the in-office address canvassing group quarters operation that just began back in September. We're working through the current list. If we can also identify additional ones, we will. Additional group quarters and transitory locations are also sometimes identified during our in-field address canvassing operation as well.
don't see any additional questions. If not, thank you, Ian, and it's nice to see you here. It was nice to see you in Alaska.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I think the plan is we have next on our agenda to take a break, but we are pretty far behind schedule. So I think we're going to try to push through, at least that's my understanding, and I'll turn it over to Ditas.
Okay, so our next presentation, can we bring up Michael? There she is. Perfect timing. And of course, members, if you need to, step out, feel free to do so. And then Arturo will be our discussant after she finishes.
Hello, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Michaelyn Myers. I'm a research sociolinguist in the Center for Survey Measurements here at the Census Bureau. Today I'm going to be talking about respondent confidentiality concerns and possible effects on response rates and data quality for the 2020 census. I'd like to acknowledge some collaborators before I begin, including Patricia Gowerman, Lucia Laiki, Ana Sandoval Giron, as well as collaborators at RTI International and Research Support Services who were influential in collecting this data. So the motivation for the research is a recent increase in respondents spontaneously expressing concerns to researchers. So these would be researchers at CSM, as well as to field staff during production surveys about confidentiality and data access. And these concerns seem to be centered on the issue of immigration. So I'm going to be talking a lot about immigration today, and I want to take a moment to clarify that immigrants come from many different places and have many different experiences. It's not a monolith. And so when I'm talking about this population and these concerns, I'm really talking about respondents who might be concerned about their legal residency or who might live with household members who have an undocumented status, as well as the perception that some of our respondents shared with us that certain immigrant groups are unwelcome. So again, this is not really a monolith. So in addition to hearing these concerns from our respondents, we also observed increased rates of unusual respondent behaviors during our pre-testing studies and our production surveys. So these are things like data falsification, item non-response, and breakoffs. And one thing that really concerns us about this is that undocumented immigrants are considered a hard-to-count population. So that's something that we take very seriously. So the studies that I'm going to be talking about were conducted this year between February and September of 2017. I'd like to emphasize that these were small, qualitative, and non-representative samples. The data is from projects that were pre-testing various topics. So none of these were designed to examine confidentiality concerns in particular. Respondents and field staff were spontaneously bringing up these concerns in the course of researching other topics. The first projects that I'm going to talk about are respondent pre-testing projects, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what our field staff told us about their observations from production surveys. So these pre-testing projects included usability interviews and cognitive interviews and focus groups that were conducted in a variety of languages in the DC metro area, as well as in California, Illinois, Michigan, and North Carolina. One important note about pre-testing respondents is that they're very different than the general public. So they're paid a cash incentive in order to participate. They're recruited through trusted community organizations in many cases. They have a researcher sitting next to them while they fill out the survey. And the researcher actually goes through an extensive informed consent process that includes more discussion of confidentiality than might typically take place in the field. All of this to really say that respondent concerns might be more pronounced during a production survey than we see during pre-testing. So some of the unusual respondent behavior that we observed during these pre-testing interviews was respondents who were intentionally providing incomplete or incorrect information about household members. So this would include things like leaving household members off the roster, providing false names, incorrect dates of birth, and non-specific detailed origins. Respondents who tried to break off the interviews. These were respondents who seemed visibly nervous. They required extensive explanations about how we were going to be redacting their personal identifying information and what types of agencies would have access to their data. These are actually studies that are similar to other studies we've conducted in recent years, and this behavior was an extreme departure from behavior that we've seen in the past. So some of the things that our respondents told us, in one of our Spanish interviews, we had a respondent who said, the possibility that the census could give my information to internal security and immigration could come and arrest me for not having documents terrifies me. Another Spanish speaker said, particularly with our current political climate, the Latino community will not sign up because they will think that census will pass their information on and people can come looking for them. We had an English speaker who left household members off the roster who specifically referenced the Muslim ban. We also conducted some focus groups, and the topic of things like legal residency status, fear of deportation, concern about how the data are used and which agencies can see it came up in those multilingual focus groups as well. Respondents reported receiving advice not to open the door to federal agents or federal officials, and that they should request that a warrant be slipped under the door. So for example, in our Korean focus group, one respondent said, they say never open the door, and another respondent said, this alert has been spread everywhere now. And this was something that came up across languages as well. So the first quote that I have here from an Arabic focus group was very interesting to me because a lot of our quotes from the Spanish speakers emphasized concerns about legal residency status, but this quote indicated that there were concerns even among those who might have legal residency in something like a visa for other reasons. So this person said, maybe if we tell them that this is not going to affect anything, not your visa, nor whether you just arrived or came here a long time ago. So that's talking about census participation. Another Arabic speaker said, in light of the current political situation, the immigrants, especially the Arabs and Mexicans, would be so scared when they see a government interviewer at their doorsteps. And so again, this is an indication that there are certain populations that are perceived as being unwelcome amongst our respondents. In another Arabic focus group, a respondent said, the immigrant is not going to trust the census employee when they are continuously hearing a contradicting message from the media every day, threatening to deport immigrants. In addition to speaking with respondents directly during the course of our pre-testing interviews, we also had the opportunity to conduct focus groups with field staff this year. Some of these field staff only spoke English. Some of them were bilingual in different languages. This was field supervisors as well as field representatives. And they were also located in a variety of places around the country, so Connecticut, Massachusetts, Kentucky, Arkansas, Nebraska, Arizona, Texas, Oregon, and New York. They also reported behavior that they felt was unusual compared to their previous experience working on other surveys. A respondent walked out and left one of our interviewers alone in the home during citizenship questions. The field staff talked a lot about respondents worrying more than they normally see about giving out legitimate names or information on other household members. One interviewer said that the less information they give out, the better, the safer they are. And that was really the general consensus about what they're hearing from respondents. Another interviewer described an experience saying, there was a cluster of mobile homes, all Hispanic. I went to one and I left the information on the door. I could hear them inside. I did 2 more interviews, and when I came back, they were moving. It's because they were afraid of being deported. And I'd like to emphasize that these focus groups were not designed to ask anything about this topic. And in fact, the field representatives took the opportunity of being together in a focus group setting to share these experiences because they were upset about them. So this came up spontaneously, and it's not something we asked about. The field staff were very unanimous in reporting that these behavior changes are recent. One interviewer said, the politics have changed everything recently. Another interviewer said, this may just be a sign of the times, but in the recent several months before anything begins, I'm being asked times over, does it make a difference if I'm not a citizen? Another interviewer who works on a study that's conducted every 3 years said, 3 years ago, it was so much easier to get respondents compared to now because of the government changes and trust factors. 3 years ago, I didn't have problems with the immigration questions. Field staff requested additional support, including an ad campaign to overcome mistrust, an immigration statement that could appear on our materials broadly, as well as an immigration letter that they could distribute more selectively, and additional training on overcoming respondent confidentiality concerns. So, findings across languages and regions of the country, both from our pre-testing respondents as well as from field staff discussing production surveys, point to us in CSM to an unprecedented groundswell in confidentiality and data sharing concerns, particularly among immigrants or those who live with immigrants, and this seemed to be related to issues of legal residency or the perception that certain groups are not welcome. We're concerned that this may present a barrier to participation in the 2020 census, that this could impact data quality and coverage for the 2020 census, And this is particularly troubling due to the disproportionate impact on hard-to-count populations. So how do we fix this? Respondents and field staff suggested a message like, your information will not be shared with anyone, including other government agencies. Census Bureau has used similar statements in the past, but using such a statement now is somewhat problematic. The Census Bureau supports research by giving other agencies and academics access to some microdata. The Federal Cybersecurity Enhancement Act of 2015 made changes to federal cybersecurity practices that caused Census Bureau and other federal agencies to need to revise their confidentiality pledges as well. All of this to say that new messages must be accurate and they should also be transparent. And it's difficult to achieve a message that's well understood by respondents and reassuring in this context. In terms of planned and future research, there is some preliminary quantitative analysis of changes in response rates, mode of administration, item non-response, household characteristics, a number of metrics that's going on for production surveys. We have a small amount of preliminary data back from this that indicates that there is a trend. It's not earth-shattering, but it does validate some of our concerns about this topic. In addition, we're working on designing and systematically pre-testing wording in English and Spanish to address confidentiality and data sharing concerns that could be used on Census Bureau materials, and also designing and evaluating training for field staff on overcoming confidentiality and data sharing concerns. So the questions that I had for the National Advisory Committee today are, given respondents' confidentiality concerns and the ways that other agencies are given access to Census Bureau data, how do you recommend that we address this issue? What kinds of messages, materials, and enumerator training do you recommend we develop? And what populations do you recommend that we test such messages with? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Arturo to present on this. Discuss.
Is this the only one?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to serve or discussing on this topic, which I think, let me move this along. It's quite obvious to many of us around this table and many individuals who are working very hard to prepare our communities to participate in the 2020 census, that this is a pervasive theme that is affecting the country. We know that Census 2020 will have many unique challenges, right? You're innovating the census. It's going to be an online census. You have funding challenges. So it'll be a very different census than the one that we've experienced before in any of our lifetimes. And there have been many challenges in every single census, and we know that the most persistent one has consistently been public skepticism that data will be kept safe and confidential, and that participating in the census will not bring harm to any respondent, that their information will not be used against them. Consistently, that has been the heaviest lift that any of us have had to do to convince the public to participate and fill out their census forms. So the observations that were shared today by the Census Bureau really confirms what many of us who are working in immigrant communities, and not just with immigrants, but individuals who are perceived to be unwelcome today in the United States, even though they be United States citizens, born and raised here, is that they actually fear their own government. And that this fear is not irrational, it is not unfounded, and this fear is very real. And the causes of this fear come from the highest offices of the government itself. What's really alarming is that the Census Bureau's observations were among individuals who have been predisposed to participate in census experiments, right? These were people who were pre-screened by local nonprofit organizations to participate. So they knew what they were getting themselves into, and they had an incentive to participate. They were given, a financial incentive. And even in that context, you had the kinds of experiences where people leaving their own home, their own residence, because of the questions that the census interviewer was asking. So first and foremost, I think the Census Bureau really needs to heed the recommendations that this advisory committee has made already in this and regarding this topic. Again, this is something that we have been knowing is coming, and that is going to really shape what's going to be, in our view, the most challenging enumeration that the Census Bureau is going to have before it. And just to remind the Census Bureau and to all of us here that as recently as this past spring, this committee made 2 recommendations specifically addressing this issue. One had to do with the Partnership and Communications Campaign, that this campaign must work with immigrant communities to get the message out that fully responding early by web or mail to the 2020 census will minimize the likelihood that you're going to get an in-person enumerator show up at your door. And understand that there are organizations right now that are waging campaigns in immigrant communities, advising immigrants of their rights and telling them that if somebody comes to your door and says they're the police or they're ICE, don't open the door, ask for a warrant, and if a warrant is presented, have them slip it under the door to make sure that nobody is scamming you. And there have been already reports in the media that some enforcement officials have been passing themselves off as police officers and trying to, dupe immigrants into opening the doors. So when an enumerator shows up saying, trust me, I'm with the federal government, I'm here to count you, this is going to be very difficult for the Census Bureau. The other recommendation this committee has made is that it needs the communications work, and again, know that there will be no advertising campaign in the end-to-end test, needs to be tailored to the current and evolving environment, affecting public trust and contact with federal agency employees, and targeted audience should include trusted messengers, historically undercounted community, as well as the public at large. So we appreciate the recommendations that Ms. Myers shared with us about the additional messaging, research, and tools that the field staff and the enumerators are asking for 2020. It's not going to be enough. And the Census Bureau is going to have to take a very different approach to addressing the public head-on on this issue. It needs to be aggressive, it needs to be bold, it needs to be robust in its messaging, strategic, and it cannot be timid. And we saw some of that from the Census Bureau in 2010 when we were dealing with some very controversial issues. One of the issues that we dealt with was that there was some misguided faith leaders who were asking immigrants to boycott the census as a way of penalizing somehow elected officials for not passing comprehensive immigration reform. Well, the Census Bureau was unwilling to take on the people who were leading this boycott. They left it up to us, people around this table, people in this room, people out there who are working in these communities, to challenge the boycotters. What I'm saying here today is that you can't leave it just to us to convince the community to participate. The Bureau is going to have to take a different approach and invest resources in figuring out how we're going to convince everybody to participate. So the research, the testing, the message development, I think should be segmented by population groups. Yes, you need a campaign for the public at large. You need a separate campaign that's going to address the communities that are specifically afraid of participating in the census because of the environment in which we find ourselves. And you need a campaign among the trusted messengers. The people that the Census Bureau, that your 43 partnership specialists right now are trying to mobilize, and hopefully the 1,000 that you will hire by October 2018 to mobilize the trusted messengers around the country, that's the group that you're going to have to figure out how to convince, for them to stand up and to convince their constituents that it's safe to participate in the census. I represent an organization that has members who are elected officials, and we have been integrating census outreach in all of the work that we do so that city council members, school board members, state legislators are now starting to prepare for the 2020 census, and they can start their own complete count committees and motivate their local state governments to allocate public funding for outreach campaigns to augment what the Census Bureau will and will not be able to do in terms of messaging. I have had local elected officials tell me that there is no way they're going to tell their constituents to fill out their census forms because they themselves are not convinced that the data would be safe and confidential. So the lift is going to be heavier than any of us really could imagine. So you need a campaign for the trusted messengers before you even get to developing a campaign for the public or this targeted audience. And you should be coordinating with those of us who are already doing some of this research. Yesterday and today, my organization has been doing focus groups to start testing messages around the census, as well as civic engagement in general. We will be doing some more focus groups and polling in early 2018 to get at how do we start preparing our community now to participate in 2020, not even knowing what the environment in 2020 is going to be. It could be very different depending on what happens between now and then. But we need to be strategic with the limited resources we have. Resources of the Census Bureau, resources of organizations that are preparing our communities to do so. And again, you need to be bold, strategic, and not timid. And you need to speak out. In my view, the Census Bureau needs to speak out against efforts to sabotage the census, whether it's to underfund the census or even to add untested questions. We were successful in defeating an amendment to an appropriations bill that would have added a status immigration question or a citizenship question to the decennial form. It never made it out of the Rules Committee. It was an amendment to the appropriations bill for the census's funding bill. But the bill needs to speak out. Again, it's not a time to be timid. And more is needed. We need leadership. We need leadership from the Census Bureau. We need leadership from the Department of Commerce. I recommend that this committee itself should meet with Secretary Wilbur Ross and Undersecretary Karen Dunn Kelly directly to address this issue, to address this crisis. I think it needs to be brought to their attention, and ultimately it is on them to make sure that we have a fair and accurate census. And they need to be invested in figuring out how do we fix this as much as anybody else in this room. And what's at stake? If you can't count the immigrant community in the country accurately, you will not have a successful census. So what's at stake is the success or failure of the 2020 census.
Thank you, Arturo. Hassan, and then Tom, and Julie, James, and we'll go down the line.
Not much to add to Arturo's powerful presentation, but just to emphasize a couple of issues. One is that this census is not business as usual. We really do have radically, completely a different political environment, and it's gonna weigh in on the quality and weigh in on how comprehensive, frankly, how usable the 2020 census. I do support Arturo in saying this cannot be addressed and adding a bit of communication language or a line in saying you can answer this or we encourage you to answer this. It really has to be a decision that we're gonna live up to this challenge as a census and truly engage in real solutions to this situation. So it does require a strategy, it requires commitment, and it requires the will to do it. The other thing is please do not only look at this as an immigrant only challenge, because it's much more than that. Obviously, immigrants have been hard-to-count populations, but now they have a reason to not participate. But this is more than an immigrant a challenge. Many young people are taking a position now by not sharing information and not engaging and participating. Many citizens who come from certain background and religious affiliations are extremely worried. They're not feeling safe anymore. And I can go on and on. So it's much bigger than just immigrant communities. And I really do believe that we need a comprehensive thinking in terms of how we tackle a challenge like this one. Thank you.
Tom, and then Alasu and Yolanda.
So I too agree with all of what Arturo recommended, but I would like to urge the Bureau to not forego further qualitative research on the issue. I appreciate the presentation, but I also recognize that it came to the Bureau's attention because it was essentially volunteered by respondents and field staff in the course of investigating other matters. And I appreciate that the plan into future research that you've presented includes quantitative research, but I think the Bureau needs to do much more targeted qualitative research about the full scope of what the concerns are. Of necessity, you've gotten a limited picture of what that is, particularly based on what happens when a respondent is face-to-face with someone. But I don't think the Bureau has a full sense of how this set of issues might impact, cyber responses to the census. I think it has effects there too, but those haven't come to light, it seems, from the volunteered qualitative data that you've gotten. So I do support, obviously, devising the best messaging, but I think the Bureau needs to engage in some further targeted qualitative research, whether that's through focus groups that are not focused on testing messaging yet, but just open-ended inquiry about what are the current concerns, because they are going to continue to develop, and we don't even have a comprehensive sense of what they are today. And I think the Bureau needs to have that qualitative data to support the quantitative, to have any hope of succeeding in getting the right messaging. I also would say that's particularly necessary given the changes that you've identified in confidentiality of microdata and the lack of awareness in the public generally about that issue layered on top of what's already out there. I just think I understand budget constraints, but the Bureau needs to invest in further qualitative research to have any chance of succeeding in getting the right messaging, messengers, wording, et cetera, to address this issue at all. And I would just add, I think, something that was implicit in what Arturo said, which is the Bureau also needs to be prepared to take action interagency or try to obtain commitments interagency. I guarantee you today that if something is not done, an uncontrolled immigration enforcement force, which is basically what we have under the current Department of Homeland Security, in 2020 will have agents out there using a ruse of being a census enumerator to engage in immigration enforcement. So the Bureau needs right up front to get a commitment that there is going to be an adopted policy against that ever being used as a ruse by anyone engaged in not just immigration enforcement, but any other kind of enforcement activity. So it's not just your own messaging, getting a full scope of the problem, but recognizing that part of the solution is going to have to be not being timid, but being aggressive in interagency commitments as well. I really, though, want to say I appreciate your identifying the issue, and it came up spontaneously in presenting this to us. I appreciate that very much.
Alice Sue and then Yolande.
We are living in a period of time where segments of the population are seeing their rights eroded, taken away. We're seeing it with transgender populations, in different states, and also, more at the federal level as well. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen, nothing bad will happen? If I were a trusted messenger, I'm not sure I would want to have the responsibility to tell others that nothing will happen. So I think that's a difficult situation to overcome as far as getting messages out. Some of the things that were mentioned in some ways, but that will also have implications for cost, for instance, of, we heard in some of the research that Michael mentioned, I was involved in, and a number of the immigrants said that if they had an interviewer in person asking for their phone number to later have someone call in language, they would likely give a fake phone number. Well, those things are going to have cost implications. So it's not just, everything is tied together. It's not just the confidential nature. It's not yes or no participation. It's also just what it will do to the efforts. In some of the ideas that people were coming up with, we heard from several of the language communities that uniforms for the census takers, something that identify them at plain sight as the good guys, would be helpful, whether that's reasonable or not. But it's, it just, I think, helps understand where people are coming from. And the issue, that Arturo also mentioned about the warrants under the door, one thing to be prepared is to have something about the census to slip under the door, because that's how people think they're going to communicate at the front of their door. They're not, going to want to hear or open. They'll just want to see what you have, what you brought to explain your presence.
I echo the concerns that many have expressed. And if you all may recall, the Chief Justice of California and New Jersey had the immigration authorities coming to court. People were coming to court, and after they finished court, and both of those Chief Justices wrote to the U.S. Attorney General and to ask them please not to do that, because people coming to court don't want to feel that there's somebody waiting outside to arrest them. So it has an impact. And I think we have to also think about the assets which we have, and I am referring to the civil rights movement, when a lot of youth were involved in that movement. And I think we're, again, going to have to go to some of those ways of dealing with this problem and go into our schools in advance, way in advance of this, and because that's one way of getting to the parents and immigrant parents, a lot of whom do not necessarily speak English, but to educate their children. To go into some of the minority communities who still have a relationship with their churches and their interfaith groups. And those are some of the people you can use to get to those communities it was mentioned the transgender community. And I think we can consider a lot of different ways that we can utilize some resources that are already in place to begin that education campaign and to reach out with them, those different groups, including college students, to learn what their concerns are as well.
Thank you. Let's start with Julie.
I was actually the first card up, so I'd like to get mine in there. Most of it might have already been said, but so I'm kind of going to second what Tom said about the doing more research in focus groups, because this came out of stuff that you were already doing basically, but there's so much more out there that you could get in terms of having these kind of groups focus on what would help people feel comfortable filling this out, right? So what you've gathered from this is why they're afraid. What we don't have is what would make them feel comfortable doing it. Which is what we really get at, right? We already know people are afraid. We hear more specifics about why, but what would make them feel comfortable? So the second thing that I wanted to say was that, the information on how their information will be safeguarded and having that in a handout, which is something that Alisu has said as well, multilingual, in a handout in different languages. I would feel more comfortable having that, even myself, telling people to fill out their census if I had something that said, due to this legislation, it is unlawful for your information to be shared with any outside, something like that, basically, that would really reassure people, both the people who are the trusted partners who are doing this, as Arturo said, as well as people who are filling out their forms. I also had that anticipation and fear, I think it was Tom who mentioned of, and maybe Alisu, of people pretending to be census agents. We already have, immigration, going to the courts. We have them collaborating with the police. I can easily imagine that they will be following census interviewers around or pretending to be census interviewers or in some way making people think they might be census interviewers. And so having maybe a specific badge, vest, or something that census interviewers will wear, that then when you have a handout or that information is conveyed, only talk to a person who has this specific thing on their person, basically, that would help people feel more comfortable doing that. The other thing, and this is something in the presentation itself, the one where it was like, well, somebody was left the home when they were asked about citizenship. Maybe that was a part of kind of testing of different questions, but that's not on the census citizenship, right? So like instructing interviews, was that part of like an American Community Survey type thing? Because they do ask about citizenship on that one, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that. So some of these projects were actually pre-testing the 2020 census questionnaire, and some of them were not. And so this was actually from a different survey, and it was a production survey. And so these were just field interviewers who were working in the field on a survey for us.
Okay. I just wondered, since that obviously is not a census question or something we want on the census, training interviewers to never ask about citizenship or religion, or any of those kinds of things, and to be sure, because we have had issues in the past with sometimes enumerators not being educated on these issues, but that needs to be a big part of the training this year, is to not ask about citizenship and not ask about, and if it comes up that a person says something about whether they are or not a citizen, stop them from basically don't gather that kind of information from people, because we don't need it, we don't want it, from them. We don't want to make them feel fearful. So having specific, interview training that will also help them to assuage these fears. I think this will come out of also doing some focus groups or things with people to get what would assuage those fears. Besides having something in writing, is what can be said that would make people feel comfortable filling this out, and having interviewers trained to go down their list of what they should say if someone says, I don't want to talk to you. How do I know, whatever, and being able to assure them that their information will be protected.
So I just wanted to say first of all, that I agree with what Hassan had said, that this is not just an immigrant-only issue. One of the things I wanted to point out that actually has happened since the last time we met is our coalition had conducted a survey of tribal members in 4 states, in South Dakota, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, approximately 2,500 tribal members. And what they found is in many places, the 80% or more of the respondents indicated a historical distrust of any non-tribal government, but especially the federal government. And so the root causes of the distrust are maybe different, but the fact is the distrust is still there. One of the other things that came up during one of our recent field hearings was we had testimony from tribal members from Crow Creek in Buffalo County, South Dakota, and they indicated that the native voters would not even go into a polling place where all the poll workers were non-native because they did not feel comfortable. So my recommendation specifically for Indian country is that the people who should be used as enumerators should be tribal members from that tribe, from that community. And ideally, because we're also dealing with, in both Alaska and the southwestern states, a large number of tribal members who are non-English speakers or limited English proficient, that those individuals also be bilingual in whatever the local language is. And we've found that even if you bring in tribal members, but from other tribes into a community, they're not going to necessarily be seen as trusted messengers. So the best people to use are actually the people from that community.
Now I want to endorse the idea of the qualitative research, which has already been put out, and perhaps suggest that it be commissioned by the Census Bureau instead of them actually doing it, to do a much wider in scope, some sort of a qualitative survey or a research to inform them moving forward in terms of preparing for the actual census. And the other thing that I think Julie touched upon, I wanted to ask about, what kind of questions were these that you were finding that folks were responding in this way? So what were those questions?
So when I talked about that our pre-testing respondents were leaving people off the household roster or falsifying dates of birth and names, that was actually in pre-testing the internet instrument for the 2020 census. So that was the census instrument itself. However, when we conducted focus groups with our field staff, they also reported to us that respondents were asking more to use false names, or that they were having to use pseudonyms more than they typically do. I think that that's normally something that they do as a last resort when they're concerned that they're not going to get any data on the household. But it was their impression that that was something that they were needing to do more often.
Okay, so I'm still sort of puzzled. How did we get from there to the immigration status and the legal immigration status or the citizenship questions?
So some of these surveys had the citizenship questions on them, and some of them did not. So this was not all drawn from surveys on the same topic. And that's because this came up spontaneously on lots of different projects, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right.
Three different thoughts. First is, at the risk of stating the obvious, this really affects the Asian community as well. I mean, the Asian community has about 1.5 million who are undocumented, but it goes far beyond that. As Arturo was saying, even for our community, legal permanent residents, even citizens feel affected, distrust the system right now. And even for legal permanent residents, some of them are being brought into proceedings with ICE. So it is very endemic. Especially for the Asian community, about 90% of our community are immigrants or sons or daughters of immigrants. So we feel that deeply. Certainly our organization, similar to Arturo's, we're going to try to do some message testing around census and see what works. And we'd love to coordinate with everyone to get that done right. But I think that's going to be critical. For our community, the other thing that's actually come up in social media is the one time that census data was used against a racial or ethnic community was the Japanese American community in World War II. And I've actually seen that in social media, in the Chinese or the Japanese American community. And so that's another fight that we're going to have to push back against when you're talking about privacy of data. The second on privacy of data is I agree that we should be pushing towards online, but that also has its perils because I think, with the constant news media on hacking, on privacy concerns online, we're going to have to deal with that and find a way to message that correctly. And then the last thing is, and I don't envy the Census Bureau because part of our organizations, I have to admit, our organizations are basically saying, don't trust the government, right? We're saying, don't trust ICE, don't trust federal law enforcement at times. But then we're going to also have to try to say in 2020, but trust the Census Bureau. And trying to thread that line is going to be difficult. And all of us are going to really have to work together to make the Census Bureau stand alone in that project and in that projection.
I forgot to also mention, this kind of comes from the other survey we were talking about in the CBAM, is that what it's, CBAM one? So not directly related to this, but maybe to doing different testing. Is there any way in which people who participate in surveys that test these kinds of fears can be debriefed afterwards, because I felt like the questionnaire itself, when I finally saw the questions for the CBAM thing yesterday, was like, how afraid are you that the government is going to share your information? How concerned are you that, like, you know, and so it's kind of, we're trying to get at that, but it also kind of plants the seed. When people are interviewed or questioned about their concerns about this, some of them, many of them might already be concerned, but some of them might not be as concerned about some of the, how afraid you're going to end up in the hands of the police? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, what are we doing when we do test people and quiz them on these things and assess their fears to assuage those fears? Is there a debriefing process that occurs when someone participates in one of these surveys where that information is corrected afterwards and we share with them, actually, it will be protected in this way?
Okay, so I think we've heard every single side kind of get at the heart of cooperation with the Census Bureau at the 2020 census. I mean, that's what you all are talking about. I can assure you that we are going to do quantitative work. We are going to do qualitative work. So CBAMS is the Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Mindsets Survey, which gets at a measure of propensity or something like that of your likelihood to participate in the 2020 census. What are the issues that you're most concerned about, and how can we address some of those issues? We're also going to do over 40 focus groups to get at some of the qualitative aspects of it. In the past, we have had agreements with immigration enforcement groups that have had freezes on raids right around the decennial census so that we didn't have a Census Bureau enumerator showing up and then a raid happened to be at the same time afterwards and things like that. I don't know what will happen in this time frame. One of the things that we are aware of and that you all did not mention was that this is going to be an election year. 2020 will be an election year, and if it's anything like some of the election jargon and things that were happening in 2016, it's going to be a very different and difficult time to be conducting a census. So that's the type of thing that I worry about, that we worry about together. And it's really not going to be one message. It's not going to be one thing that we do or anything like that, or one study. It's really going to be a lot of hard work on your part. It's going to be a lot of hard work on your group's parts. It's going to be a lot of hard work on our part. And I can assure you that we're going to be totally committed to it. We're going to have the partnership specialists reaching out to your organizations. But it's going to be a joint effort in making this happen, because we all of you here, all of us that work on at the Census Bureau are very committed to doing a good job, but it's the respondent that really has to participate. And how we get that response is on all of us, to tell you the truth. So I've totally heard you, and I've totally agree with you, and it's a huge mountain to climb, and I'm hoping that we can keep working on it together as we go forward, because it's gonna be a big lift, and I totally agree with you.
So thank you for that. I just want to make a few comments about what, in your research, some of the questions. So everyone thinks that we're going to be able to use these, and a lot of them are, but I'll tell you, if I can stand on the corner of Penn and 24th and order, and they know exactly where I am, you better believe that people are going to be afraid that if I'm filling out the form, they're going to come find me. So if you think about that, you should test, are you going to be more confident with a paper or online? And to that, apply that research toward, are you really only going to send it to 20% of my population in California that I might have, I have 27% of the foreign-born, the largest percentage in the United States of foreign-born, residents. So that's one, so the distrust of it. And then our presidential primary is scheduled for March 3rd, just so you know. And so in terms of looking at your media bias, Stephen. Yes, and I was going to let, and just imagining what the ramp up is to secure base in those months prior.
Sorry to be the closer on the conversation, but sometimes it's really important that we get our comments out. I do want to thank Arturo. I think, Arturo, you were very bold and thoughtful in your recommendations, and I want to speak to one in particular. But first, I want to respond to James' comment about using tribal members to count their own. That does work most of the time. It doesn't always work in smaller communities where that enumerator is a relative and they're not going to give their confidential information to a relative. So, you know, it's not a black and white answer, and I wanted to make sure that Census heard that. In Alaska in particular, where we have many communities that are less than 25 people, and trust me, they're all related. In that case, you're going to need to figure out from them who's trusted in which adjacent village they may have a relationship with. It might be their regional hub. But, I mean, those are things I know you will work through. I wanted to really talk to specifically Arturo's recommendation about using segmented approaches to our messages, and I wanted to give an example. I think you might remember a couple of meetings ago, our tribal liaison, the census liaison, presented a YouTube video that had the best of intentions, and it was really about Alaska Native American Indian people. And I want to tell this group that I took that video and I shared it without my comment to get their comments back. Their comments really said, dragging up the history of the distrust and the confidential nature of who we are as a people was disturbing to them to see in that video. They interpreted that as Census not understanding who they are today. I bring that up not to offer any criticism of the YouTube, but to say Arturo's recommendation is you get your messengers involved before you produce your information at a public level. And you have many people who want a successful census and will be very willing to participate in the production and give you that authentic feedback. I will tell you, I had 2 pages of very constructive, very thoughtful, very supportive feedback from tribal leaders on that YouTube, which I shared back to the tribal liaison. I was grateful for their commitment, but I wish that they'd been able to make that comment in advance of the YouTube being posted. So I just wanted to use that as an example to validate the recommendation from Arturo, because, you know, this trust and confidence issue exists not just in those who are our newest residents, but also in America's first people. And so to the extent we have different messages to give that might help with a successful census, we'd love the opportunity to do so early on and not after the message is already developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, and that's a pretty good segue into our IPC, the Integrated Partnership and Communications. Oh, Yolanda has one more comment.
I wanted to say one more thing. I think it's also important to educate the public that we are trying to reach about what it is the census does in a very brief, accurate way. And I use the example of what we have done with criminal justice reform. We made an infographic that's very brief, telling them what the court did, what it's doing, and why it's important. And we are producing that in different languages. It's a small card that we can give out to people. The other thing I wanted to mention is the involvement of our repeated factual message. Because we want to get it out there so people can hear it often and it be accurate. Because most people do not know what the census does, and we need to educate them about it, what we do and how we do it.
And some people do know what it does, and they don't care because their fear will overcome that. And I think that was sort of the point of this research, and the additional research to really say, at what point does the fear overtake it? And I'm just going to add my additional fear, at least like in California, if people are saying, well, I got 3 roommates, I'm not going to report them, is this is my, state hat. Is it accuracy or a complete count? Because frankly, if, I don't want to tell you my race, I'm going to check all the boxes, or I'm going to check white, right? And all of a sudden California's like, 90% white. You know that it's inaccurate, but I might have got a complete count. So, I just throw that out there as, we have these discussions out west of like, what are we going to do?
So I believe our last presentation is going to be on the Integrated Communications Program, and we've got Maria and Kendall. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon, and thank you to the committee. I'm Maria Malagon. I'm the Assistant Division Chief over the Integrated Partnerships and Communications Program at the Decennial Directorate. And to my left, it's Kendall Johnson. She's the Program Manager over the Integrated Communications Contract, which is part of the IPC operation. Today, Kendall and I are going to go on a deep dive on the communications plan. You received the communications plan a couple of weeks ago. Thank you so much for reading it. We know it's a very long document, and so we really appreciate everybody that have taken the time to read this document. And we also appreciate the assistance of several Census Bureau staff members who have been helping us in shaping the plan and reviewing the plan over the last months. We started this effort back in February, so we are really excited that we have it here. The plan, as I have mentioned in the past, should be seen as an approach, not like a plan per se yet. We would like to call it more like a plan after we conduct our research and we have more specifics, but it's a general guidance on what we will be doing the next couple of months. So part of our presentation will be focused on the research related to the plan, and then we'll go on a deep dive on the different aspects or tactics that we will be utilizing to communicate with the public. So as you probably know already, the IPC program, it's a program that I see it as a partnership between the Decennial, the field, and the Communications Directorate. The three directorates work together to reach the public and motivate them to primarily self-response. Our main goal is that using self-response methods, particularly the internet self-response option. However, we will be promoting other ways to self-response, like mailing the questionnaire back or utilizing phone, and also other enumeration methods that we'll be using in certain places of the nation. And we have discussed that remote Alaska, reservations, the colonias, and other places will be doing very particular methods, and we will be also supporting those communications, targeting our message for those particular areas. The IPC is composed from all the areas that you see over there. What we do is basically we have a very strong community engagement and partnership programs hosted by Field Division. We have several communication activities run at the Communications Directorate. That's when you have a lot of your public relations, governmental relations, stakeholder relations, a lot of social media, etc. And then we have the contract, which also has the program management office at the Communication Directorate, and that's what Kendall leads, and that is a contract that is the best known part of our program. And it was awarded to John and Rubicon last year, and we know them as Team Y&R, as they work as a main agency, but with 16 subcontractors that focus on certain communications tactics or on certain populations. That is pretty much what the contract and what our directors do here. And we also have the part in Decennial that is more like what I like to call the project management, the budget management, or the operational part of the IPC. In terms of the research, I see this as the base of everything that we are doing. And we are summarizing here the 8 main steps that we have for our research and to prepare for the campaign as a whole. Number one, we have the predictive models, which will estimate a household's self-response propensity, the likely response mode, and the timing of the response. Using Census Bureau and third-party data, we'll be able to predict how different tracts in the country, what is the probability to respond, depending of the type of households that we have over there, enabling us to predict where low response will be located, aggregated this information to larger geographies, and tailor outreach accordingly. The step 2 will be the Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators Survey, which we are currently preparing, that's CBAMS 2020. These activities will help us understand the barriers, attitudes, motivators, and knowledge gaps that the communications campaign will need to address. The survey will be structured so that the findings can be integrated with the small-level communications. Step 3, we will group census tracts into segments based on their household propensity to self-respond, their household demographic characteristics, and our understanding on their household attitudes based on responses to the CBAMS 2020 survey. We will not be targeting individual household, but instead we'll be reaching out census tracts. 4, we will plan how to reach each audience based on the segmentation data. For example, to reach a segment that is geographically concentrated, we can use local tactics like spot television, radio, events, out-home advertising, partnerships, earned media, or very specific language media. 5, we will design ads to specifically reach each audience. We will develop an overarching campaign platform and then tailor initial designs for creative based on what we know about our audiences. Then with our robust creative pre-testing, we will improve ads based on real feedback from a sample of people in that audience group. 6, we will deliver the advertising, carefully monitoring the early results compared to predicted behaviors to identify geographic areas, audience segments, or demographic groups where response patterns are a concern. 7, as households complete the census questionnaire, we will revise our models and gain efficiency by shifting resources to areas predicted to have the highest amount of remaining households who have not yet responded, and limiting resources expenses on geographies with high response rates. Data will inform us about what the best messages and moods are to reach each segment. And 8, the rapid response team will address real-time issues. We will review a daily response report among key demographics and geographic groups, and we will coordinate with field and partnership teams to prioritize audiences and align messages. On the following slide, we can see the different research that I have described. Right now, we are focusing on the first 4, which are the ones that we will be working this fiscal year. We already start working on the predictive models to create the propensity rates of the household to self-response to the census, and that has been done with mostly internal data, mostly ACS. And that has been something that our research team has been working with the contractor for several months now. Now we are moving to the phase of CBAMS 2020. I must say that in terms of our communications contract, that's our main priority for this fiscal year. And in the next slide, I will be explaining CBAMS a little bit more. Once we're done with CBAMS, we'll move to the segmentation, in which we identify groups in the population based on similar likelihood on self-response attitudes and demographic characteristics. We should remember that back in 2010, we did something similar with CBAMS, but we have like kind of 2 different sets. We have the segmentation and we have the audiences. And unfortunately, we were never able to match both. So it was always like we were working with 2 different sets of audiences that it was creating too much complication for us in terms of the decisions that we were making, particularly for our media buys. So this time we're trying to put everything together from the beginning, work from a different mindset, and be more efficient and effective in the way that we distribute funding, not only for media buys, but also the different tactics that we use to reach the population. I like to say I know the tendency when we think about this research is that this is going to be used for advertising, but this is going to be used for everybody, because from our partnership specialists in the field to the folks that are doing social media and AdCom. Everybody will be seeing on this research and see how they can more effectively use their resources to reach the population. And after that, we will move to creative development, and that's going to be the mostly end of this fiscal year, starting next fiscal year, and that's the process where we go to multiple rounds of research trying to look at the themes, at the topics that we will be touching at every different aspect of the campaign, how it's going to work for each segment of the population that we create thanks to our models. So that's the other part of the research, if you remember from last time, those several rounds of focus groups, testing messages, testing different ideas for ads. So that's a long process, and that probably it's going to take also almost all fiscal year 19. So here is just like, I like to say that this is just a graphical explanation on how we are going to create the clusters. We are going just to take the households, like tracks with similar types of households, and then just explain, or just to put them together to direct communications efforts, similar communications efforts to similar type of households on every track. So CBAMS 2020. CBAMS 2020 will have two types of research, quantitative and qualitative. The quantitative will be a mail and internet option survey with 2 language options, which will be English and Spanish. The sample will be 50,000 households with an expectation that we will have a 30% response rate. We actually decided in the process to make it both most cost effective and have an image that is more reliable with the public. To fill the survey from the Census Bureau, we will be using MPC. The credibility record of MPC is higher than any other service outside of the Bureau. So that's why we expect a really good response rate, better than we expected from the outside. And the survey will be oversampling difficult low response cohort tracks and tracks with high percentages of Hispanic, Black, and Asian populations, similar to what was done on the 2015 National Content Test. The topics of the survey will be Census Bureau familiarity and importance, likelihood to participate, use of the internet, civic participation, and attitudes towards state, local, and federal government, data confidentiality, and other messaging topics. In terms of qualitative, that is the part of the research where we want to focus on other populations. We will be interviewing some of the populations that we are sampling here with the quantitative, but that's where our focus to AIN, Nahopi, MENA, also those languagely isolated and rural and economic disadvantaged populations, that's where we are going to try to go. Yesterday we had a really good conversation with the IPC working group and the Undercount of Children working group in terms of this qualitative research. We took notes, we're expecting some recommendations from the working group, and hopefully we'll make some changes thanks to the next week. Each focus group is going to have 6 to 8 participants, and there will be more than 40 focus groups. Both the qualitative and the quantitative CBAMS will be filled between February and April next year. So now I'm going to leave you with Kendall, and she's going to go on the deep dive of the communications plan.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, for all of you all who have read the plan, I want to say thank you. I've read it 4 times. It was hard the first time. It got much easier the more I read. So for those of you who've read it, it's very clear that it is an approach and not the answer. We anticipate that the findings we find from, or we glean from the research that we're conducting, as well as our modeling and creative platform, will drive the next iteration of this plan. And I also want to emphasize that this was a collaborative and iterative process between the Census Bureau and Team Y&R. So within the plan, we have advertising and media buying, stakeholder relations, partnership programs, website development, et cetera. I'm going to go into a few of these. So a new digital environment will present challenges and opportunities for the advertising and media buying area of, or activity of this contract, including for the first time, thank you, the expanded ability to directly drive response through digital ads that connect viewers to the online response tool. As with many of these areas, we'll use campaign data to continuously refine our approach. Things to consider: the competition with other 2020 events. In case you didn't realize, 2020 will be it'll be a presidential election year, as well as the year of the Summer Olympics. So we will be fighting for space and for listeners. So our job is to rise above the fray and above the noise so that people can hear us and hear our messages. There's a changing media landscape. We'll need to harness the latest digital media capabilities without raising privacy concerns among potential respondents or violating policies governing privacy and intrusiveness. How are we going to do this? Well, we're going to monitor opportunities for emerging technologies. We're going to look at all types of media channels, so the resulting proposed media mix will encompass the channels identified as being most appropriate for reaching our target audiences, with particular consideration on how they can be leveraged to reach multicultural groups using non-English messaging. We will utilize rapid response. We will streamline our cross-team participation, and we will utilize stakeholder relations. So we'll work to identify and engage a diverse group of stakeholders to solicit feedback and help raise awareness of the 2020 census, ensuring open and effective lines of communication throughout the campaign development and execution phase. We'll enlist those stakeholders to spread the word about the Census Bureau activities. We'll integrate with existing Census Bureau stakeholder efforts, and we'll solicit input throughout the campaign. As the campaign timeline is further developed, it will identify clear milestones for which we need stakeholder input, and this includes you. We need you to understand that you are a very important part of our process, and the input that you provide to us is extremely valuable. So we will reach out to you early and often, keeping you in the loop on where we are along every step of the way, and including you as often and as often as possible. I was going to say often and frequent, but those are the same things. We will take a mobile-first approach to developing properties that support our campaign through website development. Using dynamic content, we can also tailor the experience to target audiences and adjust our approach as campaign data becomes available. We'll utilize social media. Social media outreach offers a unique opportunity to personally engage with the public. We'll leverage existing census channels and develop innovative approaches to promote recruiting efforts, enhance customer service, support digital and on-the-ground events, raise awareness, drive response, and disseminate data. Our public relations strategy will help drive our education and awareness efforts, particularly among the hard-to-count populations. Crisis preparedness and communications will be more important than ever before, with information spreading faster in this new digital environment. Major shifts have occurred in the news media industry since the 2020 census, including corporate mergers that have reduced the number of media companies while increasing the size and reach of the largest companies. At the same time, the emergence of smartphones and tablets have led to hyper-customization of news and information across specialty or niche channels, the most influential of which are increasingly non-traditional news organizations. Audiences now get their news from multiple media outlets, depending on the topic, as well as through social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. So we will have a phased execution when it comes to public relations. We'll use campaign research to inform the timing of specific phases of public relations activities, but recognizing that our efforts should start early and essentially be ongoing.
The Census Bureau will build a rapid response team and develop processes for quickly approving and executing campaign changes. This will allow us to optimize our approach and respond to issues, including potential crises, once the self-response period begins and daily data points become available. The objective of rapid response is to maximize response and minimize cost, boost early response, digital response, and overall self-response. We've transformed one of our most effective outreach efforts, Statistics in Schools, into an evergreen program focused on raising statistical literacy in the classrooms across the country. We'll continue to develop activities for this program that engage students and help build awareness of the 2020 census in schools and at home. We'll have shorter, more flexible activities. We will align with school curriculum. So SIS materials are intended to support teachers' classroom priorities and are designed to supplement rather than replace school curriculums. And that's very important. We're not there to replace the curriculums, but to supplement. We'll do this by developing and distributing outreach materials, for example, an explanatory SIS toolkit, one-page documents, promotional materials that are of value to classrooms. We'll develop new classroom materials focusing on pre-K and bilingual activities. We'll have the possibility of developing games and digital tools, as well as take-home materials for parents. We'll leverage various media channels, deploy hyperlocal and national campaigns, and develop one centralized recruiting resource in our efforts to help support field recruitment, advertising, and communications. And the Census Bureau is building a new platform to house and disseminate data. The accurate and efficient distribution of census data will be key throughout the campaign, from driving early awareness to thanking our partners, to supporting and engaging with key stakeholders and public audiences well after the 2020 census enumeration is complete. We'll do this by generating interest in the count with data from previous censuses, supporting the thank you phase with digital and print materials, and re-engaging our audiences with data products and materials following the completion of the count. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Maria.
So the communications plan will be supporting 6 phases for our campaign. And like if you are familiar with the 2010 campaign, it was mostly awareness, motivations, and reminder or NERFU. This time we're going to have a strategic early education phase on 2019 that we informally had last time. It's just that this time we are formally launching it on January 2019, and that's more focused on hard-to-count populations, which we have an idea of which populations are those, but definitely that will be mostly defined by CBAMs. And that's where we are going to use a lot of partnerships, a lot of national and local partnerships, the Statistics in Schools program, certain public relations and media outreach efforts in certain markets to promote the work of the Bureau and give an idea to people who are unfamiliar with what the decennial is that it's coming. By January 2020, we will do the awareness phase, and between January and February is when we will have like that light advertising that reminds people that in a couple of months they are going to be counted, and then we move in March and April to the motivation phase, like it's available, the page is available, you can go now, you're going to start getting your mailings, and you can fill the census. By May of that year, we'll do reminder, which will be you are still on time to do it, and slowly we'll move to, well, you are not on time to do it by yourself, but please be nice with the numerator that will be going to your house and interviewing you. And then after August of that year, we'll move to the thank you phase, and we will use the last months of the year to thank our stakeholders and our partners, and the public most probably will have some sort of advertising also, thanking the public for a successful census, because I'm really committed to have a successful census, and Kendall too. And then in January of 2021, after the results are announced in December, we will start our data dissemination phase, and right now we plan for a very strong data dissemination phase and advertising the channels where we will be disseminating data. That's something that I'm very excited about, because that's something the last time we didn't have, and I'm looking forward to formally make our data disseminations efforts better known. My background is I come from the ACS, and before that I spent several years in AdCom, so I have been disseminating census data for several years, so having the opportunity to do it in a large scale is very exciting for me. Okay. Here are our milestones. We have accomplished a lot over the last year, awarding our contract, meeting with our regional office, with staff at the headquarters, and conducting a stakeholder listening tour. We completed the plan, which I think it was our major milestone from last year. And right now, as I said, we are preparing for CBAMS 2020. That's our main focus right now. That's what probably everybody on my staff and Kendall's staff is focusing right now. We just want to go on time with this and be on the field in February and have results next year. We hope to have, by the end of the fiscal year, a very strong report for you to review. That's it. We're ready for questions. Thank you so much.
Megan, were you gonna be a discussion or?
So we didn't have me on the schedule as a formal discussant because I got to discuss this so much yesterday. But there are a number of people in the room who weren't at the joint working group meeting yesterday, and I was hoping that I wanted you all to have a chance to ask any questions that you have. We've come up with a number of recommendations on this, but there's still information. So if folks who weren't in the room yesterday had questions going through this, it'd be great to hear them.
Yolanda, did you have something? Otherwise, I'll call in Hassan.
Mary, just if you could, this milestone, the 2020 census barriers, attitude, and motivators, can you elaborate on this? What is it that you're trying to do with this study?
So CBAMS will give us the opportunity to explore the different barriers, attitudes, and motivators that segments of the population have towards participation in the 2020 census. It will also, in 2010, you may not remember, we had a segmentation plan and we had mindsets that came out of the first round of CBAMS, CBAMS 1. But we were never able to marry those together. So it was almost like we were always working off of two segmentation plans that made it difficult to, we were able to communicate, but could we have done better? Absolutely, if we could have combined those together. This time around, we're creating those propensity models. We're looking at the low response scores. We are pulling in CBAMS data, and we're creating one segmentation model that includes both demographic and mindsets, so that we're able to paint a picture of the population and aggregate segments of the population into very specific segments to allow us to communicate much better with them. That's what we hope to get out of CBAMS. It's that third piece to make a more complete segmentation model.
So Kendall, in light of the conversation we had just before this session, would you consider maybe emphasizing that issue of reluctance to provide information, maybe focus more as a barrier? Would that be considered now?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Kendall and Maria? No, yes, for the presentation. You have a very important footnote on 2 of these slides with an asterisk that says all upcoming activities are contingent upon approval of the 2020 Census Integrated Communications Plan, version 1, and funding availability. What is the price tag to this plan? Because it'll be important for us to know when the request is made for the communications budget, if it is what this is going to cost you to implement. And if it falls short, for us to be able to know that you're not going to be able to do this, and then figure out which parts of these will you be able to do given what funding you have. So what's the price tag for this?
So first of all, let me address the footnotes. We do have approval of the plan, so we should have gotten rid of that piece. We couldn't share it, we couldn't talk about it if we didn't have approval. The plan was written based upon the original ceiling of the contract, which was $415 million.
However, right now, we have a commitment from the secretary of 500 million for the communications contract. So we got recently an increase.
And this is over several fiscal years total, or
Several fiscal years.
beginning?
That will be beginning, that will be the whole life cycle since we start on 2016, and that will cover us until 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just have a quick follow-up to that question? You just said you have approval for version 1, which is fantastic. I know this is kind of a living document that you're going to be updating it over time, which is great. So hopefully our recommendations can play into that. But can you give us a sense of when the next update is so that we know what things are going to happen before you have a chance to update it?
Well, ideally, we would like the next update to benefit from what we're learning through CBAMS, what we've learned through our, some of our creative testing, not necessarily the messages per se, but the platform testing, as well as what we're learning from our propensity models. That said, it is our goal, notice I said our goal, to have version 2 available near the end of this calendar year. That's taken into consideration, including all the information that I just mentioned, plus the robust review process it must go through.
Thank you so
Megan,
much.
I just wanted a point of clarification. So I thought it took an act of Congress to actually get the 500 million. So I haven't been tracking. Was the 415 passed? Because I know we have CRs and we have proposals, but I wasn't sure just to Arturo's
If I
point.
can interject, the 500 million is our life cycle cost estimate for the communication plan. It is built into our life cycle cost estimate. We are still pending the approval of the overall budget.
Cost versus approval. Good. Okay.
And can I make a clarification? I made a mistake. I misspoke. We expect that version 2 will be available the end of fiscal year 18, not 17.
Gotcha. Thank you. And James?
You somewhat answered one of the questions I had, because one of the concerns we have is that we understand that this has been approved, and this is approved to basically be requested as part of the appropriations process. The concern we have is that so far the appropriations process hasn't been entirely kind to the Census Bureau. So one of the things that we've discussed within our coalition of groups working with Native American organizations and tribes is having a Plan B. And I've already talked to Megan about this. One of the things that I think I need to become a member of the committee, because one of the things we are talking about doing is working directly with Census in the event that the appropriations do not come through, that we come up with a very comprehensive plan that we can go out to private funders to try to fill the gap. And specifically what we're going to be focused on is going to be what we need to do with working with the Alaska Native tribes and American Indian tribes in the way of outreach, publicity, education, and most important of all, in many places, language assistance, which my understanding was even had the full funding gone through, or if it goes through, is still not going to be sufficient because we're dealing with over 24 native languages, some of which are widely spoken like Navajo and others of which are spoken by very small numbers of people, that those languages are not necessarily going to be covered. The other piece of this is that we appreciate the fact that you have a mass media plan, but the problem is the mass media doesn't reach most of the tribal lands. And so part of what we need to work with the Census Bureau on is to find out where we're going to have those gaps and see what we can do to work with private funders to fill in those gaps. And specifically the sort of mass media that we've had to fill in at the tribal level is in some cases literally using CB radios, local radios, sometimes just simply word of mouth and having community meetings. And so part of that, I guess what I'm saying is just more of a statement that one of the things that we had decided coming into this, given the fact that the appropriations process is not completely clear on how it's going to pan out, but what we've seen so far isn't leaving us optimistic, that we want to work with you at an early stage to put this into our program planning for next year so that we have sufficient time to basically be able to fill in those gaps, any gaps that may actually exist.
If I can respond to that, we are very encouraged by the prospect of what you're saying. Even if the full funding is approved, facing the challenges that were discussed earlier today, we need partners who are willing from private funding to participate in helping us stretch the census message out. Just yesterday, day before yesterday evening, after the hearing, the undersecretary sat with some of us debriefing the hearing and talked about putting together an outreach program to the philanthropic organizations, to community organizations, to help us be more effective in communicating the census message for 2020. So yes, we are very open to that. We are very willing to work with you and participate with you on that.
And I do want to add just on that point that as we go forward, for example, one of the things we're talking about doing next year is doing a community organizer training. We would like to integrate Census into that, and when we put together that portion of the program, we actually would like someone from Census to come and assist in giving that training.
Keep us in tune with the timing on that. We'll definitely have someone from Census to assist with that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And we would love to have you on our working group. We can't wait for you to join. And I think, it's important to point out that many of the partner organizations around the room are so excited to partner with the Census and make sure we're doing what we can. But many of us that want to partner with the Census are also among those with the tightest budgets ourselves, right? And so I was also encouraged in reading this to look that you're looking to partner with corporations and hopefully, they can contribute more in-kind contributions and the Census can help support more of the smaller organizations that don't have the budgets to contribute as much themselves. John, did you want to?
Thank you. And actually, maybe to piggyback of what Megan is saying, I completely agree, is although we're going to try to do what we can, we also have very tight resources, so it has to be seen as complementary and not a replacement for what you guys might not be able to do. So definitely, we should keep that in mind. This is a great report, and so this is version 1.0. I understand that it's a living, breathing document, and it's wonderful. One small recommendation I might make is when it talks about the Asian American population, there's a little bit of sensitivity to sort of referencing to our population as a model minority. You referenced that, but sort of the picture that it's given in terms of the income levels, I don't think quite gives enough to the fact that our community really is what we always call sort of a barbell shaped. So, while the statistics are right that Asian Americans are, I don't know if I want to say this publicly, but sort of we do pretty well financially as an average. Education-wise, we do pretty well as an average, but that really belies the fact that there's a huge segment of our population that is not even graduating from high schools, let alone colleges, that are in the poverty levels, especially in the Southeast Asian populations. So when we're talking about messaging, we're talking about hard to reach, hard to count populations. I want to make sure that we're sensitive to that when we're talking about the Asian population. Thank you.
I wanted to quickly address what Mr. Tucker had said. Thank you very much. We will absolutely take that into consideration. In terms of the partnering with various organizations, we will, through the campaign itself, provide not only access to our logos, access to our campaign theme, but hopefully some creative assets that will help you. You know, we have great ideas that we hope work, like sharing creative with you, you know, actual produced creative that you could then reuse through whatever public space you have. And we will absolutely keep you involved as we're developing things, not only the messages, but we'll talk to you about the media that we are thinking about purchasing for all audiences, as well as your ideas on media that we should reach, or we should reach out to in terms of utilizing. But we recognize that we can't reach everybody. Advertising is not the panacea. I said this yesterday during the working group. Without our partnership program, we couldn't do it. In 2010, we were originally going to create materials in 14 languages. The introduction of ARA funds gave us the ability to increase that to 28 languages, unprecedented in the federal government. Wonderful. Will we be able to do that this time around? Likely not. But you know what helps us? The fact that the partnership program, they hire people from the neighborhoods in which they live, or the areas in which they live. So they know the people there. They understand how to communicate with them. They are often speaking the same language. And they bring a robust amount of languages to the table. And they can take the materials and they can translate or transcreate them so that they are culturally sensitive and relevant to their particular audiences. So we do not sleep on the need for partner engagement because we thrive on it.
And if I may just respond, I mean, one of the things, I'm very excited about that because one of the things that we've developed over the course of many years is working with specific translators and translation panels where we can, like for example in Alaska with the Yupik language, we have approximately a dozen different dialects that are very, very different of Yupik. And because of our work with the translation panels, what we can actually envision doing is taking some of the basic census materials and preparing a written translation into the appropriate dialect of Yupik and disseminating that. And it's really funny because one of the things we found is that it seems like a small thing because you can get the information out in other ways. You can get it out through direct translation, like oral translation. But we actually find that it is so significant to the people who live in those communities that the effort has been made to actually try to communicate with them in their, not only their native language, but their specific dialect.
I wanted to add to our response to Mr. Yang's concern. I totally recognize that there are certain gaps on the communications plan in terms of when we go to the audiences. Those are very general assessments that mostly the subcontractors on the Team Y&R produce. I myself gave several comments on several populations, including mine. I'm Puerto Rican, and I had certain concerns about what was described on the Puerto Rico section. However, I can assure you that one of the things we're doing, I mentioned in CBAMS that in the quantitative part of CBAMS, we will be oversampling for Hispanic, Black, and Asian. Again, we understand that for a survey that is a self-response survey by mail or by internet, usually the most educated, higher income folks, even from those populations, will be the one returning. That's why we are doing the focus groups. And for example, for Asian, we are really targeting low income, linguistically isolated. So that is the idea behind the qualitative research. It's like reaching the people that you are describing on your concern.
Thanks so much. And I just want to be conscious of time, that we don't have a ton of time to discuss our recommendations at the end of the day. So there are 5 more people. I totally want to get to everyone. But if people could just try to keep their comments relatively quick. Do you want to take us next?
Thanks. Thank you. I was curious about the dissemination phase. You mentioned that this is the first time, you have a budget for it, and I assume this is communications about the dissemination. Could you just give, a little bit of more detail of what's in the plan so far?
We don't have that much because it's the first time, and definitely it's something that we are not focusing right now because we're so concerned about the research and what we have to do the next 2 years. But we are thinking about other ways to partner, other ways to publicize, a strong public relations effort to publicize the results, not only like the general figure, but the figures at various geographies and how we can go to different media markets and spread the word. And it's not only to spread the word about the totals, but the platform that we have to disseminate data on our website and how folks can use it. It's very surprising, but working on data dissemination efforts for several years, we have a strong group of supporters and fans out there, that people who really like to go to our website and work with us. But it's unbelievable the amount of times that I will go out to a conference and the media, for example, will be so surprised of all the things that we have available, or even researchers, or particularly state and local governments, people who could really be using our data to get more funding, and they are not as familiar with what we have available. So in general, it will be an effort to promote that.
I have to admit, I forgot who put up their things next. Is it okay with you if I just go right around? So Tom?
So I was at the rich discussion yesterday. I appreciate it very much, but some of what's come up today and some thinking last night, I have to make one comment and ask a couple of questions that don't have to be answered now. But the comment is, I want to just say I think that 42 focus groups is great, but when you end up breaking them up for the different targets, as we saw yesterday, really using the CBAM's qualitative is not sufficient to address the confidentiality issues that came up earlier today, and really more needs to be done with more focus groups specifically targeted at that issue. Connected to that, some concerns I raised yesterday about the geographic locations of the focus groups for particular targeted groups resonate even more deeply if one of the issues we're trying to get at are the confidentiality concerns that were raised here. I mentioned that doing the Spanish-speaking focus groups solely in geographies that have well-established long-term immigrant communities might not get at some critical issues that would arise in more emerging immigrant enclaves in the South, for example, in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia. I would simply add today that with respect to some of the immigration issues we've talked about, the fact is that the experience differs by geography under current immigration enforcement practices, and what happens in Los Angeles, what happens in New York is very different from what happens in parts of North Carolina and Georgia. So another reason I want to ask this question about how the specific geographies were chosen, what were the criteria used to arrive at the specific geographies for the focus groups based on specific identifiable groups that were identified as number one. And then I have an even broader question. This is maybe the one that doesn't have to be answered right now, which is I'm trying to understand, though I'd like an answer to help to frame recommendations, I'm trying to understand how the research model works between the quantitative and the qualitative in the CBAMs. You're going to get a bunch of data from the quantitative from the survey. Some of it may need more interpretation, but it's not clear to me under the current model that you would get further expansion, interpretation of some of those quantitative results through the qualitative focus groups, since I gather, but maybe I'm wrong, they're occurring simultaneously. So I'd just like to understand how the qualitative work is intended to coincide, supplement, work with the quantitative survey.
Thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, we are welcoming your recommendation on the different locations for the focus group. We are looking forward to see the recommendation. We are already scheduling a meeting with all the staff working on research, Kendall, myself, and the contractor to work on this and make some arrangements next week to change the cities or see how we can fit that on the plan. But we have here Ana Sandoval, who is our qualitative research expert, and she's the one working on this, so she can provide that.
Good afternoon. So the question about the relationship between the qualitative and the quantitative is what I would like to address. The idea is that there are a number of populations that we will not be able to reach with the quantitative. So we were going to try to reach and deep dive into those populations with the qualitative piece. And the idea is to triangulate the data, to figure out what we can learn from these populations that are harder to reach to get sort of at those pieces that we will not be able to get with the quantitative. And as you have been discussing, these are populations that will have a harder time reaching, so we need more in-depth information to create the marketing campaigns for them. Does that help address your concern?
It does, but I am concerned if something comes up in the quantitative that you don't anticipate, say you see a pattern of cyber security, anxiety in a particular subpopulation, would there then be an opportunity for you to do another focus group to get more information about what arises from the quantitative that you didn't necessarily predict or expect based on past experience?
So some of this had to do with timing. We have a very tight timeline. And in a perfect world, yes, our design would have had, first the quantitative and then the qualitative. But we just don't have the time to do it that way. The other piece of this is that we will have focus groups to test the materials after we're done with CBAMS. So CBAMS is not the end, and here I'm looking at both Maria and Kendall, because after we're done with CBAMS, we will then test all of those materials that come from our CBAMS results with other focus groups in a more in-depth way.
So thank you. I appreciate the answer. I appreciate the candor. I understood that this was only the beginning, but testing messages, sometimes if you get unexpected results in the quantitative, you're going to want to do more open-ended inquiries. And I understand, though, the constraints that you're talking about.
Thank you.
So when we go back out and we do test the creative messages, we don't go out with final messaging. We go out with messaging ideas. We ask more in-depth questions about what they think of these messages, how do they make them feel, what's a better way to say them, is this the right way to speak to your particular community? It will be very, very open-ended and very in-depth and much more extensive than what we're doing for CBAMS.
Thank you all for that.
Megan, if I could just jump in, I had a couple conversations yesterday around this in terms of the qualitative standpoints, and we've had a lot of discussions over several months with some of the philanthropic organizations that represent different groups. So this is one of the largest research projects that has ever been done, not only here at Census. It builds upon a lot of things that we've learned from CBAMS and previous censuses, but we didn't do any qualitative in 2010. So this is a huge increase, and 42 to 45 is a very large number, but this is a very diverse country, and it's very difficult to get to some of these subpopulation groups. So the expertise you guys are bringing to the table is very helpful, as well as the other groups that are wanting to help. And one of the things that we're trying to figure out is, are there ways that we could provide the moderator and guide and the questions to other organizations to go deeper within these segments, so that they could provide some third-party research that would then be available for Census to look at if we can't get to the levels that you're recommending. So at least it would be a similar methodology in terms of some of the CBAMS type qualitative research, but we're open to ongoing discussions about how we can get to the lowest level of just this huge diverse population that we're trying to reach.
Thanks for that.
Okay, I would be remiss if I did not say out loud to the NAC that we, as part of the Undercount of Young Children Work Group, were greatly disappointed not to see mentioned in any kind of substantive way the issue of the undercount of young children in the IPC report. I know that it is a dynamic, evolving document, but this is an issue that has been ongoing, and with particular spotlight trying to be put on it as we move toward 2020. And so that was distressing. I would like to, however, give you credit for having said yesterday that you are part of the interagency dialogue that's going on. You've been getting the updates, and what's that song? It's "You're Always on My Mind," you know? We appreciate that piece, but the fact of the matter is, what all of us have to go on is what you put in writing. And so I hope that the next evolution will be far more specific about this particular hard-to-reach group. Thank you.
And thanks so much
If
for
I
bringing
could,
that into
I'd like
the
to speak to
room,
that. I'm Burton Rice. I was up earlier today talking about the undercount of young children, and I think that I've been active in recent weeks in reaching out to Young and Rubicam and talking to everybody involved in the communications plan about weaving the undercount, or weaving the issues around children and including children in the home in various ways in all of the messaging we do, both with respect to the communications campaign and the partnership program. I guarantee you will see this addressed directly in the next iteration of the plan. I just wanted to stress that.
I'm going to hold you to that.
All
right.
I guarantee. Fair enough, though. You should. I mean, that's why we have this committee.
But just
yeah.
by way of creativity, for example, when people are talking about hiring enumerators from communities, you could hire young mothers, young, fathers, and make deals with childcare centers so these people can get out and help you count and talk to parents and grandparents about counting kids.
Absolutely. Hospitals too, hospitals that serve underserved communities. A huge opportunity for partnership there, and this will be elevated significantly relative to what we've done in the past. And we'll have a stronger conversation on this at the next meeting.
It's so great to hear. Arturo, do you want to?
Stephen, just want to take you up on your offer to coordinate our research, because absolutely, I think the worst waste of resources would be to do the same exact thing over and over again, but rather spread it around and try to go, more micro with the resources we have. So yes, let's figure out how we could share instruments and strategies in that. And as far as the Census Bureau speaking to corporations and philanthropy, we're doing the same thing. Groups of organizations are now in conversations with foundations and with the business community. So let's not trip over each other and make sure that we're supporting each other, making sure that we're corralling these other players in a strategic way.
And Ditas, thank you.
So sort of a question and comment. If you go back to slide 126, I just wanted to call to the attention of the NAC members the timeline. So just so you know, and we get it because of the budget, October 1st, 2018, blah, blah, blah. So, but really the strategic early education phase from the federal level starts like over a year from now. It's a long time. It's like 12 months that we could be doing things, right? And so I just want to sort of challenge people that what we're thinking about in California is we have an air game and a ground game. And as Stephen has said, the air games, you can change on a dime, it's flexible. But the ground game it's hard to move, it's hard to mobilize. And so I just encourage all of you that are out in your communities, we're dividing our state up into regions, and we're kind of regionally conquering, we're bringing the foundations, the nonprofits, the community groups, we're tying in with the LUCA folks. We're pulling them together slowly, it's just me right now, but that's what we want to focus on in 2018 is our ground game, because once you get them organized, they become flexible regardless of what's thrown at them. And then you can worry about your air game as well. That's going to cost money, it's going to cost money to do buys. So I also wanted to address what John said about the plan, and James, about Plan B. It must be complementary or supplementary. We don't want Congress saying, oh, those folks out in California and the folks in Indian country, they're going to pay for it themselves. Like, we don't need to spend that much money. So I just want to caution just a little bit that, that we expect, and I'll tell you that the foundations in California are like, oh, no, the state needs to come to the table too. We're not going to do it like we did in 2010. So just that sort of cautioning of, yes, we're here, we believe in it, but it's the U.S. Census, and it's important to us, but you guys need to take the lead and do that investment as well.
Anybody else have questions or comments? Hassan, do you?
Just a quick comment to what Dheeraj was saying. When we do develop or start developing the ground game, many foundations out there, I just got emails from two foundations saying that we want to fund groups on the ground supporting the census. So when we start developing the ground game, let's invite them and make sure that we have the coordination Arturo is talking about.
Certainly. Thanks to everyone for being so engaged, and I can't wait to talk through recommendations with y'all.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you, Kendall. All right, at this time, I think Carol's going to moderate discussion on committee formulation of recommendations. We've got formally until 5:30 when the bus will leave. So take it away, Carol.
Sure, 5-minute break.
Yeah.
And could someone put the slide up on that describes how the working groups are going to be set up? Thank you.
Terry Minnis, could you come up here? Terry.
Can I get everyone's attention for just a couple of minutes so we can get started on our recommendations? You don't have to be seated, I just have to know you're listening. Don't make me be my mom. Okay, I'm going to start counting. All right, just very quickly, because I think most of you heard this explanation yesterday. We have until 5:30 today to sit in working groups and put our recommendations together. On the screen, we're trying a different approach. I think between Ditas and I, and maybe some members of the committee, we felt it was quite awkward to try to take today 17 people to both draft, edit, spell check recommendations. So we're going to try something out today, and we have on the screen four different groups, and if you'll see how they're divided. Ali Sue, Arturo, myself, and Megan and Jerry have agreed to lead those topic areas. You may float from topic area to topic area, but we're asking you if you have input in any of those topics, recommendations that you want to make, that you go to those work groups. Terry has agreed to help scribe those recommendations. As you draft them in your working groups, would you please send them to the Chair NAC email that's on your iPad? They will go to Terry, and she can do any kind of cleanup, grouping, whatever we need to do. Make sure the topic is in the subject line, and make sure we know who the author or the recommender is in case we have specific questions about the context of the recommendation. Are there any questions before we go off in our groups? And I'm going to kind of ask each of the leaders to sort of stand up and say, where are you going to be, so people will know where to go and so they know which group is where. Okay, there's Ali Sue.
Are you going to be right there? Yeah. Megan, why doesn't Megan go over there?
Megan, why don't you go in this far corner over here, if that works for you? Where's Arturo? I don't see Arturo.
Do you want to, okay.
Okay.
Do you want to convene? Oh, he's coming.
All right.
When they go back, we're gonna-
All right, they'll be in the back right-hand corner.
Right there with the waving gal. Yeah.
Yep. I'll be right here, so if you have anything on the AIAN topic, the coding and grouping, if you'd join me here or come during the next hour and a half, that would be great. Who'd I leave out? I think that's it. If there are no questions, let me know if you do. Megan's going to be in the far left corner. Arturo's going to be in the far right-hand corner. And a big thanks to Terry once again. I'm doing a check-in. It's 5:15. We have 15 minutes. Do you want to keep working? Whoever the group leaders are, if you'd raise your hand, I'll know that you want to keep working. No. No? You're ready to reconvene and use the last 15 minutes? All right, 1 minute? All right, we'll reconvene in 1 minute. Thank you. Everybody ready? We're going to start with Ali Sue. Make good use of our time. I'm going to turn it over to Ali Sue.
Okay, so we had 3 topics. One is 2018 end-to-end test. I'm going to read what we have. Recommend adding outside validation for proxy cases. Current plans are to include them in the re-interview sample. However, this only provides validation on the interviewer's work. The actual proxy response is currently not checked for accuracy, for instance, against agency records. Consider adding some least costly aspects of communication strategy to disseminate need to complete the 2018 test online. This will allow better testing of systems if higher proportion completes electronically. It will not be enough to count on the local elected officials and community leaders to make up for the lack of a Census Bureau effort. Recommend that the Census Bureau evaluate and report back on whether failing to advertise and failure to include specific hard-to-count populations would have no appreciable effect on systems functioning and integration. Evaluate effects of close electronic monitoring of interviewer paths and schedule on retention of staff with prior decades' experience. Find positive ways to candidly inform interviewer job candidates in materials or information sessions about how close the monitoring will be and how specified their job will be without much autonomy. Those were the 2018 end-to-end census test. Now for address canvassing, we have 2. Quality control samples should be selected by lister to assure all listers are QC'd in significant percentage. It sounds wrong. It's not that the lister will select the sample, but that cases should be selected per lister. The other one is evaluate and report back to the NAC on quality of address canvassing process ability to identify non-traditional housing units. And on the third topic, agency records research and planning. If agency records are to be used to enumerate a non-responding household during NERFU, it must be able to provide potentially detailed race and ethnicity data points, so we could discuss whether detailed or not. And the last one is the NAC strongly urges agency records be used as a last resort in non-responding household, for a non-responding household after NERFU attempts.
I think we're working on trying to get these up on the screen, just for those of you that have been listening along. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, I mean, we have 9 minutes left or 8 minutes left, or we just want to. Yeah, do you want to see them, or you just want to work on them?
Well, I was saying, it probably makes more sense, you only have 9 minutes, and you had 4 groups, why not just have everyone just kind of read them, so people have an idea, and then we can work.
It's great. Everyone okay with that? So you'll get to see the hard copies are on the screen tomorrow, if that's all right, and we'll just go around the room.
Or we can email it tonight.
Sure.
Just worry about if we need to vote on anything.
Sure, just housekeeping. So we're barely at our voting minimum with 17 people. So is there anyone that's planning to leave early tomorrow that would change our ability to vote tomorrow on recommendations? Okay. Anybody else?
Otherwise, you have to
So
call
is
people
anybody
on the phone.
leaving early tomorrow?
Call in.
Yep. Okay. Yes, so we'll do it over lunch, so I'm just going to ask everyone to confirm their commitment that they're going to be here to vote, so we can get our recommendations in the cycle. All right, we'll announce it again first thing in the morning, just to make sure for those that might not have heard it the first time, but I'm going to count on you to be here at lunchtime tomorrow. Great. All right, next up, Arturo.
Randy. He was our scribe.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 11, we're the group on respondent confidentiality. The NAC recommends additional qualitative research, including focus groups targeted at understanding the confidentiality concerns related to recent issues such as immigration status, religious bans, and other issues. The research should focus both on causation and solution. What would motivate the respondents to feel comfortable with responding, for instance? Second, the NAC requests clarification regarding the 2019 early education phase in terms of the content targeting and timing to allow community groups that are already undertaking these efforts to be able to supplement and complement each other. 3, the NAC recommends setting up a meeting with the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross, and Undersecretary Karen Kelly to discuss the crisis, its causes, and to develop an effective and credible plans and strategies to address it. 4, the NAC recommends creating a messaging plan that be segmented for separate audiences, the general public and trusted messengers. 5, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau commence discussions with DHS, Homeland Security, about policies to be adopted related to the separation of enforcement activities from census enumeration. Example, not having agents pose as census enumerators, etc. 6, the NAC requests clarification of the sharing of Title 13 data with other federal agencies via the Federal Cybersecurity Act, also known as the Einstein Program, apparently. And what is the trigger that allows the sharing of this Title 13 data with other employees? Also require that individuals who examine the actual census data be a Census Bureau employee or at least have Title 13 special sworn status. Ultimately, we recommend that there need to be, find a way to have a simple message or statement that assures respondents that the data will not be used to harm them in any way. 7, the NAC recommends a handout in various languages detailing how Title 13 data will be held confidential and ways in which it cannot be used or shared with external agencies or departments. 8, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau test the use of distinctive uniforms, badges, or credentials for the census enumerators. 9, the NAC recommends coordinating messages with various stakeholder organizations. 10, NAC recommends developing plans for training enumerators around these specific issues of data confidentiality and fear of reporting, specifically with regard to immigrant populations and other minority groups. Finally, 11, the NAC recommends that the Bureau set aside a specific set of funds for the messaging of confidentiality data, so separate from other outreach funds and messaging. The end.
Thanks. Megan, do you want to take a run at it? I find myself without a computer and we're aggregating 3 people's recommendations. Thank you.
Sure. So we have quite a few. I will run through them as quickly as possible. Ready? Go. Future iterations of the IPC plan should invert focus, concentrating first on the hardest to reach with a secondary focus on the majority population as our overarching one. Then we have some specific recommendations around the CBAMs, including reconsidering the qualitative research components to create a more balanced picture of geographic, ethnic, hard to count, and language diversity of people not captured by the CBAM's quantitative research. We asked them to take particular care to reach people with elevated concerns given the current political climate, and then we list out a number of groups that we feel are examples of communities that are not likely to be reached by the quantitative research but are underrepresented in the qualitative research. And you'll see those up on the screen tomorrow when we're actually voting. We also talk about, in addition to the planned Puerto Rico focus groups, conducting focus groups in places like Puerto Rico and Northern California to help capture what barriers, attitudes, and motivators are present for communities experiencing instability. And then a recommendation that most of you have not seen, which is that following the quantitative and qualitative segments of the CBAM survey, the Bureau should conduct a number of focus groups that take a deeper dive on the barriers, attitudes, and motivators uncovered during the CBAM study. Do you want me to keep going? Okay, it's 5:29. Then there are a couple that talk about the focus of the IPC plan. The first asking for the undercount of young children to be a through line in the IPC plan with specific and explicit plans and targets in every component of that plan. The second is that the IPC plan should more clearly address how it plans to reach people experiencing housing instability. Then we have a few recommendations concerning funding in the budget. And they're basically about what to prioritize and deprioritize if the budget is less than we wish. One is reducing reliance on online discussion communities in order to reserve funds for focus groups and conversations with hard-to-count groups. One is providing compensation for translation services. Another is around prioritizing language support. And then the final one is that in evaluating media strategies, including media outlets, prioritizing hard-to-count populations rather than evaluating just simply like a numerical total quantity of reach. Then I'm almost there. And then in the last chunk is around recruiting. And we talk about, this is actually a recommendation we've made before, but instituting hiring criteria that prioritize relevant skills and experiences like language abilities and being from community over arbitrary irrelevant factors like high test scores or criminal records. And then the other two are more specific. One, the IPC plan references background checks in its section on recruitment. We asked them not to use criminal background checks, particularly in light of their case in 2015 around the use of criminal background checks and how that is shown to have a discriminatory impact on people of color. And finally is on reducing reliance on referrals from 2010 census enumerators to avoid replicating the demographic makeup of the 2010 census staff.
That was impressive. Wow. So it's 5:30. Here's what I would suggest, and maybe Nancy, I'll turn it back over to you, but I would suggest, we have one more to get through, and none of you have hard copies of this, and I'm sure you'll want them in advance so you can take a look at them. Terry's working on that. We thank her very much for doing that. As soon as they're ready, which may not be tonight, I'm asking Tara if she can make sure that they pop up on our iPad so that you'll have a chance to look at them before we actually vote on them at noon tomorrow. I'm also going to suggest that we take them up as groups so that we vote on them as a group. So that'll mean 4 different votes, but we take those recommendations as a group. I think that will be simpler. We'll have one messenger for each group, and we'll take it from there. Yes, Jerry?
I would just like to foreshadow that we have 8 recommendations from the undercount work group that I would want to make sure that, I've asked Tara to make sure that it's part of the morning array of recommendations, because we don't talk about our work until afternoon. And so
Jerry, can we vote on yours when you do your presentation in the morning?
It's in the afternoon.
I'm sorry, in the afternoon.
That's the
Sorry.
problem. It's in the afternoon.
It is. Oh, wait, it is.
Because if we don't have enough bodies, we just said, people said some people are going to leave.
Because I have that your presentation is at 11:30.
Oh, maybe I'm looking at old version of
And
the,
yours is at 10:30. Am I looking at the wrong one?
all right.
Yeah.
I could be looking at the wrong version of the agenda.
So
Sorry
could
about
we
that.
vote
Yeah.
on the IPC-related ones at 10:30? And because we've got like 30 minutes before public comment, and then vote at 11:30. We've got like an hour to cover what you need to say and your comments, and that'll
Okay,
take
great.
out 2 big buckets
Yeah,
of
great.
stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else before I turn it over to Nancy and we try to make our bus at 5:45? I see no other cards up. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Thank you all for very engaging discussions, lots of great questions, stimulated a lot of thought-provoking on the side of the census in terms of our programs and how we move forward. So tomorrow, we will begin at 8:30. The bus will pick you up, hopefully 7:30, in front of the hotel. Remember, tonight we have dinner at 7 o'clock. Reservation is under Census Bureau, 2600 Pennsylvania Avenue, very close to your hotel. And the name is Ristorante La Perla. It's an Italian restaurant. Okay, I think the bus is waiting for you at gate 7. Have a good evening, and I'll see some of you later at dinner. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.